from Tahiti, just remind you guys, 35 minutes. Voilà donc à l'instant, début de cette première série du round d'élimination des hommes, avec en jaune le numéro 1 mondial, Griffin Colapinto, opposé au vainqueur des trials en bleu, Nimana Braille.
We are back at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. We've crowned a women's champ. We have a women's champ. We're rolling into our men's elimination round as we take a look down into the flotilla in the channel. Teahupo'o here in Tahiti, the site of the elimination round, heat number 1 with Griffin Colapinto, world number 1, coming into this event up against the Tahitian wildcard and trials winner, Nimana Braille. 35 minutes on the clock for this men's elimination round, in which we're rolling into the men's elimination round after completing our women's event. With that, let's congratulate our champ, e homaitai to Vahine Ferro, your champ. She's with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kaipo. Well, this is the first of many celebrations that are going to go down all over the world today. Our finalists from the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Energy is at a new level out here all day long. Both of you absolutely charged. You changed the world with what you just did, not just in the final, but all day long and all event long. To present our second place, our runner-up trophy, we've got Jessie Miley Dyer, our commissioner. So I want to start with Brisa. Brisa, you stepped it up, not only leveling up in many ways out there, but also leveling up in jersey color. You are our current world number 1, leaving this event as a finalist again and wearing that yellow jersey.
It's just been an honor to come up against Vahine. I mean, she is the queen out here in every respect, and I respect her so much. Yeah, I have so much more to learn out there. I'm still absolutely terrified, but I'm excited for this new journey. Like, I think it's incredible to see now the new opportunities and leveling up that the women are doing, and it gives me goosebumps. So really honored to be a part of it.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. And speaking of that level, a new level has been reached. It does feel like a new beginning for surfing in general. Vahine, on April 24th, it was announced that you were going to be a wild card here in Tahiti, and it felt like destiny from that day forward. Did it feel like destiny to you that you were going to win this event?
I mean, at some point, I believed that I would win the event at some point, but like, I don't know, like, just the fact that I don't even have words. I'm sore everywhere. My brain's like having a brain meltdown. I ate it so many times. Like, the conditions were a lot of energy, a lot of waves, like big waves, big white. And I wanted to congratulate Brisa because she has the sickest backside style, no grab. Like, every event long, she was showing that little style, and yeah, like, having a final with her was exactly what I match from our semi. So I was from 2 years ago, so I was stoked, and just being against the best in the world, and you know, like, learning from their experiences, their competitive skills, like, it just pushes everybody. And we were that Jessie made the amazing call to throw us out there today, and that's what women need. Like, we just need conditions, and then we're gonna show up. We're gonna, you know, throw ourselves over the ledge and try over again. So yeah, I'm just so stoked right now.
You know, there's some new iconic images of you standing straight up in giant barrels out there today, and those, of course, will be remembered. But let's talk about the physicality the toll that it takes to go over and over again. That was an absolute battle all day long for you.
Yeah, first heat I played it kind of safe. I knew it was going to be a long day, so I didn't want it to fall too much. And then Jeremy Flores, my coach, is just like, Semi, now you just need to just go. There's no pulling back. There's no like holding back. You just got to go. And then I went, and it was an amazing heat against Tati. Like her 10 was a 20 and just insane conditions. And I don't know, I just had a special connection with the waves, like the place, the people, and Teahupo'o sent me the waves, and I just took them and surfed it.
Wahine, the world is yours. Our champion for the 2024 Shiseido. Wahine Fierro.
My dad would be psyched on those.
Yeah, before they were speaking, they were saying they earned it. Spa day. Spa day is coming.
Let's go. Now we need a couple spa days.
I know.
Well, there you go. It was a historic day for women's professional surfing. We crowned the champ with the wild card, Wahine Fierro, but performances through the charts from quarterfinals on this epic day. The swell continues to grow. And here we're going to get caught up with some replays from the elimination round, heat number 1. This is a 4.17, Jesse, for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, just to warm up, obviously. A lot of excitement building up towards this day, mostly with the women's stepping it up. I know the men's are fired up right now, and he started a little bit on the low side with a 0.5 and then had no priority, just swinged on a wave, smaller one, just to get the ball rolling and get it back up.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Again, we had an epic day, a historic day in women's professional surfing. Now we're in the men's elimination round. Kuiper Guerrero, Jesse Mendez on the call. We have 8 heats in this man-on-man elimination round. Winner moves on to the round of 16. We're going to reseed that round of 16, and then we will be set for finals day here in Tahiti. Swell looks good, forecast looks good, surfing's been incredible. Griffin Colapinto back in the barrel, looking for a second section, kind of outruns that one, but he's got an early lead right now over the Tahitian local, Mihi Manabre.
Yeah, that was one of those, oh, looks like Mihi now, just having a look. In between size, good choice not to go on that one, looked a bit crumbly, but Griff's probably gonna improve on that 4.17 or something around similar right there. Maybe a little bit more deep on that wave, and the wave was a bit more throaty, but he ran out into the closeout on the end right there, which is kind of sketchy when that happens. As you see right here, just behind, nice stall. Coming out, try to put on the brakes again, but the wave was just running down into a death trap right there. So smart of him just to doggy door, but beautiful style and approach for Griffin.
Yeah, Griffin Colapinto, you can see again from our Shiseido flight cam with Griffin Colapinto, just chipping away at it. Getting busy here as we transition into the men's elimination round. Griffin Colapinto, 6 years on the championship tour. He's had 4 starts in Tahiti as we catch up to live action. See a spinning green room of a barrel. There may have been a surfer in there. So Colapinto, 4 starts in Tahiti, but the best he's done really is a 9th place finish. So that's a loss in the round of 16, which is next. So this is one of the stops that Griffin's looking to improve upon. Mihi Manabre, on the other hand, that we just saw go with an incomplete barrel there. Jesse, Mihi Mana, he surfed his way all the way to the quarterfinals last year as a wild card.
Yes, and what makes Mihi Mana such a dangerous wild card is because he's an amazing competitor. He's been doing the Challenger Series for the past, I would say, probably 8 years or around that. And he's a fierce competitor, very solid, composed, and it looks like his board's going to go into the reef.
Yeah, leash test right there. Tahitian Water Patrol giving him a ride back for some backup equipment, and then they'll retrieve the board and broken leash. Let's see what happened to Mihi Mana, Jess.
Yeah, let's check this out. Nice takeoff. Ooh, just sitting a little bit too deep. That wave came growing throughout the west bow and knifed it as well as he could. Gave it a big pump, but he was way behind. On the other side, Griffin paddling on the channel right there was probably stoked that he was a little too deep because that was a very good wave.
Backup Chile surfboard for Mihimana Bray as he paddles back into the lineup. He'll be sitting under the priority of Griffin Colapinto. Colapinto holding a 4.77 and a 4.17 in his heat scores so far. Mihimana, you mentioned 8 years on the qualifying and challenger series, trying to qualify for the big show. Originally from more of the town side, the Papaete side of Tahiti, but moved out here to this region on Tahiti, Iti side of the island to really focus on this wave. And he's done his homework. He's out here surfing regardless of the conditions. And so that's really going to be paying off for him because he won the trials, Jesse, in not perfect Teahupo'o.
And that's the advantage those guys that are good competitors have on the trials when they're surfing in days that are not as clean as good, because they're going to be able to put the heat together a little bit better. Looks like he's looking for a wave.
Right back at it, under priority, finds a nice funnel there. So right back on it, and a nice recovery for Mihimana Bray. Let's go for Shiseido Water Report with Strider Wazalewski in the channel.
Yeah, thank you. So Mihimana, you know, he was underwater a long time, came up from the first one, had the board still there. Second wave drilled him again, broke the leash, came right back out to Joanne DeFay sitting on his board, and you know, obviously gave him the board, got the download from Jeremy Flores, and then straight back out into the lineup, and then scooped that little nugget from right underneath. You know, Griffin took a look at it, but you know, deemed it not being worthy of that, and went. That was a pretty sick wave. I've been watching free fall into that thing. It was hollow, square. Those are the ones you want. Those are the double ups on the inside. So a quick turnaround right there for Mihimana.
Yeah, and we'll wait for that score. We'll take another look at it here, Jess.
Yeah, nice inside ledge. He was a little bit in front. Not as deep as he was probably hoping for, but those inside ledges, when they come that west, they almost look like closeouts. So it's very easy to run the wave over. And also, you know, haven't surfed on that board probably today, so just feeling it out, getting the groove back, washing it off, the wipeout he had, and looks like Griffin lost priority, paddling back out, might have got a wave.
Yeah, it looks like Griffin, as we're going through those replays, Griffin Colapinto got his 4th wave in this heat, number 99, paddling back out with the Avatar airbender hairdo that he's been sporting lately. Take a look at the last wave from Griffin Colapinto.
Wow, nice inside ledge, beautiful technique, slowing himself down, coming out with the spit. That was perfect reading. As you see it right here, just that elevator drop, slowing himself down. You can see his front leg just doing touch adjustments, touching the wall and wiping the speed off. And that's what you want to do. You want to be a little bit slower than the wave and then speed it up so you can get deep enough. And Griffin just showing perfection right there.
Like the little hip wiggle that he had on there, hula hoop action on the backhand pig dog coming through that section. Probably his best wave so far in this opening heat of the men's elimination round. We're waiting for that score. Score for Mihimana Bray that checked in with a 4.47 on the comeback wave for Mihimana. Still one score owed to us for Griffin Colapinto. Another wave coming through here. Will Mihimana be interested in it? And the answer is no, but Griffin will say, hey, I'll take this one. Here we go. Griffin Colapinto again lines up, drags the body, disappears. Great speed management by Griffin Colapinto, so he's looking really comfortable out there. Nothing super spectacular. However, the consistency shows comfort to me, Jesse.
Totally, and I think he just doesn't want to get caught in that heat that Vahini and Tachi had with so many big sets. You kind of want to build your house and then be ready if those sets come, but you can't let time go by so much because there's 2 amazing waves on the inside ledge, and you just got to do what he's doing right now. Like every wave he's improving and getting better and looking more comfortable, and if a big set comes, he's going to be free, not much pressure, you know. And as you see it right here, just perfect stall. And this wave, the position in the wave came a little bit deeper, so he wasn't able to get as deep as a 6.5. So I believe it's probably going to be around his backup score. But beautiful technique as you see it, putting his leg to stall, wipe the speed off. Right here, using that side of the outside of his front leg. Beautiful technique. See his front foot? It's like on the inside half of the board. That's just to make sure his rail is going to stick to the water, because the wave has so much curve. If he keeps his foot in the middle of the board, most likely he won't be able to knife it as much as you can with that much energy. So beautiful technique there for him. And now the foot moving a bit forward to maneuver the board after the barrel. But yeah, that was great from Griff.
Previous wave for Griffin Colapinto was a 6.5. That wave that we just came out of replay from, a 5.5 for Griffin Colapinto. So slowly applying pressure to Mihimana Griffin Colapinto, building upon his scoreline. The Tahitian now needs a 7.53 to take the lead. He finds a wide one here, looks for the paddle, and he loses priority error to Mihimana, and that's going to hurt.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, he started applying pressure to you, and that plays it off on the opponent. You know, if your opponent doesn't have the nerves of steel at the moment, can commit little mistakes like the one he just did, and that might be a big tax for him as we see a wave approaching.
Yeah, the Southern California boa constrictor is all over Mihimana break, slowly applying pressure as this heat eventuates. Griffin Colapinto, high heat IQ and playing the game really well at the moment, Jesse.
Correct. He already sits on 12 points, so a pretty solid score for less than 20 minutes of the heat. And now he's actually going to be free and going to be able to do the decisions a little bit more calm. And he already warmed up. He's looking good. He knows what he's feeling. And let's see if he can capitalize on this mistake that Mihimana had.
Yeah, let's see. We got more information from the channel. Strider Wazalewski, what do you have for us?
Just checking in on like his pre-heat routine. So, you know, all that action was happening with the women and all that madness was going down. Some of the best surfing we've ever seen from the women out here. And he was working on his boards. I said, did you see all that? Yeah, I wanted to talk to him about it. He said, no, I wasn't trying to focus on it. I was trying to focus on me. I got to focus on my boards. I got to focus on what I'm doing. And he's actually just coming off of what he says was an amazing experience with Peva, where he's staying over here and they have the valley behind them and they had story time and really tapping into the mana of the place they're staying in and a lot of deep old stories, and he just had this really cool feel to it. So looks like he could be looking at this one right now. Here we go. Griffin Colapinto.
Colapinto pulls in, stretching barrel, still behind the current, comes through. So Griffin Colapinto slowly continuing to build upon his heat total here. Great wave selection, great execution, and great speed management.
Exactly, Kaipo. And that's exactly the question we're asking. Was he going to be able to capitalize with priority and with the mistake of Mihimana? And when you leave a yellow jersey, most likely they will. Like, you rarely see those guys committing mistakes, and mostly in conditions like today that are very perfect. And identify such a good wave that extended throughout the bank. As you see right here, nice and easy takeoff, gave him time to set up, and right there puts on the brakes. The wave keeps running. He's just the whole time deep, nice. Nothing so critical, but amazing executed. Check this out, look in the inside leg, 1, 2, 3 times, going through that fumble. Kind of that snowboard feeling that like you don't have much control and you wait for your fins and rails to engage again. He goes through right there and comes out clean. That's going to be a great score for Griff.
Yeah, Griffin, 6th wave ridden for Griffin Colapinto. Here we go. Mihimana pumps through this section. Whitewater in front of him. Fist pump there because he feels good and he feels like he's turning the momentum in this heat against Griffin Colapinto. So now we're waiting for scores for both of our surfers to see how that ends up situation-wise.
Yes, that was a great comeback for me. And right off the bat, like, I mean, sometimes you need the luck for the wave to come, but if you want a good answer to what Griffin is doing, that was it. That was very intense wave, doubled up. He was very deep. As you see right here, taking off, just little airdrop into the first bump. After the spit coming out, that's going to be a great score. That's going to be an amazing wave for him.
I look at this replay and I think about the contrast between the backhanders and the forehanders and the goofy foots, and like someone like a Griffin Colapinto's trying to slow down in the barrel, and Mihimano's doing the opposite. He's trying to pump and speed up as we look at this replay because he's coming from deeper.
Yes, it's just he was deeper in that situation right there, and I have a feeling that the judges like to see that better because it's more intense. You see the intensity on that wave. The way he went through the fumble, you could see on that side angle, it lifted him up even more than Griffin's wave. So that shows how much energy there was in that fumble. So, I mean, this is looking to be a great score for Mihi, and he's right back on the heat.
Mihimano, we're waiting for his score. Last score for Griffin Colapinto was a 6. So Colapinto with the advantage, Colapinto with priority, but yet we do not know the true situation because we're still waiting for that score for Mihimano Bre. We feel it's going to be the best single wave so far of this heat, and it sure does. It eventuates as a 7.17. So Mihimano now puts himself right back in the game. Just needs a 5.33 to take the lead. He's hearing the news right now.
Right back at it, and 5.33 today it's not that big of a task. There's plenty of waves, very consistent. But that being said, Griffin's one step ahead of him with priority now and could capitalize once again.
Here he goes, Colapinto deep on this one, way deep and too deep. So he's going to hand over priority and a big opportunity to the Tahitian.
Yes, a little bit of a mistake, and looks like Mihimano might approach for this wave. No.
Holds position, holds to priority, and then Griffin, nobody wants to see that. Giant white water on your head. What's that feel like, Jess?
Feels horrible. And let's just mention, like, he's probably on 4 foot deep of water right there, so you can get smoked. I feel like getting dragged underwater is not even the biggest problem here. It's just how shallow the wave is, and that's terrifying as well. Let's see. Oh, just made it right there.
Oh, so he made the decision, waved off Tahitian Water Patrol, and wants to paddle back out on his own rather than doing a lap around the channel. We'll see if that was a wise decision for Griffin Colapinto. And shaking it off here, makes it into clear water, all on his own accord. We're going to take a break right now. We'll be back with the conclusion of the elimination round. It's a tight race between Griffin Colapinto and Mihimano Bre. Mihimano with priority. Conclusion when we return.
Deuxième place, le bleu, avec un 7,17 et un 4,47. Le surfeur en bleu, Mihimano Bre, il a besoin d'un 5,33 pour reprendre la tête. Il reste un petit peu plus de 12 minutes. Priorité bleue.
The Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. By Hilton Hotel Tahiti, for the stay. And by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro.
Griffin Colapinto pulling in, pulling up, spit, and comes out San Clemente. Represent Griffin Colapinto as we come back from break. He's got the lead over Mihimano Bre. Wants to build upon wants to build upon that lead. Anything over a 6-point ride, he will do so. Mihimana break, catching up in the barrel, seeking an exit, and none to be found for the Tahitian. Kaipagura along with Jesse Mendez on the call here, and it's been an epic day so far here at the Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown.
Looks like the momentum just shifted again for Griffin, under priority. Just in the perfect spot for the west bow. Mihimana was having a look at it, but was a little too deep, and that's sometimes the tax you pay. Like, you either got to choose west bow or sitting a little bit deeper. You see Mihi on the left side of the screen, and look at this wave, how wide it got. Beautiful spit. The wave ate itself out. As you see right here, just perfect technique the whole heat, using his body to slow himself down. Beautiful wave right there. Look at this angle here where you're going to be able to see it. Just in front of the foam bowl right there, and coming out with a strong speed. And losing the rail right there. A lot of turbulence on the water, kind of sketchy. Another angle here from Griff. As I mentioned, look at his foot again on the inside rail, just putting as much pressure as he can to engage that rail and somehow pull that off, that very late takeoff he had. And he's looking at a healthy score right here and taking the lead. I mean, maintaining the lead, but applying more pressure to Mihimana.
Yeah, Griffin Colapinto's lead will grow because that last wave that came through is a 7.5 for Colapinto. And he has heat control with priority at the 8.5-minute mark. So complete control, building upon his scoreline, Griffin, and still maintaining priority over Mihimana. Takes a look at that one. We'll see if that was enough for him to lose priority as he peeked over the ledge, but it didn't look like he put in a concerted effort. Remember, on the judges' tower, we have a specific priority judge keeping an eye on our surfers. If you make an effort into a wave and do not go, you will lose priority. But I don't think that was the case there.
Yeah, I don't think so. You kind of got to make a commitment. It's usually pretty clear. You can see it right away. Mostly, if you're a professional surfer and used to this, you can tell it right away. Like, yeah, even the surfers kind of feel it when they blew it, that they kind of have too much of a look and lose priority. In that case, that wasn't the case for them right there. But you always got to keep an eye on, because sometimes you think a little too much and put too much effort, and all of a sudden you lose priority and your opponent's on the next big one.
Yeah. And it can happen so quickly out here. Griffin tapping on his wrist a couple times there. He's asking for a time update. He'll hear that he has 7 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in this heat, the lead and priority. So you would think it would be easy sailing for Griffin Colapinto, but Jesse, we've saw throughout the day today how heats can turn within the final minute because of the quick turnaround when sets do come back into the channel and back out into the lineup.
Yeah, definitely not an easy heat for him right now. If you think about it, Mihimana has a 7.17, and he only needs, but he needs a 6.84, so he's definitely capable of doing that. The advantage of Griffin right now, he sits with priority with 6 minutes and 50 seconds left, so he on this whole heat, he's been one step ahead of Mihi. Every time Mihi catches up to him, Griffin's on another better wave. So that was just because he built the foundation on the beginning of the heat very solid. So now Mihi had that mistake after Griffin 7.5 and gave the opportunity to Griffin really nail the coffin. Let's see what's happening.
Mihimana deep on this one. Deep, gone, in the barrel, spit. He comes out looking for the comeback here, and Mihimana did that under the priority of Griffin Colapinto. Let's go for a Shiseido water report. Strider Wazlewski, take it away.
Yeah, Mihimana just finding shade off that nugget right there. That was sick. I mean, he was deep. He was on the foam looking out at it, and he was on 1 foot at one point, it looked like, and just really driving through the barrel. So doing what he needs to do to get back, right back under the seat. You guys were talking about it swinging back and forth. You know, Griffin has got himself into a good rhythm out here, and he's catching waves underneath priority. Then Mihi catches a wave underneath priority. So it's amazing how quick things can shift out here, and each wave and identifying which one really is going to open up for you. Mihi doing a great job.
Jesse, really, you can see the difference in approach. This front side are just pumping through these long sections.
Yes, and like you see that fumble that he just went through right there. That just show how deep he was. It was a wave that was on the smaller side, but he got very hollow as you see it from a side angle. Like you can't see him for at least a second. That just shows how deep he was in that wave. And if I'm looking back at Griffin 6.5, it was a similar size wave, but this wave was more throaty, and in my opinion, he was deeper. So I see him turning the heat right now. Let's see what the judges think, but that was, in my opinion, a mistake for Griffin.
Well, let's see if Griffin's going to pay for that mistake. 6.84 is what Mihimana needs to take the lead off of Griffin Colapinto. 4 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. Judges continue to deliberate up on the judges' tower, taking a look at a couple of replays before assigning a number to that last ride. It's going to be, it could be a pivotal point in this heat, not just because Mihimana could take the lead, but also because of when it happens during the heat. This is happening in the final 4 minutes.
Yes, tricky situation. To tell you the truth, as much, it was a tough call for Griffin because that wave was on the smaller side. So you're seeing 8-foot waves today sometimes, 10-foot faces, and it was hard to pull the trigger, and Mihimana took advantage of it. Let's see what it turns out. It's going to be a close one, but yeah, let's see.
I feel Mihi's just kind of taking a page out of Gabriel Medina's book where, you can take those insiders, you've seen it before with Gabe, Jesse, and still execute on a score under priority. And that's a dangerous competitor when you can do that. Here he goes again. One more for Mihimana. Long wall, this one way deep. And a spin, and he comes out. That should certainly turn the heat.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, this is such a tough call for Griffin because once again, he caught himself like in that situation. Did he turn the heat or not? The scores haven't clocked in yet. And then even if he didn't turn it away before, this has to be the best wave of the heat because that was as deep as you can get on a wave.
Talk about an insurance policy, right? He took out a golden insurance policy. Maybe you get the score, maybe not. I want to make sure I do, and that's exactly what he did right here.
Just behind 1, 2, 3, 4 pumps is probably going into another one inside the barrel that we can't even see. As we see it right here. Nice takeoff, knifing in 1, 2, going through that fumble for a split second. Very deep, coming out with the spit. That was amazing, as deep as he gets.
Talk about taking out an insurance policy. Wise for him to take this wave that we're seeing in slow motion. We're waiting for the score on this wave, and it's almost like Mihimana knew in a way, because the previous wave for Mihimana comes in at a 6.83. Mihimana needed a 6.84. That previous wave did not do the job at 6.83, but we're waiting for one more score for Mihimana, and the feeling in the room is that's enough for Mihimana Bray, and here it comes through. The feeling was right, Jesse. Check out these numbers.
Yeah, that had to be the best wave of the heat, or close to the 7.5. The intensity of how deep he was, how long the barrel was, but it looks like there's a set behind, so Griffin's going to have a chance, maybe.
Here we go. 7.93 drops. Mihimana up into the lead. 7.61 the requirement for Griffin Colapinto. 90 seconds on the clock. Waves hitting the reef, waves on the horizon. Griffin on the paddle with priority. Yellow jersey. We're tracking him from the air, paddling deeper onto the reef. Now we're at sea level here. Gonna let the second wave of the set go. Maybe no opportunity. That was looking good from up top here, but it did not eventuate. Here we go. Colapinto. This is it. Pulls it straight from the takeoff. One more section. Yet another one. Griffin Colapinto fights his way out of that barrel, and that was a difficult, technical barrel. Griffin Colapinto pulling high and tight straight from the takeoff. Talk about an answer back and a fighting opportunity. Griffin Colapinto, that was incredible. Is that the number, however, Jesse?
That was so impressive from him. I think that was probably the best takeoff we had so far today. Like, as far as how late he was, how underneath. As he was taking off, still with his hands on rail, the barrel was already throwing on top of him, and he was able to slow himself down and get as deep as he could on that wave. It's a tricky one to call.
Because it wasn't a perfect, big, wide open barrel that we've been looking for, right? But the technicality.
As far as technical, it was the most technical probably barrel we had so far in this heat. But the wave came in that angle, more of a south angle, where it didn't open up too much and got intense on the end. But as far as how deep you can get, and I mean, how late you can take off on a wave, that was it. But
degree of difficulty.
That was, yeah, that's a close heat, man. They both surfed amazing. As you see it right here from the side angle, as he was taking off, the wave was breaking on top of him, and he's slowing himself down the whole time. But see it right there, like the whole time the wave wasn't wide open and intense as he was hoping for out here at Teahupo'o on a day like today. But man, that was a good ride from Griff. Very well done.
This is to compare, this is the 7.5. Remember, he's a 7.61.
See the difference of how steep that wave is and how throaty he got? Like, you can see it from the side angle. No chances of that wave ever clamping just because there's so much energy on top of this shallow water. The other one came, this last one came in a side angle that wasn't as he was probably hoping for, but it was the chance he had, and he did the most of it.
I feel it's a balance between the wave quality of the 7.5 was certainly higher, but the degree of difficulty, because the 7.5 was easy in, easy out. The wave we're waiting for did not have that wave quality to it, but the degree of difficulty was very high, and the technical tube riding was very technical. We're still waiting for the number.
I think this is going to be a good barrier breaker for us to realize what they're looking the most. They want that very thick, heavy waves that sometimes you're not as deep, but the intensity is there. Or you want those most technical waves that are obviously very tricky to do, but not as intense. So this is kind of going to set the tone for us right now.
Yeah, and the test is coming in low, so this is not going to be it. 7.07, Griffin Colapinto bows out. Yellow jersey is out of play for Griffin Colapinto. He's hearing the news right now, and the yellow leader jersey will be up for grabs here in Tahiti. Mihi Manabre continues again, the wild card. Another win, and that's a win for Tahiti in the elimination round to start off. Mihi Manabre into the round of 16 with a tremendous effort. More on the way when we return. Cole Hausman versus Leonardo Fioravanti.
Advancing to the third round. Voilà donc la série qui vient de se terminer, première série du round d'élimination des hommes. Qualification de Mihi Manabre qui élimine le numéro 1 mondial, Griffin Colapinto.
Mihi Manabre, the wild card, the trials winner, on to the round of 16. He has just defeated rankings #1, Griffin Colapinto. Griffin taking away a 17th from Tahiti. The yellow leader's jersey will be up for grabs here at the end of the road. And we're on to another heat in the elimination round. Heat number 2, Cole Hauschman coming up against Leonardo Fioravanti, Kaipo Guerrero, and Jesse Mendez on the call here. Your assessment of this heat?
That's a very good heat. Like, I mean, it's hard to call Cole in this condition, specifically at Teahupo'o because I've never seen him compete out here besides round 1. But not to mention, Leo Fioravanti, in my opinion, he's one of the best tube riders we have on tour and one of the biggest charges we have. So this is a big task for Cole. He's a very good tube rider. I've seen him multiple times since he was a Grom at Pipeline. But they're different waves, and it's experience counts a lot sometimes. So let's see how it plays out. But it's a big match right now.
Yeah, you mentioned Pipeline for Leonardo Fioravanti. In 2015, he broke his back there. Came back from that injury. Leonardo Fioravanti has dislocated his shoulder, had to come back from that injury. Leonardo Fioravanti has had tweaked his ankle, taken out his ankle previous to the start of the season, had to do a ton of rehab on that ankle. Even with that bad ankle, he surfed his way into the quarterfinals at Pipe. There's a guy with a lot of spirit, it's Leonardo Fioravanti. Remember, Leonardo, 2022, got cut from the championship tour. He came back viciously on the Challenger Series in 2022 to win that Challenger Series and get back on the championship tour in 2023, where he had his best year, finishing 9th in the world in 2023 out of his 6 years on the championship tour. So Leonardo Fioravanti, he's a story of spirit in his own right. Cole Hauschman, the rookie, the big guy, 6'3", 215 pounds of surfing power. Rookie on tour, coming into this event ranked number 8 on the rankings, and that's by way of a win at Bells. The rookie took out a big win in a final against his good friend Griffin Colapinto at Bells. And Cole Hauschman, that rare happening where you're a rookie and you take a win on the championship tour. So that proves to me that Cole Hauschman has what it takes, not just to stay on the championship tour, but for a potential world title.
And it's pretty crazy to think, like, how many years has Leonardo been on tour, and he's never took a win. And Cole just coming in the first year and in the first 5 events already taking a win. That's a big task. It's not easy to do, and not many people have done that before.
Yeah, let's take a look. This year, event number 4 on the championship tour. Warm up on the stairs, the iconic stairs at Bells Beach. And Cole, the Hammer Hauschman, hammered on the backhand through the Bells Bowl. Had a nice civil final with his good friend Griffin Colapinto, but he couldn't give up this opportunity to Griff. He took it all the way to the beach numerous times. Flow on the backhand, exceptional. And a win for the USA there at Bells, and an outstanding rookie performance by Cole Hauschman.
Paddle battle.
Scratching in the water, open priority between these two surfers. Deeper is Leonardo Fioravanti. We talk about how fiery Leonardo is. He's not going to give up the inside. Look at him guarding the inside position here. With that, geez, Mihi Manabre, congratulations. Another outstanding performance by the wild card, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Well, definitely, when you earned your shot into this event, you've been making full use of it. That's exactly what surf fans want to see, a wave-for-wave battle. What a show.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yeah, I'm super happy, you know. It's my second city ever at home, you know. I can feel the vibes, all the people here, this beautiful wave, and yeah, congratulations to Griffin. He was ripping too, he pushed me.
So I know defending your own backyard has got to be a huge feeling, but also taking out the current world #1 in a championship tour event. Does that give you some momentum moving forward?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a dream come true. I did it last year already against Felipe over here. Was one of the highlights, and yeah, to do it again this year, it's amazing. But yeah, I've been working hard, you know, for this moment, and yeah, Teahupo'o always, you know, give me so much, so I'm super happy here.
That tells me if you're in a yellow jersey, watch out for Mihi Manabre. Congratulations. I know you got a lot of friends and fans behind us here in the channel, but also at home watching. You want to give them a shout?
Yes, maruru tout le monde. Maruru tout le monde pour tout le soutien. Hein. On est ici, Tahiti Muaroa, et voilà, on va rien lâcher. Vahine, elle a montré la voie. Félicitations à elle, et voilà, on va essayer de suivre et aller jusqu'au bout. Mais merci à toutes les personnes qui me soutiennent, et Tahiti Mua. You!
Mihi Manabre, a titan from right here in Tahiti.
Oh, man. Yeah, you say Tahiti Mua. Forward Tahiti, I think. Imua in Hawaiian's forward, so I'm doing my best Tahitian translation. 27 minutes, 15 seconds, and still a little scrambling for position at the opening of this heat. Leonardo Fioravanti not wanting to give up the inside to Cole Hausman. And both of them maybe pushing each other too deep. What do you think, Jess?
Oh yeah, look at that wave. It's almost looked like Fiji because how far up the point they were. The wave was going for barreling for about 10 seconds, and they're definitely too deep. But that's what happens. Another wave swinging by, and it looks like maybe a third one because they're scratching out the back. Wow, that was a big West Bow one. So definitely a few opportunities lost for both of the surfers, but no one wants to give up that 8-point red to start. So
yeah,
that's the battle.
Can you be too competitive at the start, battling for the inside position? At what point does that backfire on you if you're missing waves?
I mean, it really depends on how mentally strong you are against your opponent, because it definitely plays in both heads. They both know they're missing waves right now. It's really up to who's smart enough to keep collective, keep calm, regroup, reset, and make sure, like, once you start doing that, you waste time on the heat. So you're going to have less opportunity for mistakes. So you really got to capitalize once you start going. And it looks like we're going to start right now.
Okay, Leo's going to take this first one. Snuck under. Cole needs to make this barrel to make it count, and he's just going to hand over priority now to Cole Hausman. So that battle for the inside will officially end, and we will start our priority rotation.
Yeah, and you know, that's great news for Cole, because that's exactly what you want to happen if you're sitting wider and letting your opponent have the priority and you're fighting for it. You wiped it a bunch of time. A good set came, they both missed, and then Leo came on this one, but the wave wasn't that great of a wave, and they were sitting a little bit too deep. So as you see right here, Cole just applies a lot of pressure and make Leo just second guess, which it helps on the decision. If you see, he looked back right there, and it makes you just think so much when you're in the wave that affects and plays into a big role on how you're going to surf the wave, and him right there just not pumping enough to go through that barrel.
Yeah, quick Red Bull jet ski ride across the reef and into the channel for Leonardo Fioravanti. Let's track him. You can see this going over the reef section. So these guys haven't hit the channel as of yet. It's a live reef here, by the way, which is really incredible. And, you know, we want to keep the reef health going here as well. Coral Gardner's doing a great job of perpetuating that. Here we go. Hausman in the house, comes through the exit door, and that's going to be a nice start for the rookie.
And to his advantage right there, he's able to catch a wave, paddle back out, and come back with priority still. So for him, it's a dream scenario, everything that's happening. Mostly if a very good set comes right now, he's going to be able to have a big lead gap in front of Leonardo.
Yeah, because that ski went all the way into the lagoon, taking a wide berth. So now they were hitting the deep channel, or ava, as you would say in Tahitian. And now back in that deep channel, through the flotilla, and there's a buoy that Leonardo will be dropped off outside there, outside of the actual competition area, and then he'll take a short paddle back to the peak. Replay here of Hausman.
Just smart surfing there for Cole. Not the best wave ever, but it's going to be a good backup, and he's going to come back with priority. You know, I'm positive that as soon as he saw Leonardo go to the lagoon, he was like, okay, now it's time for me to get a backup and come back with priority. Or if an amazing wave comes, I get a wave and come back with priority, because that's a big advantage. Start with the backup and having priority on top of the opponent.
Yeah, here we go with the scores coming in for Cole, so we can set the stage at a 5-point ride for Cole Hauschman and priority. The big unit, 23 years old, out of San Clemente, California. He's got a great story, Cole Hauschman. Just last year, March of 2023, he won his first QS event of his professional surfing career. He went on in May of 2023 to win his first Challenger Series event. In July, he won his second Challenger Series event. By the US Open last year, he had qualified for the championship tour, and by April this year, so basically a year later after, he already has won a championship tour event. This one, Leonardo Fioravanti finds it wide, finds the exit. Sneaky move by Leonardo Fioravanti, getting that wide west bowl, and now we got a game going.
That was so technical from Leo. He was so deep on that wave. It looked like, actually, in my opinion, looking from the front angle, that he was not going to come out of that, and somehow he just squeezed through it. Big smile on his face.
Talk about a sneaky move. Okay, got dropped off, did the slow roll, got the west peak. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, nice late takeoff. Didn't even give a chance him to pump in that first section because the wave was already just running down the line as fast as he can. Great, great way to identify a good wave on the corner right there. See that takeoff? Almost levitated a little bit. You can't see him in the barrel the whole time. He's going through the foam bowl once again. Cowboy ride right there for him. That was impressive. That was as good as he gets right there for that wave. Amazing effort for Leo, and that's going to be a great score.
Hanging on in the saddle of the bucket Bronco right there for Leonardo Fioravanti, and did not get bucked off. So we'll wait for that number. Smart surfing. You could see Cole, when we looked through that replay, too deep, looking over enviously at Leonardo Fioravanti, was just in the right spot. Hauschman holds on to priority, still has a 5-point ride, still waiting for the score for Leonardo Fioravanti. Your feeling on the score, above a mid-range?
It's actually going to be interesting to see because I've noticed he lost a little balance coming out of that barrel. So if the judges are quite taking a long time, I wonder if they're seeing if he was actually with control coming out or his foot was out and he was sitting on the board, because obviously his front leg was on the board, but with all that foam, it was kind of hard to see. But if you really slow it down and break it down, you can probably have a better look. But let's see it again. Look at that. He's like as deep as you can get. Looks like everyone's probably thinking he's not going to make it. And then all of a sudden he pops up again. But right here, see, once again, he kind of loses control. And this angle, you cannot see it, but it almost looks like he might be sitting on the board right there. But you can't really tell. It'll be interesting. I think the judges are taking their time to have a look.
Great pickup, Jesse Mendez.
See right there, like,
yeah,
he's like, look, he's
great
put
pickup
his
on
foot
that.
back on.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what the judges analyze from that. It's maybe that's why he was laughing coming back out. You know?
Yeah. Maybe he thought he fooled the judges. We'll see if the judges, what the judges thought about that. But that was a great pickup, Jesse. In that, you know, you sit down and you have to get back on your board. It's almost like laying down prone and getting back up. We've seen that before with Kelly Slater at Pipeline, where like, hey, at first everyone thought it was like 8+ ride, but then in further analysis, the goat, you know, sneakily fell down inside of the barrel, got back to his feet inside the barrel and came out, but they counted that as a no make. So we'll see if that's going to be the case with Leonardo Fioravanti. We're still anticipating the score.
The goat had a few of those. Obviously, the goat's ones that pipe was a little bit more intense because I think he felt like on his board and rode it laying down, which is crazy. Even harder to do than just riding the wave out. But obviously, you lose control and it's not a complete turn.
So analyze this one more time. Fioravanti in the barrel.
Right here is where that wave breathes, and he kind of loses control. See his foot? It seems, it seems off. It's so hard to see, man. Is it off? See, he kind of seems like he puts his foot back up. Interesting. It's definitely not a very controlled exit of a barrel, so that could penalize him. But also, I don't think he was completely sitting on the board. I think he was still with his feet on the board.
Deep on this one. Cole, big barrel, big spit, and he comes out with celebration. Flying kick out for Cole Hausman. Now remember, that's 6-3 of Surfer right there. Leonardo right behind him has to fight against the foam ball. This time the foam ball wins. So waiting for 2 scores for Leo Fioravanti, 1 score for Cole Hausman to set the situation. Replays here, starting with Cole.
Yeah, that was, I mean, as good as the first ledge wave gets. Look how hollow and how deep he was, coming out with this massive spit. This is going to be the best wave of the heat. Beautiful technique, double arm stall, just keeping at the arm there just to kind of make sure he's slowing himself enough, and in front of the foam bow. Perfect execution for Cole right there. That was a beautiful wave selection, first of all, because that wave was dreamy. As you see both of his foot are forward, give the extra stability, mostly going through that foam bow, which is that part that just went through right there, and coming out with the beautiful spit, and he already knows it's a great score.
So waiting for 3 scores to set the heat. Fioravanti paddling back out. And overheating, so he pulled his top off, and Leonardo's coach, the 2015 world champ Adriano de Souza, over there took the top, takes a spare board. What a support squad Leonardo has with ADS in his corner. He's been in his corner all year long. Previous ride, they were questioning for Leonardo Fioravanti. Coming up as a mid-range score as a 5.5. Still waiting for last score for Cole Hausman.
Yeah, so they obviously, that was a complete barrel that he had. But looking back at Cole's 5-point ride, very similar waves in size and how throaty they were, but Leo's way more technical and deeper. So I think he got penalized a little bit for not coming out as clean as he was hoping for. Because if he would come out clean, clearly in my head, his wave was going to be probably a point or a point and a half over Cole's first ride.
Waiting for the score for Cole Hausman, and he comes in at a 7.5. Hausman with the lead over Leonardo Fioravanti and priority. Can he hang on to that? We're going to find out. We're going to go froth it up with a Bonsoy brew break, but we'll be back with the conclusion of the second heat of the elimination round. You can go somewhere, but come right back, because you don't want to miss this one. Download TrueSurf, Apple Store, Google Play. You can play along. You can virtually surf Teahupo'o as well. We're in the action here at the end of the road. Men's elimination round. Heat number 2 is heating up between Cole Hausman and Leonardo Fioravanti, Caipogirl, Jesse Mendez on the call. Take a look at these waves hitting the reef. Here we go with Leo. Pulls in, gets a big pump, and gets gobbled up. Right behind him, look at the draw off the reef on this wave for Cole Hauschman. Hauschman off the bottom, big cavern, over the foam ball for the completion. Cole Hauschman. Absolutely loving it, Jesse.
You know the question that I asked you, like, what's gonna happen? What's Cole, like, is he capable of, you know, approaching as good as you can on waves of consequences at Teahupo'o, because he's done it at Pipe before, but that was just the answer for me right there.
Yeah, Cole Hauschman, his first surf in Tahiti happened just about a month ago when he came here to prepare for this event. Was met with a monster swell. Spent a few weeks here getting used to the reef and the lineups. Went home for a short while, get some new boards, put himself together. And obviously he did his homework. Here he is in the replay.
Are you kidding me? That's so deep. Like, hardly ever you can get deeper than that on that big of a wave out here at Teahupo'o, because the tube monster is going to eat you alive. That big pump, second one, just hanging on to dear life. You see him holding the wall pretty much with his left hand right there. See that big pump into a second one right there. The foam ball is going to get him, and he holds himself with the inside hand, and I mean, barely hanging on to his toes right there. That was so incredible from Cole, and what a beautiful wave he found. And as deep as he gets, this is going to be a massive score for him.
Getting over that troubled water, getting over all that foam right there. That was excellent surfing in my book. And he gets an excellent score of 5.97 for Cole. The big man with a big score and a big lead over Leonardo Fioravanti. Cole Hauschman has the Italian combo. You can call it an Italian combo at the moment. A 17.07 two-wave total that Leo needs. Look at the big numbers from the judges here.
I mean, well deserved. Like, that was close to perfection. As thick as a wave gets, as this size and as deep as you can get on that wave, and the intensity was there. The intensity that you asked the question, is he gonna be able to make this wave or not? You see a lot of 7-point rides and you're like, oh, he's gonna make this wave. It's kind of obvious. This one, he keeps guessing yourself. And talk about heat rhythm. Because of that start of Leo, of them fighting themselves, putting themselves deep, Leo went on that first wave, had to go to the lagoon. Cole started strong with the 5 and a 7.5 and just kept building throughout the whole heat, and now at a 9.57, putting Leo in a very tough situation right now, but he's up and riding.
Looking to fight back, and Leo Fioravanti comes through a big barrel of his own and likely to break the combo with that ride and tighten things up. Here we go, Cole Hauschman continues. Punches out the back, wants to hang on to heat control with the lead and wants to make sure he hangs on to that priority here in the final 9.5 minutes.
Yeah, he still needs to play a smart heat, because Leo's last wave was very, very good, and he's back on the heat in my opinion. Obviously, even if he breaks the combo, like, it's still going to be a big task, because he's going to be looking at a massive score, but we've seen plenty of them today already, and Leo is definitely capable of.
Leo Fioravanti here.
Nice wave right there, slowing himself down very deep, coming out with the speed, with the spit. Once again from this angle here. Beautiful ride from Leo. Just over the foam bow, going through, coming out clean.
Look at the draw on this wave. Explain to us what's happening at the bottom. This is Cole's 9.57.
Yeah, so like when a wave this big hits this shallow waters, it draws so much water off the bank, and it creates that tension that you can see it in only a very few places would get that tense and that clean, and Teahupo'o is one of them. Almost losing his inside rail on that first bottom turn, but just regaining, and look at the intensity on that barrel. Like, basically the foam, it's eating the barrel out, and he somehow finds a little room there, a high line to go over and come out very clean. So that was so impressive from him. Obviously, you can't compare Leo's last wave with this wave, but if you compare it with the backup, it's going to be right there in my opinion.
Leo under priority, takes this one. Nice stall, controls his speed to get behind the curtain. Paced approach, through a little bit of foam there for the exit. Previous wave for Leo Fioravanti. He broke the combo with a 7.6. Cole Hausman here. Hausman stalls off the takeoff. Again, adjusts his speed, adjusts his line, hits the gas pedal, comes through there, and looking to improve upon a 7.5. The rookie gaining rhythm here.
Yeah, and he looks comfortable. You see how stoked he is and finding a good rhythm. But it's still very dangerous heat because there are 10-point rides out there today, Kaipo, and it's just a matter of fact of Leo being in the right spot because he's not going to be afraid of swinging.
Yeah, Leo Fioravanti, a fearless surfer, and he's going to earn himself priority in this final 7 minutes. We can see as we track the two surfers paddling back out to the takeoff spot. We'll be waiting for the last score for Leo. We'll be waiting for the last score for Cole to see where we're at in this heat. So one score owed to us for both surfers. We're going to review those one more time on the replay, starting with Leo.
Yeah, Leo's wave, it was a nice wave, but it's not going to matter and play a factor in this heat. As you see right there, the wave starts a bit not so hollow, a bit on the tighter part, and then this wave is kind of like Gabriel-ish type of wave that he grabs out here. Those waves that come very deep and run down the point, but I don't see the intensity as well. I don't see that's going to better his situation. It's going to be a good score, but long barrel, but I think it lacked a little bit of intensity for what we've been seeing the last few waves.
Mayhem board for Cole Hausman, looking really maneuverable. Had multiple pumps in that barrel to gain speed through those sections.
Yeah, definitely. A big kid too, so it helps, you know, like there's so much energy out there today. So the more weight you have on top of your board, the more solid you're going to be on it. And that's, I mean, he's looking as good as he gets.
All right, so the last score for Leo is a 5.9. He's still chasing a 9.48. However, we're still waiting for the score for Cole Hausman. Cole Hausman can put Leo into a two-wave combo depending upon the score that drops next for the San Clemente surfer. We're still waiting for that number.
I kind of see a little bit of position change. You see Leo is sitting a little bit further out the back, mostly looking probably now. See, there's a big gap, and for a wave like Chopu, like Teahupo'o, it's a big difference for you to be seen that far out. That means he knows he needs a 9.48, yeah. So he's going to look for a big wave, and hopefully one of those waves that came on the semis for the women's or the finals, those big throaty ones comes his way, or even something close to what Cole got, and he can capitalize on, because that's what he needs right now. It's simple path in front of him, but very hard to execute.
Yeah, and we know for a fact that there's 10-point rides out there today, because we already saw Tatiana Weston Webb with a 10-point ride today. So we know the scale's there, and we know that it's possible because the waves on offer are just incredible. This is the day we've been waiting for. We've been waiting pretty much an entire week through this window, this event window. We got that first day over, but you know, we've had multiple lay days in anticipation of today, and today has fulfilled all of that anticipation. Cole Hausman, a 7.67, so he slightly improves upon his heat total, not quite comboing Leo Fioravanti, but puts Leo needing a giant score, a 9.64.
Yeah, making even trickier, which in Cole's side, the more you can improve, the better it will be. Obviously, he didn't improve by much, but it was a great ride for him. I thought compared to his 7.5, he lacked a little bit of intensity. The 7.5 was a little bit more throaty. He got very deep, but the other was 7.67. The wave stretched out a bit more. He was inside the barrel driving through for longer, so the judges liking that more for this situation. And we got a great heat, 3 minutes and 30 left. Let's see, hopefully they get a big set and both of them can get an opportunity each.
Yeah, you know what's been improving for me for Cole Hausman is just his confidence. As a rookie coming in, I mean, I think after the first, he had a lackluster start of the season, Cole did. And with that lackluster start of the season, sometimes you have some doubts, you know, 33rd, that's a dead last place at Pipeline, then a 17th at Sunset. So started to question himself, right? Put his head down, had that win at Bells, and I think that was just something that gave him the confidence, like, look at, I belong, came here, did some homework, and I'm sure, you know, if he advanced out of this heat, and he's looking really good right now, that's going to be even more of a confidence builder for a rookie.
No doubt. Mostly after those 2 first events, he came in with the highest seed coming out of the Challenger Series because he won the Challenger Series. So he dropped a lot right there. So you start matching against guys that are tougher in the draw and have a better momentum throughout that specific year. So it was good to see him somehow fight back and dig deep and have that big win against Gabriel and go into a row and win the event, beat Griffin on the finals, huge names, and that gave him confidence to be where he's at right now.
We're at the 2-minute mark, priority with Fioravanti. Game's not over. Leo's got it in him. All he needs is a big set. Needs to go near perfect. 9.64 is the requirement for Leo Fioravanti. 1 minute and 40 seconds on the countdown. And the rookie looking pretty sweet at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one for Leo. If 1 minute and 30 seconds left, you can't see much on the horizon. And obviously, waves here kind of pop up out of nowhere because they come from such a deep water.
And you talked about Cole's journey and being the number one on the CS and the seeding involved. Just mind you also, for everyone watching, is that when we get into the next round, we reseed this next round of 16. So coming after this elimination round, we're going to reseed, and depending upon who's winning, who's losing. Cole Hauschman is the number 8 seed currently. We already saw the number 1 seed is out of competition. If we see any more of that kind of stuff, someone like Cole, as a rookie, can move up that seeding order and give himself a better seed or better matchup in the round of 16. We'll have all those answers by the end of this round. We have to wait till the end of this round to go through all the seeding, but that's another thing as we talk numbers, is another factor on, you know, exactly how important your rankings matter, especially in the back half of the season.
Totally, and this is a big loss. I think Leo would come here very confident as well. He's such a good tube rider, amazing competitor,
and a great sportsman.
Yeah, he is. He really knows how to separate competition and whatever personal life. So he understands he has his mistakes and things didn't go his way and move on to the next one.
Yeah, he's already, you know, given a handshake to Cole Hauschman. Great sportsmanship by Leo Fioravanti. Great barrel riding by Cole Hauschman. Hauschman, look at the giant heat total, 17.24. On to the round of 16 for Cole Hauschman. We're on to a break. We're going to come back with Joe Felicity and Ross Williams. Don't go anywhere.
From Australia, Jacob Wilson, and blue from Brazil, Yagodora. I just remind you, 35 minutes. And for the previous is, congratulations to Cole Hauschman, advancing to the next round. Voilà donc dans la série qui vient de se terminer. Félicitations à Cole Hauschman, l'Américain, qui se qualifie pour le prochain tour en éliminant l'Italien Leo Fioravanti. Et nous venons de commencer à l'instant la série qui oppose le Brésilien Yagodora en bleu à Jacob Wilson, l'Australien en rouge. Et voilà la première vague de l'Australien en rouge. Première vague tout de suite pour commencer cette série.
Flashing back to last season here at the end of the road, we had some big heats go down and the wave was going below sea level quite a few times. Yago Dora and Jack Robinson had to meet in a really crucial matchup for both of them. It was pretty wild to see them, two good friends under the same coaching of Yago's dad with a lot on the line, and Jack ended up going all the way in that event. And now a rematch, as you see Ross Williams on set with us. I'm Joe Chappelle, Felicity Palmatier. Thanks for joining us, Ross. You've had a pretty rad morning. First, going to the 10-point ride for Tatiana Weston Webb. I know that meant a lot to you and the entire support crew.
Super emotional. It was a crazy heat. We always knew that Vahine was going to put together two big scores, and of course she did. And out of the whole field, you know, you could argue that Tati and Vahine, every time a big set wave comes, they're going to spin and go. And so we knew it was going to be a tough heat, and she delivered that 10. It was insane, dedicated to our dear friend Greg Browning, which was really nice. Just a game of inches out there at Chopes. You know, that backup score for Tati, the first wave of the heat, was close to being an 8.59, something like that, had she came out of that barrel successfully. So real close heat, but I'm really proud of her.
Yeah, it just didn't look like she lost. Just the way, the look she had on her face. The game changed in pro surfing, one of the best heats I've ever seen on tour. As we dive into this one, Yago Dora getting his first wave against his good friend Jack. Nice hollow cylinder running down the reef, and he'll hop out. And as you can see, Jack already got a start during the break. We'll get caught up here in just a moment here. The Yago looking smooth, coming into stop number 6 in the last spot to qualify past the midseason cut. As we see how Jack did on his opener flick.
Yeah, this is Jack's 6-point ride, opening wave, first wave of the heat, tucks in, gets a pretty nice little tube there. And I'm sure, I mean, Jack would have been just rubbing his hands together this morning. I mean, Jack just thrives in conditions like this. He has such a good read in these sort of barrels. Loves waves of consequence, loves waves that are really steep. Great technique, great read. Just love where his front arm is positioned there. He's got a sort of forward of his body, not back. So, yeah, nice little opener and nice exchange between the two boys.
Yeah, great one to start. What about Yago's wave, Ross?
You know, what's interesting about this wave is it's not the longest barrel in the world, but it really demands a high level of surfing, especially in terms of going fast, going slow, stalling, letting go, riding high, getting low. It kind of requires 3 or 4 different techniques all in a 4 or 5 second barrel. This heat is really interesting because Jack's on his backhand, obviously, Yago's on his forehand, both young, right at the peak of their career, and they do so well at those things I just mentioned. They're really good at speeding up when they have to out here and slowing down when they have to, riding high. Like, they're just real high-level barrel riders. So, I mean, Joe, I think it's just going to be about that rhythm and who can get in line with that big slab when it comes in.
It's Yago's turn as he's already stalling, arm barring the face. Good speed management, a short ride in the barrel, but well executed again. Yago's opener, a 4-point ride, and 2.01 will give him the lead over his good friend Jack. I suppose, Ross, we talk about this all the time. You know, when you have the same coach, same heat, one thing that is always usually the same, it's awkward. You know, it's one of those things you're like, hey, we can't avoid it, and let's see how you guys do.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, and Yago's dad had to bail. He had to go home, so he is not here. But Jack does have Bemi in his corner still, so he's a little bit of an ace up his sleeve there with having some support in the channel. But, you know, these guys, it's so simplified at Chopes. You really need to get into a rhythm, get your backup scores right away, and just sort of see how the chips fall. So I don't see a real huge advantage of terms of coaching out here today. But, yeah, it's kind of a fun, emotional battle out there between these two.
Ran into Jack and Bemi having lunch yesterday. A spot called Maui, one of Ross's favorite restaurants on the island. But, Flick, it's interesting. You say hi to Bemi, you see what they've been up to, and I never know if he's being serious or not. Have you been able to figure that guy out?
Oh, no, I'd have to just echo what you say. I mean, he's always smiling and joking about just about everything. So it's like, hang on a sec, was that a joke or was that actually real? I don't know. Hard to get a good read on them, just like Jack too.
Has Bemi ever played a prank on you, Ross?
No, you know, we don't hang out that often, but if he has a sarcastic dry wit, I'm in. I love it. That's my favorite.
Yeah, I can't believe you guys haven't gone on a surf trip by now. You guys would have the best time ever.
I need to hook up.
Every video I see is Bemi making Bede Durbridge laugh this whole week, and Micro's just filming Bede's head, and Bemi's just feeding him lines. They've just been laughing quite a bit. Obviously, they have a lot of fun, but Bemi's an incredible surfer, longtime competitor, and a big supporter for Jack and Iago over the years. You see them hanging out together at the Pipe House that was previously owned by Jerry Lopez, and they've had a lot of great trips together. Jack goes into this heat 2-0 over Iago. They had that emotional heat here last year when Iago had hopes for a Final Five berth last season.
Yeah, that was a really exciting heat. I mean, Iago, I actually looked at that quarterfinal before coming in the booth, and Iago actually had the highest single wave score. He had that 7, and he was looking to back it up, but he just couldn't find a backup. And Jack actually ended up getting through that heat with basically 6 5s, right? And I mean, it was right there for Iago. He still was in contention to, making that Final Five at Trestles and surfing for a world title, where Jack just went on and got the win.
Let's take a look at that vision while they're still sitting waiting for sets. Someone's looking interested here. Let's see if Iago holds his position. Jack holding priority, moving his spot out the back, so we'll wait to see if something's drawn off the reef. Jack Robinson trying to go back-to-back with his event titles here at Teahupo'o. Robinson pulls right in, lets go of some speed, and gets puffs out into the channel. Little down carve to celebrate. That'll go at the 6, and he'll put himself right back into first. Always looks calm. Always looks comfortable, Ross, and waves of consequence.
Yeah, I think probably one of my favorite things about Jack and how he competes is his energy. He's got super high level energy. He's always kind of fist pumping, and his body language is sort of like a throwback like Kelly Slater, where he's always sort of adding a little bit of drama, and he does a good job right here. He's about to come out and he slows down just for that half a second. A little bit of a butt drag right there. You can see looking into the barrel, watch it right there, this front knee, just an extra element right there. And he's good at those little extras to get, you never know, you know, you could win by 1/10 of a point.
Another good look inside the pit right here, Flick.
Yeah, I've got to agree with everything Ross you just said. I mean, most people wouldn't be able to do that and prolong that period of time in the barrel. It was so well done from Jack. And he just has this sense of ease about him, though. I mean, I know he's got a lot of, you know, energy when he's out there, but also he's the kind of guy that, I mean, we saw him do it last year here. He can sit for 20 minutes, right? Nothing will come through, or you're thinking, whoa, he's sat for a long time. We'll get back to that. He looks like he's having a look now.
Jack Robinson again, driving super deep in this cave. There's a ton of spit, but unfortunately, he went down. There was a lot of pressure coming out of that barrel.
That's that West Bowl bonus right there, paddling back out, you guys. And, you know, you can get a couple of 9s out here in seconds. If you get lucky and that West Bowl comes at you when you're paddling back out, it's a real bonus.
A lot of anticipation for this day for competition after some late A's, some smaller surf, knowing that this Southwest swell is going to show itself. How is the intensity out in the channel today and getting things started this morning?
It feels good. It's definitely you know, a lot of adrenaline. Everyone's trying to manage their energy. A lot of deep breaths in the channel. Huge, beautiful pump there from Jack, by the way. I thought for sure I had all my money at him coming out of this barrel. You can see right here, he let go, then grabs because he knows he's going to touch the foam ball. And that's the weird thing about, you know, Teahupo'o. It's like all you need to do is just touch that foam ball and you get evaporated. You can't get super deep like you can at even Piping Backdoor, or especially Indonesia, places like that. You can get really tucked back. At Chopes, there's just enough room in the barrel to be right in the honey hole for the judges. And you obviously can't be in front of the barrel. And if you get too deep, you're smoked as well. So it's like a real precise type of surfing.
It's a fine line, huh? Getting as deep as you can. And we got to see some cool lines from Kelly over the years. How high he is actually allowed to go out there is really phenomenal, where he can actually avoid the foam ball to stay as deep as he can. But it's the select few that can really master it, obviously, like Kelly does.
Yeah, definitely. I think that last wave from Jack, I mean, I was on your page, Ross. I thought he was coming out for sure. I mean, obviously, like you said, it just reiterates how much power there is on this wave.
Yeah.
I mean, it is insane the kind of energy that it moves at and the speed that it's moving at as too.
I mean, you can get big scores in relatively small waves out there because they're so drawn off the reef. They're real boxy. And I was telling Tati that too this whole morning, like, hey, don't neglect the insiders. They're real boxy. That's what the judges care about. They have a lot of drama. They're late drops. The shape of the barrel means a lot out here.
We were able to catch up with Jack Robinson to talk about the biggest change in his life.
All these people say they're grateful for life, but if once they have a baby, then you really know what the kind of meaning is for life. So it's a whole different level of life, I would say. And it's a different fulfillment. Everything you do, even if it's little things, I would just do things and just not even think before. But now I'm like, oh, I get to go surf, and like when I would go surf before, I was like, oh yeah, another surf. Now I'm like excited to go surf even more. So that's special. And even maybe on the tour, people get a bit complacent, maybe like doing the same thing for so many years. So bringing something new and gives me a different perspective on life. And it's not, you know, maybe if you're just competing and you're just focused on competing always and that's your life only, it might burn you out a little bit. So if I could combine the two, the family and the competing, then this could be a good combination.
Traveling with his wife, Julia, and his baby boy named Zen Robinson. Watching his dad compete now, driving to this one, Iago Dora. This one stretched out beautifully, and how about the stylish look back? That one felt good for the Brazilian, chasing an 8.57. Another one right behind it is Jack Robinson. Grabs the rail, let's go. Drives, grabs it again, and he comes out perfectly off the bottom and kicking out. This is why we come to Tahiti. You're hoping the waves are going to be as good as this. Two good friends pinching themselves, going blow for blow. Ross, how good is this?
Here we go. And you know, when these sets come in right now, it really is the perfect size. It's not too scary, but it's big enough to make you think about it. And you can see these bigger waves, they draw off the reef so nice. That was a real butter drop there for Iago. And you know, I want to give Iago props too. He's been one of my favorite surfers on tour for the last couple of years. He's so high level. He's got good style. He's really good in the air, and he's a great barrel rider. So he's going to be knocking on that top 5 for the next several years.
I love that. I mean, the way he came out with so much style there and grace was really cool too. Different sort of claim that we've seen all morning, all afternoon, and then right behind him was Jack. I mean, that pump right there was so technical. He grabbed the rail, he let go as he pumped, and then he grabbed the rail and set his line again. I mean, this is just really technical. And on your backhand, I mean, Iago had moments on his too where he had to reset his line and pump down the line, but Jack did as well. And on your backhand, I mean, with your back facing the wave, it's just super technical. I also like how Jack came out of that barrel and sort of drew that down line, like that down carve almost. Something that Kelly does out here a lot too. And just super stylish.
Yeah, it looks good with all that speed. You're always curious, you know, how much is this finishing move really gonna help out the score when it's like this, where you're looking for big barrels. But if they actually lay it down with a combination, you know, that makes us feel good. It's got to make the judges feel good.
I think it sort of speaks to the control you have when you come out. Because a lot of guys, when they come out, they might just head straight for the channel. But if you can come out of a barrel like that, that's heaving with that much power and energy, but you have the ability to make it look like you have so much control that you can wash the speed off like that, sort of like a real cementing thing in the judge's mind of like, whoa, that person has control.
Yeah, and Iago getting to 8.17, and you know, you gotta just keep surfing out here because it really comes down to how long you're in the barrel. See this west peak, and he's gonna be a little too far behind it. And Iago, that was well spotted by the judges because Iago had a big bottom turn into just a touch longer barrel. And that rhythm means everything out here. Both these surfers will maximize a wave out here, but you gotta be in rhythm for it, and you need that longer barrel to squeak through the heat.
Locking into this one, Dora, nice lunge into the pit. He'll make it without a problem. He can't help but look back. He's having a blast. Probably the most fun he's had in a heat this year. He's had some challenging moments this season, almost fell off at the midseason cut, especially following his best season to date in 2023. And what a way to get your rhythm back in perfect barrels at the end of the road. 8.17 previous. We'll see where this one goes. Flick, what'd you see?
Yeah, this was epic. He just lunged underneath that lip, and I mean, it was just beautifully done. He was so deep, and all it took was just that one big bottom turn. I mean, this is going to back up the 817 just beautifully. So, yeah, just keeping that rhythm going and that momentum.
There was a ton of energy in the lead up to this event because it was pumping, it was bombing, and a lot of the world's best were here getting their free surfs in, and some saying they got the best wave of their life as we see this one pull off the reef. Jack holding his position. Just thinking about the progression of charging on this wave and the amount of surfers that are incredibly brave. I mean, we can't even count anymore how many guys are willing to put their head down and go out here, Ross.
Yeah, and it's really draining. You know, to me, this is such an important event because, you know, we get really fixated on tour about performance. It's about how you can manufacture a heat win, how you can do a big air, big power turns. But at Chopes, you know, it really does feel like a big wave event. And you have to maintain your emotions. You have to keep your nerve throughout. It adds a whole new, very, very difficult element to competitive surfing.
Big heat win for the rookie. Cole Hausman eliminating Leo Fioravanti. Hausman is with Chris Cote.
Well, second trip to Tahiti, second heat ever in your life out here. And you just got one of the best waves of the day, the best wave of your life. What's it like to have a dream come true in front of the world?
Yeah, it's pretty much what you dream of when you come here. And when you think you're coming to Tahiti, surfing the CT, you're hoping to get waves like that. So, yeah, definitely probably the wave of my life, and if not the biggest barrel of my life. And yeah, it's what I dream of, so I'm super stoked. I was scared I wasn't going to make it, but it worked out.
Now, you could see into that barrel. It was violent. It was treacherous. You were hanging on with everything you had. Describe what that ride was like from beginning to end.
Yeah, I just caught like a medium one before, and I was paddling back out, and Leo swung on the first one, and I was like, oh, that's going to nug. Like, he's going to get a huge score. And then I just kept paddling, so I was like, maybe there's a second one, but I was paddling out to it because I wasn't in the spot, and the thing just came up out of nowhere, and I was like, I knew I had to swing because it looked like the biggest wave of the day, and I was kind of in the spot, so it wasn't like perfect positioning, but I just swung on it last minute and then just got to my toes, and by the time I looked up, I was like, oh, I'm way too deep, but I just gave it like one big pump, and you go so fast here that that's all you needed, so I just one big pump, and I just tried to like channel my inner Slater, and I went as high as I could on the wave, and then I just somehow rode the foam ball down and came out, put my hands in the air, claiming it a 10, but got a little carried away with my claims, but it was wave of my life, so 10 for me.
You deserved all those claims, no doubt. Well, what's better than getting one near-perfect ride out here at Teahupo'o, getting multiple near-perfect rides? Are you ready for what's about to come?
Yeah, I'm excited. I don't want to set my expectations too high, but this is what we dream of, and hopefully the swell looks good, and we'll have an epic finals day tomorrow.
Cole Hausman moving on through in a big way.
Very impressed, Chris Cote. His first trip here was about 2 weeks ago, before the event started. He came here before that big swell, did a little strike mission with a buddy of his from San Clemente, got some great barrels, and came back and was prepared for the wave of his life. Big heat win for Cole, moving on to the round of 16. Iago still leading over his good friend, Jack Robinson. Right back for more right after this. Get ready for an incredible edition of The Pulse. This features a perfect 10 from Tatiana Weston Webb. That happened during one of the best heats of all time. A future WSL vault when we look back at this entire heat, but a very impressive performance on this wave. A 10, her best wave ridden in a jersey here at Teahupo'o and dedicated to her good friend, Greg Browning. Everyone was on their feet. It was one of those automatic feelings. You knew it was going to be a 10. Her coach, Ross Williams, incredibly proud. And the winner of that heat, though, was Vahine Fierro. She was able to bounce back after Tati got that score, and she is officially the queen of Teahupo'o. She was already getting called that before the win because of how amazing she is on this wave, winning for the first time for the Tahitians, and the wild cards have come incredibly close. Vahine making it official earlier today, and then Mihimana does it again. Last year went on to the quarters, got past world #1 again in back-to-back seasons. And Griffin was surfing incredibly well. Mihimana 7.93. Griffin got this score, tried to manufacture the score, did great job stalling, but just wasn't quite heavy enough to get the number. 7.07. Mihimana moving on into the round of 16, upsetting world #1. And then Cole Hausman, we just heard from him. He said it was a 10 in his mind. Best wave of his life. 9.57 with the jersey on over the foam ball. That's one of the waves of the contest. You always wonder what these rookies are going to do when they come to this event when it's pumping, and Cole just showed the world what he is capable of. As we get back into this one, heat number 3 of the elimination round, putting the head down is Jack Robinson, looking to go back-to-back and getting blown out of another pit. How many times have we seen him do this, Flick?
Oh, he could honestly do this with his eyes closed. He's just spent so much time in waves like this, and I mean, he's got a bit of a job in his hands right now, though, because Iago has put together a pretty good heat, especially sitting there with that 8.17. So Jack chasing 7.68 now for that last wave. I mean, I think I've just got to go back to what you were saying, Ross, that it's just going to come down to who finds the slabbiest, biggest wave in this heat, because both of these guys are just so good.
Hey, you're splitting hairs. For something that's really good for Jack here that bodes well is this is a big wave. This is a set wave right here. The judges will take that into consideration. He did a nice job getting deep back in the barrel, but it was a very short barrel. So that's the one thing that you would really try to pick apart here and keeping his score from going too high. But he probably will get the score. What does he need? A 7.68. It's right there. You know, it's a big set wave. He got deep, but it was a very short barrel.
Ross, you're a really good age for this conversation. I mean, you're aging well, I should say. But no, going back to
we're going with this.
Oh, thank goodness Iago's riding this way. Here we go, driving down the line. Oh my goodness, incredibly deep, and he takes his biggest wipeout of this matchup. There's Dora right there popping up.
That was a 10 if he came out.
Wow. You can probably see him thinking. He knows the scale really well. He knows what his 8.17 felt like, and just going a little bit deeper, trying to make this one flick.
Yeah, this thing was insane. I mean, he was so deep there, but he did a really good job to really pump through that section. I'll see if we see his board. You can just see him there. He was right there. Almost rode out in front of that foam ball, but he was teetering with that foam ball for a while, sort of wrestling with it. That was super close.
Yeah, this wave is like Frankenstein, right? It's so thick, and you have this huge lagoon that meets the Pacific Ocean, right? And so you have all this water drawing like a river rapid into this open ocean swell. So you have two forces meeting each other that kind of goes below sea level. Everyone always mentions that, oh, this wave goes below sea level. I don't know if it actually does, but it certainly feels that way. But because it's so boxy and square, when the lip lands, it splits the water in half. And that foam ball is not your typical foam ball where it's sort of fluffing through the barrel. It literally is a floor that just opens up, and you get dropped right down to the reef. So that's what, again, that's what we talk about. There's a fine line between staying deep for the judges and getting blasted by that foam ball.
Great breakdown, Ross. Last score for Jack, a 7.87. He did get the lead, and then we go to the fall for Dora. Incomplete, but wow, what a wipeout that was. Jack will have the lead and priority. Dora needs a 6.87 to continue on to the round of 16. I was thinking, Ross, for you and your generation, that's where I was going with that.
Oh, man.
When this event really was put on the calendar, the whole world was just scratching their heads on like, what is going on? Can you really have a contest out here? This was like late 90s, you know, the momentum generation, you guys are in your prime. Everyone's looking to you and your friends to be like, can they do it? And then let's go from there. I mean, what was that like showing up here and going, hey, I better put my head down and figure this out?
It's really interesting because I remember being very excited coming to Tahiti, but I'm going to be honest, it wasn't my cup of tea. Like growing up on the North Shore, I was very comfortable with big waves. I loved my whole life big waves, but a shallow left-hander on the reef is a different animal. It's really a special thing, just like pipe. And you either really want it or you're timid. And I was always in a timid category, but you had guys like Andy leading the way, who's just an animal, like not even caring when a set wave came in. And he sort of like showed everyone, this is how you do it. And that was, what, 98, I believe? I think me and Danny Wills had a heat together. I don't even know if I won or he won, but we both had like under 2 points. We were just dodging 10-footers. And yeah, it was literally like watching aliens land on the planet Earth. We didn't know what kind of surf contest we were dealing with.
Well, to give you guys credit, it just hadn't happened before. There wasn't all this tape and guys leading the charge and the playbook that's being handed down to this generation. It was all just breaking ground for the first time.
There was the Gotcha Pro, I think, and it was Conan Hayes and
Kobe.
And Kobe had that super controversial close heat, and the waves were big. Andy was ripping at that event, I remember. And so that was a QS, a small QS. And I remember everyone saw it and we're like, whoa, this is going to be on the calendar next year. We're all, you know, pooping our pants.
all the media reports that you could find from that old Gotcha Pro in the 90s, all contest officials are going, can we really send these people out there? I mean, because it hadn't been done yet. There's these backless, powerful mutants coming through, and it was a game changer, and it was an opportunity for guys like Kobe Alberton and Conan Hayes, and they started changing what was thought to be possible on basically this beautiful slab.
It was a really quick evolution. Only late 80s, early 90s, it was just being surfed. I think, you know, there were some people that bodyboarded out here in the late 80s, early 90s. I think Eric Barton, shout out to Eric Barton, he's a pro surfer back in the day from Hawaii. He got a cover shot out here, I think from Hank Photo, maybe 92. Right around like early 90s, and at that point it just looked like, oh, that's cool, novelty wave, like this weird wave on the reef. And then the evolution was so quick, and then to implement that into World Tour surfing it's a beautiful thing.
So cool. Yeah, Mike Stewart, Ben Severson back in about 85, maybe late 80s, came down here and they were going, oh, maybe it's a bodyboarding wave. Things kind of changed from there, but year 2000 too, your good friends made the final out here, and they had a weird thing going where you had to take off on your first wave switch foot. Junior in Australia, but they committed to that here in Tahiti. Shane Dorian versus Kelly Slater back in the year 2000. Turning back the clock. Kelly was off tour at the time, so he was a wild card, and Dorian was still full-time on tour, Ross.
Unreal, yeah. They did have that tradition. It started at Narrabeen in a pro junior. They had a final together, and they shook hands and said, let's switch foot on our first wave. And anytime they made the finals, that was their path. They had to do it.
They looked all right, switch. Well, they got that out of the way, then they started getting barrel flick.
Yeah, and already you can just see that technique Kelly has, just really dragging the side of his body into the face of the wave. I mean, he's just doing it just as good. Just the other day, 2 days ago, I mean, it was just insane to watch. I mean, even that turn, I mean, that still stands the test of time today. I mean, super critical.
Yeah, that's Kelly's advantage. We were talking about Jack, how he's got that energy. Kelly's always inspired me and everyone, how optimistic he is on any wave. So if the waves aren't perfectly barreling, he'll go ahead and do a huge off the lip. And Kelly really knows how to switch gears.
Classic final looking back. This was Kelly's first win back in the year 2000 at Tahiti. Gone on to 5 victories here. His most recent 2016. Another great edition of the WSL Vault. Back to live action, grabbing the rail on the takeoff. Jack Robinson with room to move out into the channel once again. He has so many makes, throwing away his 6s earlier. Yago with a quick answer, pulls up and under quickly. Big drive deep in the pit and comes out absolutely flying. I know these guys surf together a lot, but there might be little moments that they're forgetting there in the heat, because they are just getting spit out of barrel back and forth, Flick.
Oh, I just love that most of these exchanges we've seen in the heat have just been from the same set, just 1-2, 1-2. And it's just really cool because it's cool for us watching it and being able to pick it apart because it's really fresh in your mind. I mean, 2 different waves again. I mean, let's have a look at Jack here. Grabs the rail and just cleared that first section. Shorter barrel again, but then you contrast it to, he will have breakdown this one here again, but just hypercritical there on that first section. But his, wow, and he rode the foam ball there for a bit as well. But
he's so funny. Did you see the little drama? He got his hand up on the lip there.
Yeah.
He does remind me of Kelly that way. He really does know how to ham bone it. And you could see, watch his left arm right there. That was for the judges. But he did touch the foam ball. So, you know, it's kind of a funny situation for Jack because he's got 2 medium scores. Actually, Yago has the 8.1, so he doesn't need that much of a score to flip this heat. I think Jack's barrel is a little better, but again, Yago only needs 6.87 here, so very interesting for the judges.
Just had Adam Robertson chime in. You know, Adam from Bells Beach, finalist, wild card, and one of the great guys that backed that contest. He said his uncle Steve was contest directing that final with Kobe Aberton and Conan Hayes, and they were trying to contemplate where they're calling it off, and there's guys like Tony Ray and a few others saying, hey, you're calling this off, we're going out there anyway. And it kind of put him in a position to say, okay, contest is on. Good luck, everybody, as we continue with Yago Dora. Another big make right out in front.
Under priority.
Yeah, that was huge. 2:10 to go. He's feeling like it's enough.
Oh, wow. I was literally about to, just under priority. That was so sneaky. I mean, that was a longer barrel than his last, and I felt like his last was right there. Like, I almost thought, okay, he might be getting the score. And
I think it was under priority, right? They were, he was behind Jack paddling out, so I'm pretty sure Jack let that go. Very interesting here. Oh, they gave Jack an 8. Interesting. So they really liked him touching that foam ball there.
So yeah, getting caught up on the numbers. Last of Jack Robinson, 8.03, 7.87 before that. So counting his last 2 waves. And now Dora needing a 7.73 here, Ross.
He's on the ledge. So he paddled up. That's brilliant from Yago. His dad would be psyched on that strategy there. Very sneaky. So he paddled deep and up on the reef. That's on the ledge right there. And the cool thing about these waves on the ledge is they're very boxy. It's going to hit right there, bottom out. I'll watch it underneath his board. It's going to get pretty hollow right about here. So you get a longer barrel, and the judges love longer barrels because it's pretty unique at Teahupo'o. You get a lot of short barrels, but this one has some time in there.
Well positioned entry into this wave for Yago Dora under priority, and we'll see if he can flip this one on Jack. A rematch from last season. It ended up costing Yago a spot in the WSL Final 5. This was Jack's 7.87 flick.
Yeah, wow. Okay, but it's just, this is Jack's 7.87. Yago's chasing a 7.73. It's just so hard to compare because it's 2 totally different approaches and 2 totally different waves. I mean, I'm not surprised because I feel like Jack's wave was amazing, but just to see the 8 kind of caught me off guard. But here, scores coming through now for Yago.
Wow.
Needs a 7.73.
It's apples and oranges. Yago's barrel is longer. Jack's barrel was more square. So we've got 2 no's, 1 yes.
This is incredibly close. 15 seconds. This might be it. All up to the last 2 judges to see if it'll average out in Yago's favor. The 2 good friends shake hands, and the number comes in short for Yago Dora.
Very close, just under.
The 7.53 on the decision.
I think there's another wave.
It might be the wave prior, so yeah, we're jumping ahead of it a little bit here. And still some scores dropping. Joe?
Yes, you're right. This wave previous was the 7.53. And now the last wave, the judge is playing some catch up, and this will be the final score. Chasing the 7.73, and first 2 signs, it looks like it's going to be enough.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Interesting for the judges. So they love that time inside the barrel. Jack's barrels were a little more crazy looking, a little more square. Yago had the time in the shade.
So now the score officially coming in at 8.4. Wow. And Jack getting the message now that he has been knocked out of the contest by his good friend, last year's event champion, one of our top seeds coming into this event, number 2 in the world, has now been knocked out by Yago Dora, the 22 seed, 8-4, 8-1-7. Incredible heat. A lot of barrels to digest in that one. And Yago will be moving on into the round of 16. Big things happening in the lineup here at Teahupo'o. We've got Liam O'Brien coming up next against Ramsey Bukaim. We'll be right back.
Et pour la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à Yago Dora qui remporte cette série sur sa dernière vague. For the previous 8, congratulations to Yago Dora winning the heat on his last wave and advancing to round 2.
It's a wonderful afternoon here at the end of the road for the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Still in the elimination round, heat number 4, with Liam O'Brien taking on Ramsey Bukaim. Ramsey, an absolute warrior coming out of Morocco. First ever Moroccan to be on the top 34, now top 22, passing the mid-season cut. As all athletes are trying to be a part of the WSL Final 5 to compete for a world title this September. Liam O'Brien is a cool customer, kind of kicked off his career on tour in a very similar way to Ramsey, where they both got hurt before their official rookie debuts at Pipeline. Before the event started, everyone was just shattered for both Liam and Ramsey, knowing that they had to go get healthy and then get back on tour, hope for wild cards to come in the future. Ramsey made it count this season. He was the first call-up to compete, and he was able to replace João Chianca, got some big results, and officially got past the mid-season cut, Flick.
Yeah, I think we're all happy to see that because, I mean, you just feel ripped off for Ramsey, don't you? With the way it all went down with his injury, same goes for Liam. I mean, they've just got so much potential, and when someone's tried for so long to get on tour and they finally crack it, here goes Ramsey now.
Ramsey now trying to find this hollow section, having to do some creative setup work, just a quick one. And that will probably be a warm-up wave here with Liam O'Brien. Liam now with priority. And by Liam's reputation, Ross, we just are expecting him to wait for the darkest one to come off the reef and absolutely swing for it.
So really, this is the kind of heat you could underestimate. These two guys, you know, not the biggest names on tour, but they will go. And that's one of the great things about coming to an event or coming to this place on the schedule is you just don't know who's going to be that guy that just turns and burns, is going to go no matter what. Some people paddle straight over it, including myself. Straight to the horizon, like, oh, that's weird, I couldn't catch it. And then some guys will just answer the call. And both these guys, you know, even though they're not big names, they're hammers. They're gonna go.
Ramsey had the highest single scoring ride in the heat with Kelly Slater, and they had some cool words together. They had some fun banter. You could tell how much it meant to both Ramsey and Kelly to have that battle together the opening round, as we'll get a chance to catch up with the winner of the last heat, Yago Doras with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Yago, that was an incredible heat. Not only is that one of your good friends that you're competing against, but also considered one of the best to ever do it out here at the end of the road. but you stood right up, came up to the challenge, and put on an epic performance for all of us. What did you tell yourself going into that heat?
Yeah, you know, Jack is one of the reasons why I wanted to get really good in this kind of waves. He's a great friend of mine. I think like my first surf trip where I really got some big barrels was with Jack. We went to No Canduis, like 2014, I think. 10 years after, we're having an amazing heat at Chope. So it's a dream come true, and Jack's a big inspiration for sure. And this gives me a lot of confidence for sure, beating one of the best out here, and I know I can do it.
Well, of course, we know how good you are in the air, and obviously now we know how good you are in the barrel. Some of those waves you rode right there look just absolutely incredible. From this angle, you were pumping inside the barrel. Where did you learn how to do that, and does that just come natural to you once you take off?
Yeah, I think that's the best feeling in the world, like just taking off and seeing like a really deep section and pumping through it and coming out with the boats yelling. It's the best. And just learning, you know, like been on tour for a couple of years now, surfing this kind of waves. Lobby. It's just so fun, you know. It takes a while to like feel confident in this kind of waves for sure. Coming from Brazil, we don't get this kind of waves, so it takes some good years of dedication. But I've been doing the time, and it's been paying off.
Now, it's been a bit of a roller coaster year, but we're getting some momentum here in Tahiti, so let's foreshadow a little bit. Got some great lefts coming up for the rest of the season. How are you feeling about the sprint towards the final 5?
Yeah, I'm excited about the last few events, starting at this one for sure. But I had a pretty bad season for the start, and I barely made the cut, and I'm really lucky I did. So I'm just want to take this opportunity to do my best surfing and show what I'm capable of again.
Right on. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thanks so much, Chris. And Iago Dora taking it all in. Yeah, he's got a lot to look forward to. First of all, here at this event, he's in the round of 16. A lot of heats to surf, which could all compact into tomorrow. Also, Sakurama, he'll be able to defend his title there. Can't wait to see him at Cloud Break as we look at Lobby's start. What a great read on his opening ride flick.
Oh, what a meaty wave this one was. And look, he grabbed the rail at the end, but the way he threaded that barrel was just basically one big pump underneath the lip here. Grabs it just to hold on while he connects with that foam ball. But, I mean, that was seriously well done. And sort of reminds me of the kind of wave Jack was searching for in that last heat. You know, it wasn't necessarily the longest barrel, but definitely had some serious thickness to that lip.
Yeah, it's cool. You know, this wave is short, but it still demands surfing. And whenever you think about surfing or performance, you think about maneuvers and off lips, but you're still actually doing a lot of manipulation of your surfboard out here. And he did a little bit of everything on that wave. He grabbed, he yanked under the lip, he pumped, then he let go, then he grabbed rail again. You know, so it looks easy, but it's anything but out here.
Liam O'Brien kicks off with an excellent ride, an 8.0 to take the lead over Ramsey. Such a great tube rider representing Burleigh Heads on the Gold Coast of Australia. We always knew he was just groomed on incredible point breaks. So when he started coming to the North Shore, we realized how much he loved big waves as well. Loves surfing Big Waimea, loves surfing Big Pipeline. And he does it with that calm, cool, just easygoing personality where you almost think like maybe that's why he's so good in big waves. Maybe his adrenaline's not like spiking or his eyes aren't popping out of his sockets. He's not one of those guys that's just in your face with adrenaline. He's super calm and really calculated.
Yeah, if he is nervous, he does a good job at disguising it, that's for sure. But I think, you know, he's one of his best mates on tour is Matt McGilvray. And I mean, we know that Matty absolutely loves to throw himself over the edge, loves bigger surf too. And you sort of become part of the people that you're hanging out with the most. And I guess they're two peas in a pod. You look at the last swell that we had here the week before the contest started. I mean, Liam O'Brien got one of the biggest, meatiest waves of that session. I mean, he's no stranger to waves like this. And I feel like you said, Ross, it's just kind of an underdog. Like, you know, maybe not necessarily the biggest names, but these two guys absolutely charge.
You got to watch out for the quiet ones. You know,
Yeah.
these quiet guys, they're just hammers. You never know who's going to show up and take off on the biggest wave of the day, and here in Tahiti.
Like he could catch a 20-foot wave, you'd run into him, and he's acting like maybe he read a book this morning.
Yeah.
That's right. He's just so even-keeled that he might not even bring it up to you. He probably wouldn't.
No,
you know?
he wouldn't.
Cup of tea, something. Yeah, he's so chill. But he's He's gnarly. He's on tour. He's winning heats, and he's got a great style too. While we're on it with Liam here, I really like his style. He's very smooth, powerful surfer, and great underdog.
As we look forward to a lot of big things happening this season, especially for all of the WSL athletes that have qualified for Paris 2024. Big congratulations for Ramzi Boukhaim, representing Morocco now for the 2nd time in the Olympic Games. And he did it kind of the hard way. I mean, we talk about his injuries in his rookie season where he basically was sidelined the entire year. This year he had his shoulder injury after Pipeline, lost early at Sunset, had to go do the Puerto Rico event, got the job done there, back on a flight to Portugal, and he actually turned in his best result before the halfway mark in front of his friends and family over there in Europe. He had so much support coming from Morocco. His big brother Sam flew over from the UK, works in the tech business, and so proud of Ramzi on how he's representing his country. Ramzi's like, yeah, you'll go to Morocco and you'll see his face on the side of a building. He's like, he gets blown away just looking up, and there he is. But it's just all the support in the world for him to do what he loves. Deep on this one, stretching out across the reef is Liam O'Brien. Thought there was a moment there where he was going to go the distance, set his line well, had some speed, but got caught somewhere inside the pit.
That's under priority right there. You know, the guy that has priority is going to be like, here you go, pal, deal with this wave. And sometimes you just got to go, even though you know that wave is going to be tricky. It's really extended in front of him. But, you know, he almost made it out of that barrel. It would have been a keeper score.
So great effort there for Liam O'Brien. As we take a look from the sky here, Flick.
Yeah, this one, I mean, it almost clocked him in the head there when he just tried to pull up underneath the lip. But yeah, he was so deep. I mean, this little moment here just clocks him in the helmet, pulls it, and you can see he was trying to pull a high line. I mean, we've spoken about that. And even Cole was talking about that, like trying to pull that high line as you get on that foam ball. But I mean, to me, he was just incredibly deep, but trying to back up the 8.
And now Ramzi holding down priority, needing a 6.18 to take the lead here. Elimination round heat 5, Jake Marshall, Connor O'Leary. Then we'll go into Imai, Kalani Duvall, and Rio Waida. Baron Mamiya taking on Matthew McGillivray, and Crosby Colapinto taking on Seth Moniz. A couple of big names from Hawaii coming up in the back 2 heats of the round, which we're hoping to finish at the end of the day. Ran into Baron in the channel the other day, and he's another guy that's super calm and mellow, but he was just like, yeah, I just hope we wake up and it's 10 foot. You know, just super calm, but you know, that's what he loves. And you know, this is an event that he marks as one he'd like to win to go along with Pipeline.
Baron, he's interesting because he's obviously highly skilled. He's one of the best ever at pipe and hollow waves in general. But he's also very sendy. I don't see Baron backing down from sketchy situations. So like if he's paddling back out and a 12-foot wave comes and he's maybe too late, you know Baron's going to flip it and go. So that'll be what's either going to make or break him in this event. He's either going to get a 10 or, you know, he might get a bad wipeout. But he's fun to watch because he's so sendy.
Pretty exciting world title race. There's some different feels going on this year, you know, especially with Baron kicking off the season, world #1. You know, Jack's out of this event just moments ago to Dora, but he was the one guy with 2 CT wins this year. It's kind of hard to really make that prediction of the final 5, especially with seeding, Ross.
Yeah, it really is. You know, I'm loving where John is. He's just chilling there in 3rd place and sort of hoping he can peak at the right time.
Now rolling into this one, Ramzi Boukhaim standing tall and enjoying the view from inside the pit. I love that, how he had time to enjoy it. And there's something about that when you're a backhander here and let go of your own stand up. Judges love it. I'm sure frontside they love that control. Letting go right behind him, though, is Liam O'Brien. The shootout continues. Backhand versus forehand. Ramzi getting his best so far, and Liam backing up the 8-point ride.
That was an incredible 1-2 between Ramzi and Liam. I mean, it was amazing that Ramzi just got that ability in that moment to just really soak it all in. I feel like it's so intense in these situations that sometimes you don't get that moment to just really appreciate it.
Right.
So that was just really beautiful. And Liam straight behind him, I mean, that thing was an absolute nugget. And he pumped, holding his rail a couple of times. So really, really hard to do, really technical. and can't wait to break these two waves down.
I could be wrong, Joe. Maybe you can answer this for me, but I believe this is one of the only events where the judges watch the replay from the angle looking into the barrel because they want to see if you've touched the foam ball or not. It's so technical, the surfing that you do inside the barrel, it really matters. So the judges will take a look at replays and see what happens inside from that channel view.
100%.
And that's going to be the difference here for these two rides because Liam was really deep. And he, again, Liam's a sneaky good out here. He's got that really good pump. He'll let go of his rail, stand tall, and get a big pump into the barrel. Right there, he actually grabbed his rail and then let go, but he touched that foam ball. So this wave was a little more, heavy, and I think that could give him the nod.
I agree. I feel like this had a lot more intensity to it, and the technique, the couple of pumps he had to do. I mean, this lip was so thick, you could just really see all that energy. And I think, it was apparent when you bring up that point, Ross, it's really apparent when we're watching Ramsey's. I mean, as beautiful as it was to watch, he wasn't necessarily so deep.
Ramsey's turn, super deep. How about that one? The lip was so thick above his head. I love his confidence, how solid he feels on his feet. He's been coming here for a very long time. Backed by a good friend, Tikanui Smith. They've had some cool down days, but he's got a lot of local support here as well. So he might be here for the first time, but he feels like it's his second home and scores are coming through. One more look at this one. Ross, what'd you see?
Wow, so that's what he needed. Case in point, we were just talking about that. He was kind of chilling, standing tall in that other barrel just before, but this one he had to pump and drive through that west bowl, and that's going to get the judges excited. They're going to love seeing him navigate his way around the foam ball inside that pit. That's nice and deep.
Oh, that was exactly what we were talking about. I mean, incredibly well done from Ramsey there, and he's definitely going to improve on that last score, that 6.5. I mean, that was really, really well done.
Another one of those examples of goofy versus regular. Both guys absolutely charging. Liam waiting for a score to come through as he's not going to wait for it. Pulls up and under, steps on the gas, and ends up coming out perfectly. These are the heats you dream of. When you qualify for the tour, this is probably what's in your mind when you'd be heading to Tahiti, that you'd be going barrel for barrel, getting to show the world what you can do. We had Michel Perez with us on the host set on the opening day, and he just said, hey, Ramsey's going to be able to show the world that he's one of the best barrel riders in the world. For him, you're not seeing all the video clips coming out of Tahiti. You're seeing his backhand attack at Morocco and throughout his QS campaign. As we look at Liam again here, Flick.
Yeah, this one here, great wave again. I don't think it's going to go into his top two, but just a great demonstration of, another technique, just really dragging that side of his whole body into the face of the wave, really trying to maximize that time in the battle, really well at managing his speed here. So, I mean, he pulled the trigger and he went. Probably didn't need to. I don't think it's going to improve on that situation, but really hard not to pull the trigger when there's such good waves coming through.
I was just going to say the same thing, Flick. Like you're out there, a 6-foot wave's coming in at chopes. You're going to say no? Sometimes you just got to go. But maybe strategically he could have waited. That probably would have been the smart move. And sometimes honestly you don't know. Sometimes these waves gutter out on the reef and you can get an 8.5 on a relatively small one.
I guess there's so much anticipation in a swell, and at the moment these guys completely enjoying it, but there's all this idea of how big it might get. Will it be comparable to the 2014 year, to the day after the tow session when it was Code Red in 2011? I asked a former event champ, a 3-time world champ, Mick Fanning, about the lead up and what you do, and he said, well, he just tried to, switch everything off and even get a wave kind of the night before just to feel confident going to bed that night because the anticipation, can be through the roof. For Ace Buchan, who won this event as well, he said he was lucky that he stayed far away from the point because he said it's almost inevitable for someone to ask you about the swell, the contest, and he'd actually try to speak French to locals. He would just kind of keep the contest over here and then kind of stay at his camp and find a little bit of separation there. And I'm sure Ross is going to give us some cool insight on what he does with his crew in the lead up to a major swell event, as we've got Liam O'Brien out in front, Ramsey in second holding priority. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Teahupo'o continues to fire. I'll be right back.
of red is a 6.7. 6.7. So red, Liam O'Brien is leader with an 8.67 and an 8.0. Blue, Ramsey Bofiam, you need an 8.94. Blue need an 8.94. 14 minutes remaining. Transparent to blue. Il reste 14 minutes. Le bleu, Ramsey, tu es deuxième, il faut faire 8.94. 8.94. Il reste un peu moins de 14 minutes.
Time for the WSL Vault, presented by Outerknown, maybe the heat of all time, especially when it comes to the end of the road. John Florence versus Kelly Slater. How about the opening exchange, Ross?
Yeah, this is insane. This is one of those heats that's really fun to watch over and over to see who you think won. You know, John had some big waves that were super deep, maybe a little deeper than Kelly. Kelly had that infamous wave, though, where he drew really high. This one here, it's almost a mistake. He bottom turns really high up in the barrel and then comes down low. This is actually not the wave I was talking about, but there's a wave here in this heat where he gets super high. It's almost a mistake. And in Kelly fashion, it comes out with a lot of drama. Look how deep he is there.
Unbelievable shootout. Kelly got a 10 to start. John had 4 9s.
Wow. Touched the foam ball. So the waves were so good. You know, it's rare that you get waves this big in Tahiti and it's glassy. No wind at all, and that's what made it so special.
And also these two guys just hoping for heats like this. This was a semi-final. But Kelly, his motivation at the time, he kept saying, I want to heat with John. He kind of manifested this and he wanted to be pumping. It was as good as it gets, as glassy as it gets. The decision was made at the end, and it was a tie-break decision that went Kelly's way. I talked to one judge, he threw 2 10s at the start, and when it's a tie-break, some judges have John winning. It was one of those classics as we go into another gigantic pit for Ramsey. He's letting it all out. Unbelievable approach there in this heat. One of the best waves we've seen all day.
That's the sketchiest wave, the scariest wave, the boxiest wave we've definitely seen in this heat so far. Heavy drop there for Ramsey. Oh my God. What else do you want? The drama. That thing was classic Chopa right there.
Oh my goodness. The Moroccan showing the world what he can do, Flick.
Wow, I mean, you could drive a bus through this thing. I mean, look how big that cavern is right there. And he just did so well. I mean, that's the most energy I've seen from one wave today. It was insane. I mean, think back to, I mean, Cole had an amazing wave, similar, lots of energy, but for him to stay on his feet there was incredible.
If you know, if Ramsey has any back hair, he doesn't have it anymore because that lip just shimmied his whole back. That was a gnarly bottom turn, and that is, you know, the quintessential word that the judges love to hang their hat on. That's commitment, and that bottom turn to tuck under like that was a beautiful ride there from Ramsey.
Giant score for Ramsey, a 9.13 and the lead. O'Brien now to second. And Liam's in second with one of the best combined heat totals he's had all year, chasing an 8.2. So 8.67 and an 8.0 is not cutting it at this stage where the waves are absolutely firing. Ramsey had to go into the 9s to turn the heat, and now he's got 10.30 to try to go for more against the Australian. Really impressed with Ramsey, his confidence, how calm he's been on the lay days. He's been fishing a little bit too. He said he's not very good at it, but he just likes hanging out with his friends. And anytime you see Ramsey too, he's stoked to hang. Like, he's one of those guys that has time. He's not trying to like run home and be quiet and do his own thing. He really likes to share his energy with everyone on tour.
Yeah, happy to have a chat. And I feel like, I mean, I saw him one afternoon, he came in from a surf, and it was him and his mate, and they'd just been in for a fish as well, and they'd caught something that was almost about 1 meter long, and they were just having the time of their lives. And
wow.
It speaks to the energy of this place, and sort of the mode you enter when you come here. I mean, everything slows down, and it's a really beautiful pace of life. And I feel like you really see that from these surfers when they come here. They really experience that, and it's good.
Well, one thing, Joe, sorry, one thing I like about Ramsey is he's old school. He reminds me a little bit of Andy Irons, Jeremy Flores. He's, not afraid to have a big night out with the boys, and then at the same time he trains really hard, serves hard. And he just seems super comfortable in his skin, walks around with his shoulders back. He's got a bit of swagger. I really like him. He's a cool character on tour.
Yeah, he's really cool. I just love how he handles himself with everyone he talks to. He meets with the media, the other surfers on tour. He's proud to represent himself and Morocco on tour. And before we went to break, Ross, I was thinking about the build up to a day like today and how you handle that as a coach and how you're trying to guide them to not get overwhelmed before their heat actually begins.
Yeah, it's a good question because, here in Tahiti, if there's a swell in the forecast, we're starting to talk about it 10 days out, and then 9 days out, 8 days out. And, all the anticipation can be overwhelming. So, I'm lucky because I coached Betty Lou and Tati and John, and all three of those people are not normal. Like they welcome big waves. So it's more about managing that anticipation so that you don't get overamped, and by the time game day happens, you're tired, from all the adrenaline. So it's more about just sort of keeping your eyes on the prize and kind of pretending nothing's going on.
Yeah, that's a really cool insight because every surfer handles it a little differently. Ace Buchan said when he came here to defend his title in 2014, that was the year we just watched the tape of John and Kelly. He said there was nervous energy in the lineup the day before, and it was really tangible. It was dangerous. It was doubling up with power, and he ended up hitting the reef the night before and kind of trying to force a wave on a growing swell to kind of get into gear. He said it actually kind of relaxed him into trusting his instincts once the heat started. So kind of crazy how a wipeout could actually do that for you as well, Flick.
Yeah, I've heard that situation quite a few times, and I mean, you experience it. We all have ourselves as we see Jake getting ready for the next heat. But yeah, I think sometimes all it takes is just a wipe out to realize that, oh, okay, like, I mean, it wasn't that bad. Like, I can survive this. I've got this. I mean, sometimes it can be bad, like that time for Ace. But, I mean, it's just, sometimes you just need to get that adrenaline out of the system and to get it moving, because otherwise it just sits in you stagnant, and I don't necessarily like that feeling either.
It's such a radical wave, and we talked about, like, some surfers want it. Some surfers really they want to show up on those big days, and they're stoked. It's like eating chocolate ice cream. It's like there's something they really want. And then there's other surfers that are genuinely just trying to manage their nerves so they don't explode. I think there was a famous sort of heat, maybe it was Wilco, where he didn't accidentally, he manned up and he took off on a big wave and got barreled and got a huge score. But he said to one of his mates, he's like, I'm so bummed I advanced because I got another heat. So I hope I'm not putting words in your mouth, Wilco, but it was something to the effect of that, where he was like so stressed out that he got a big score because he knew he was going to make the heat.
No, you're right on. And Wilco was amazing because he would let us in on the fear that he had, but then it was turning into success, and he kept making heats that event and kind of proving to himself that he could absolutely go. But he was so willing to be like, I'm terrified. Where's my jersey? And a lot of guys won't do that. They're kind of keeping it to themselves. They're not going to really want to admit that they're scared at all. And it actually worked out to Wilco's benefit. Hope you're watching, Maddie. I'd love to see you back out here once again. 6 minutes on the clock. Recap of heat number 4. What a shootout. Australia versus Morocco. Two good friends just enjoying perfection. Liam O'Brien is losing, believe it or not. When you watch this tape, you think he'd be winning the whole event. 8.867. Still needs an 8.2 to get the victory.
Oh, I mean, I just look at the numbers in this heat, and it just speaks to how good the waves are, and the guys are absolutely sending it. They're not afraid. I mean, this thing of Ramsey's was a massive cavern. 913 took the lead after that. I mean, he did so well to hang on there. That thing was breathing like fire, basically. It just seemed so hard for him to stick onto his board, but I mean, super impressed from Liam too, because the surfing we've seen from him and just how technical he's been able to be on his backhand has been incredible. And the variety of technicality on his backhand has been really cool to see.
Good call, Flick. Yeah, I would almost argue that Liam's sort of surfing better in this heat. He's like, he's doing all sort of little adjustments and maneuvers in the barrels, looking real slick, super smooth. But Ramsey's been in great rhythm. and getting a little more crazy waves, those psycho, famous waves that you think about when you come here to Tahiti. I'm almost a little surprised that it's 9.13 too. Looking back at that score, I wouldn't have flinched if they threw like a 9.83. That was one of the waves of the event so far.
Real thick, real committed, unbelievable approach from Ramzi Bukaim leading this heat. If he wins this heat, he'll be reseeded into the round of 16. That's the last time you reseed post-cut, and then it follows the draw. But Liam still's got a chance and only needs an 8-2, and he's had quite a few excellent numbers. So a lot can happen with 4:15 to go. We've seen combinations broken in 90 seconds when this wave is absolutely pumping. And Ross, we kind of used to do this all the time, and I think the surf world really tried to break it down for people that haven't been to Pipe and haven't been to Tahiti, but these two waves have been compared forever, and there's really some big differences between the two. Where do you begin there?
For Pipe and here, it's, this is compact. You're on this, it's actually nice because it's very organized. There's basically 2 takeoff spots. There's less guesswork, whereas Pipeline's a huge mess. You get different swell angles. You have waves that will shift in on the reef outside. A lot more conditions and different shaped barrels. You're also thinking about going right half the time. So there's way more to navigate and think about, at Pipeline. Whereas Tahiti, it's just boiled down to this crazy slabby wave where, it's simplified, but man, that doesn't mean it's easy. It's still super spooky, but the surfers like it because it's a bit more organized.
And when you look at the reef at Pipe and Tahiti, they look completely different as well. It's fun to put a mask on at both locations when it's flat and check it all out. This reef is alive, and we got Liam O'Brien looking for an 8-2, grabs the rail, let's go. A couple of big drives.
Wow.
Comes out hands-free and will slide out on the shoulder. This man is impressive in big waves. And now with 2:50 to go, he works his way back out. Another great make for Liam O'Brien flick.
It was incredible. I mean, once again, I just really like what you said, Ross. I feel like technically Liam is surfing better, but Ramzi has had just the hero waves, like those hero crazy moments, because that was another demonstration of just another way to approach this on your backhand. And from grabbing like a crazy technical drop super late and then weaving with not grabbing the rail. It was just so well done. I mean, we have another look here.
Yeah, knifey drop right there and a couple of pumps. Again, he's doing everything right. This is a big set wave again. It's going to be splitting hairs for the judges. They're going to really try and pay attention to how long he's in the barrel. But a lot of times you'll get backsiders maybe get 1 big pump into the barrel when they're deep, but that was 2 pumps from Liam. So the judges are going to love that. I mean, this is the heat of the men's event so far. This is a crazy battle.
And still with a minute 45 on the clock here. Ramzi with priority as we check out another great view of the channel. Liam chasing an 8.2 and judges taking their time.
Wow.
If I had to guess, I'll say he'd get it. That definitely looks like better than 8.2, but I've been wrong a million times. So we'll see. But the scale, I would say, is touch low. Set a touch low in this heat. You got Ramzi's 9.13 to look at. So, but that was a really high-level barrel there. A couple big pumps, so he was nice and deep.
Yeah, doing a great job to showcase his ability to change gears backhand. It's not just a point-and-shoot game for these guys at this level. Managing speed, surviving the foam ball, knowing when to let go of the rail, and Liam O'Brien's got that down. He can stay nice and low, but when he really needs to get going, he can let go, stand straight up, and really drive himself to safety. Down to 45 seconds. Ramzi holding down priority. Still no signs of a score yet for Liam O'Brien as Jake Marshall and Connor O'Leary are entering your screen as well. Coming up next in heat number 5.
Oh, is there another wave?
And it looks like this one just rolling through. Hopefully we get another chance. These two guys are putting on a show today. A tough one to walk away from because it's the elimination round. A tough result, but Ramzi will lock in, pulls in under the hood. It's stretching out on the reef.
Wow.
He's still traveling and comes out without a problem. An impressive showcase of barrel riding for Ramzi and Liam. O'Brien's got time, locks in, burns off some speed, puts himself ultimately deep, and he comes out.
Wow,
lays
nice.
down the rail.
Sick.
We just watched a surf movie live. I'm pumping Teahupo'o. Thank you very much, Liam and Ramsey, for the show.
Oh my goodness. Honestly, for me, this is just splitting hairs. It is so tight. Wow.
I think they caught 11 waves total between these two guys. This has been a pumping heat. The swell's starting to really fill in. I would have to guess that, you know, Ramsey was going to need that score. We still haven't seen Liam's wave prior drop. I'm guessing he's going to get it, and Ramsey's also going to need that last one. But guess what? We got even more math, because then Liam got another wave. So the judges really have a lot of work cut out for him.
Oh, there's so many waves back and forth with these guys. They have the advantage of the replay. They always like to double check with that. But these two being nonstop, it might take a couple of minutes for them to work this one out.
Heat 5 is going to be sitting. Was it Jake and
Connor O'Leary?
Jake and Connor are going to have to wait a minute. They got a lot of work cut out for them. That's 3 rides that mean everything.
Spots on the final 5 is what they're all gunning for post midseason cut. For both these guys, they want to obviously win their first event of their career. And both they want to be a part of the legacy of being a champion here in Tahiti. Scores coming in for Liam O'Brien, second to last. He'll have one more to come in. Is an 8.07.
Wow. So just under Joe.
And now needs his last score to come through.
And that's assuming Ramsey doesn't better a 7.73, which, if you think back about it, I think he did.
Agree.
Let's check out the last exchange again. Ramsey's last wave.
I've got to agree with you, Ross. I think he's potentially going to better it. I mean, I couldn't quite see how deep he was. Here we go. We're going to be able to get a better look, but I mean, he's double arm dragging there, and then he's pumping, and then he's double arm dragging again. I mean, if he improves on that situation, it's going to make it that bit harder for Liam. But this one from Liam, I mean, he got a lot of travel time in this one because
he stalled well.
Yeah, he did. And then to back it up, when he came out, he did that super stylish carve down, which was in my books. I really loved it.
You know, what's funny is it's almost like Ramsey was listening to us, because we're talking about how maybe, you know, what's going to get him the win if he gets it was he was in better rhythm with the sketchier waves. But that was high-level surfing from Ramsey. He stalled, he double arm stalled, then he's pumped. He did a little bit of everything. Really sneaky good surfing inside the barrel there from Ramsey.
Gosh, both these guys should be proud of themselves, but I know it's going to sting if they can't compete here for more heats, because they've turned in some massive numbers. Liam with a few 8-point rides already. Last score for Ramsey. He needs to improve on a 7.73. So far, 3 scores under his low score so far. And his lead doesn't change. So his last number is a throwaway. Ramsey's scores are in. Now it's just up to the final wave for Liam O'Brien, needing an 8.2.
I really liked Liam's last wave. I thought it was a longer barrel than these other 8s we've seen. I'm kind of, it's interesting.
I really thought Ramsey's last wave was going to be a touch higher, so I'm a bit surprised about that. Let's pick apart this wave. He stalls, drags the knee a little bit, then lets go. It's nice and deep, and he stalls again. There's that little extra stall that got Liam that extra, what, maybe 1 second inside the barrel. And you really are splitting hairs here. I like what you said, Flick. That was a stylish little swoop cut down there. It's close. If I was a judge, I'd give Ramsey the heat. But that was, either way, that was a beautiful heat. I thought that was very exciting.
Well, that's why it's taken a long time, and it's a fair call to say, Ross, when you look at the numbers for these guys. It's been hard splitting them. I think surfing wins in moments like this when the waves are pumping. They're called the best surfers in the world for a reason, and basically matching each other from backhand to forehand, and it'll come down to the final wave.
It's not fair for the judges because there was no clear winner, right? It must be nice if you're a judge and there's just a clear winner. You're like, cool, we made the right decision. This one, it's like, good luck.
We'll see what happens for Liam O'Brien, chasing at 8.2. There's one 8.2 dropped, and everything else goes under.
I agree with that.
Liam O'Brien, 7.67. Not enough, and it will be the Moroccan Ramsey Bukai moving on into the round of 16. Well done, Liam. Well done, Ramsey. Ramsey with the win, moving on to surf again tomorrow here in Tahiti.
Insane. Thanks for having me, you guys. I had fun.
I was about to say the same. Thank you so much. We'll get you back in here. Best of luck, best of waves for your crew and the rest of the event.
Thanks, Joe.
As we continue with action here in the ER, Jake Marshall taking on Connor O'Leary. We'll bring in Kaipo and Jesse for the call.
Voilà, donc dans la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à Randy Boukham qui se qualifie face à Liam O'Brien dans une série préférée. Et à l'instant, le japonais Connor O'Leary en bleu démarre sa série contre Jake Marshall, l'américain en rouge.
Today we are joining forces in Tahiti to restore our valuable coral reef ecosystems with the coral gardeners and the local community.
I'm a huge fan of the coral gardeners. Every time we come here to Tahiti, I make sure that I support them and I come to activations with them.
We went out to the nursery, we scraped up some algae. It doesn't need to be there for the coral to grow and be healthy.
Coral reef, it creates some of the best waves in the world, but as humans, we all benefit from the oxygen that the coral reefs provide for us. People don't realize how much of a big role they play in our ecosystem.
We need to reserve and keep the coral healthy for us to be able to breathe beautiful, clean air. It's my life, really, because I'm a surfer, and I think the experience is always a 10 out of 10. You know, you're helping the ocean, and the ocean always gives to us, and we just have to give back.
Back at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Is your mind blown yet? Kaipo Guerrero, Jesse Mendez, 16.86 to 16.74 in the last matchup between Ramsey Bukham and Liam O'Brien. Both surfers going excellent. That was a mind-blowing heat.
That was, yeah, definitely, Kaipo. Like, how they exchanged all those waves in the last, like, 2 minutes of the heat, that was impressive. He kept everyone guessing forever, but just, I think Ross mentioned, just such a hard situation for the judges. Like, how do you split that? Who takes the win? It was such a close match. Everyone smashed it. Everyone did kind of could have won that heat. It just went down to Ramsey, maybe a little bit more critical. That big wave he had, the 9.13, was impressive and took the win.
Oh, here we go. Connor O'Leary. He's in a big barrel, comes out. I feel like we're almost getting desensitized to what's going on out there. It's been big square barrel after big square barrel. Connor O'Leary up against Jake Marshall in this matchup, and this is another just great heat. Connor, his wife Stephanie, looks like is in the channel there, cheering him on. So first shots fired by Connor O'Leary. We'll see what the score comes in for the surfer from Cronulla. It is absolutely pumping out there, what we're expecting, Jesse. And I dare say at the end of the day, when we calculate excellent waves, it's going to be one of the all-time highs, I feel, in the history of the WSL for a single day's competition, because it's just been raining 8s, raining 9s. We saw a perfect 10. Connor O'Leary right here.
Yeah, that was incredible for Connor. Look how hollow that wave is right now. Like, if you compare it to this morning or to even a few heats previously, look how much energy the ocean has right now. That wave getting so square, so thick, barrel eating itself out. That's just show how much energy there is and how much intensity in the barrel. And great start for Connor. It's going to be a good score for him. A lot of size on the wave. behind the A-backs right there and just showing a lot of commitment and degree of difficulty on that ride.
Yeah, the Rockin' Moroccan's going to roll into the round of 16. He did it in excellent fashion, Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kaipo. Ramsey coming in from a classic matchup, goofy versus regular. You guys are going wave for wave, score for score. That was incredible. You got on this boat and you said that's why you want to make the tour, to surf waves like that. Well, how did it feel?
100%. This is it right here, you know. All these years to, you know, to get a chance to have a day like today. Liam is a really good surfer and a really nice guy. I really like the guy. And we've had close battles already, and yeah, it was back to back. You know, he was ahead pretty much the whole time. He's such an amazing surfer, going deep. I was like, you know, you gotta wait the bombs, and luckily we had each other. We had bombs. You know, he was going on one, I was going on one. So, yeah, it was amazing heat. That's what you dream. You know.
Digging a little bit deeper into that heat, you said it was kind of a different thought process as a goofy footer out there. Is there a different takeoff zone or a different wave you're looking for?
I mean, not a different wave, but for sure the positioning I feel like is different because, you know, backside you can take off and stall throughout the, you know, on your way down and stay at the same spot. Front side, as soon as you engage, you're already like 2 meters in front, so you gotta be deeper, and it's a different approach, you know, to come from behind. And so yeah, Liam, like I said, he's amazing. He had 3.8s, I think, or something like that. And I had to make it sketchy, you know, to get a 9 and critical, and yeah. It was amazing, man, amazing. I'm so happy, and yeah, tomorrow I hope for a day like this and amazing waves, and this is it.
And at any point in that heat, did you look down at your shoulder, see that Moroccan flag, and just feel that ultimate pride of competing for your country?
I mean, yeah, I do all the time, honestly, all the time. I know I have a lot of support. You guys can see it too on the WSL post. A lot of Moroccans following, you know, and since the start of my career. And now even more, since, you know, I'm at the top, the best league. So so yeah, I feel their support, and I'm sure they're up and watching and giving me the energy and cheering, you know. So thanks to everyone, and tomorrow is going to be a nice day, inshallah.
Right on, Ramsey Boukhiam making it through in a big way.
Thank you, guys.
Love that, inshallah. All right, well, Ramsey on to the round of 16. We'll reseed and see where he ends up in that round of 16. O'Leary opens up with a 6.5, no wave ridden as of yet for Jake Marshall. Jake Marshall coming into this event number 6 on the rankings. The 25-year-old from Encinitas, California, having the best start on the championship tour in 2024. Had to fight for his spot back on tour. Finished number 8 on the Challenger Series, and then had just a great back-to-back run of quarterfinals over in Portugal and then at Bells Beach for Jake Marshall. So let's see if he can continue that roll through here in Tahiti. These two actually have met up only 2 times. And it's 1-to-1 as far as head-to-head matchups in the past between Jake Marshall and Connor O'Leary. Jake got Connor in 2022 at Sunset in the round of 16. Connor paid him back the beginning of this season at Pite in the round of 16 as well. So both even when we look at their history of the head-to-head matchups.
Yes, and it's a great match so far. Like you see, like obviously different approaches. One with the right foot forward, the other one with the back against the wall. And both chargers, though, both love these conditions. I think, if I'm not mistaken, O'Leary in the beginning of the year already had a great result at Pipe in similar conditions to this. And it's going to be a fun one to watch. I hope we have furrier waves like we had the previous heats, and we can have some excellent heat totals again.
Yeah, Connor O'Leary started off semifinals at Pipe, Jesse, and both O'Leary and Jake Marshall share a similar experience, and they've both felt the pain of the mid-season cut. In 2021, Connor O'Leary fell off tour, had to fight back via the Challenger Series to get back on tour. He got back on tour in 2022, ended up having his best year on the championship tour, finishing the year number 9th in the rankings in the world. Jake Marshall had a similar experience in 2022, came through and got cut in actually 2023. 2022 was Jake's rookie year, 2023, he got the cut, had to fight back, did the same thing, and earned his way back onto the championship tour via the Challenger Series. So that illustrates for both of these surfers that it's not the end of your career. You know, we're just coming off the back end of the season right now. We've just coming off that mid-season cut, and it just shows that, hey, you get cut in for that mid-season. It's not the end of your career. Both of these surfers show that the system works, and you can make your way back onto the championship tour via that Challenger Series.
For sure, and I specifically remember when Connor fell off the year that you previously mentioned, and it started at the US Open with the first round loss in the heat together with me, and I spoke with him a little bit. He was like, oh, I just got to keep the head up, you know, and move on into the next one. Went into a bad result at Portugal and then fought back in France and won the event.
Yeah.
So it just shows how good of a competitor he is, how positive-minded he is, and how he's able to bounce back. So amazing competitor, amazing human, and yeah, excited to watch him do what he's doing.
Yeah, and both of these surfer stories, it shows that that two tiers of the championship tour and the opportunity to get back on the championship tour via the Challenger Series works. Leo Fioravanti did that as well. We saw Leo previous today. In the next heat coming up, Imai Kalani de Val, he's had a similar journey, falling off tour, coming back on via the Challenger Series. He's going to be in the next heat up against Rio Waida. So it really, it's interesting because we're talking about a lot of the scenarios. Right now, it's the second half of the year. It's the back half of the year. We've already had that mid-season cut. It's the race for the final five. And Jake Marshall, at number 6 in the rankings, is truly in that race. But that being said, Jesse, this is a super important heat for the surfer from Encinitas.
For sure, mostly after the cut, you don't discard anything. Everything counts into the rest of the year. So I mean, both of those guys know how important this heat is, and they're gonna do their best, I'm sure. And they're excited more than anything with just the conditions. You know, when you're able to surf and sit with 2 people in conditions like this, that's where the dream is.
Yeah, it sure is dreamy. But you have to be prepared, right, for on heats and off heats. It seems like the last heat with Ramsey and Liam absolutely pumped throughout the entire heat. This heat, really sleepy start. We just got a 6.5, only one wave ridden, and we're down to 22 minutes.
Yeah, and not just the last heat, but the heat before. So the last hour and 10 minutes have been of non-stop waves. If you look back at Jack's and Iago's heat, they were also bouncing back and forth in first position. And I think both, I know Iago for a fact had an excellent heat total, but Jack was right there as well. So yeah, we could see, and let's see who adapts better if it really is a slow heat, because it's undeniable. Like there's moments throughout the day that it's going to be slower than others. So you won't have as many opportunities. I'm sure we're going to see at least a set, hopefully more, but they have to adapt if it slows down.
Yeah, and you know, with Connor O'Leary, we talked a little bit about his journey on and off tour and the roller coaster. Let's hear a little bit from Connor O'Leary and how he fits into this championship tour.
I just still think I've got more to give. Like, it's funny being 30 and going, I'm old. Like, I was talking to Fred and Ryan the other day, and we're like, we're the old guys now on the tour. Like, when I first qualified, you know, you looked at Mick, Joel Parker, you know, Joel, bloody Taj, all those guys were the old guys. And I'm like, now I'm that guy. But I don't feel like I'm that guy. You know, I feel like the last 2 years I've really felt like I've settled into the tour and kind of been confident in what I'm good at and running with that and running with confidence on that. And while I feel like years previous I was just kind of trying to mould myself into a surfer that I probably wasn't. So kind of more back in my strengths and, you know, then trying to fix the improvements that, you know, the weaknesses in the background.
Yeah, I mean, it's a journey, right? And for someone like Connor O'Leary, 30 years old, from Cornell, Australia, 6 CT years, but those 6 CT years are deceptive because it's the journey on and off tour and spending all of this time and being able to fight through different scenarios, different situations, you know, everywhere from great showings, you know, in Fiji, where he's previously been a runner-up, to, you know, having to adapt to having surf heats in Margaret River and Bells, and of course Sunset, you know, where he's had some great showings as well, but also some dismal, you know, some tough showings because of the fickle waves. Just holding it through the whole time. Connor O'Leary currently in the lead right now. Your journey, reflecting on your journey and the highs and lows of professional surfing, Jesse?
I mean, you go through so many, it's crazy. You go through a lot inside events as well.
Yeah.
Like sometimes a first hit lost could weigh a lot into the second round, which is just around the corner, sometimes in the same day. So it's a roller coaster of emotions and confidence that goes ups and downs. So those people that manage to hit those circumstances and bounce back and get back on track are the ones that tend to extend the most of their careers, because it's inevitable. We're all humans. We're all going to have our problems. We're all going to have our fears. We're all going to have our doubts. It's just about getting there, realizing, bouncing out of it as fast as you can, because the more you drag to it, the deeper in the hole you drag yourself, and it's not good for competing. Most likely, it makes you more vulnerable to committing mistakes, wrong decisions, not surf your freely, like close to 100% that you could. So I think that's the difference between the big guys and the guys that don't do it so well.
Yeah, and guys, you know, you learn every time. Connor O'Leary, this is his actually 5th appearance in Tahiti in competition. We can take a look at Connor and, you know, really some of his history here. He's just the round of 16 has really been a wall for Connor O'Leary in Tahiti. He's finished in the round of 16 with a defeat, that equal 9th finish 3 times, 2022, 2018, 2017. His worst result was in 2023 last year with a defeat by Seth Muniz in this round.
I mean, if you look at those first 3 guys he lost to on round of 16, those are 3 of the biggest names out here at Teahupo'o. So those are tough draws. Obviously Seth as well.
Drawing off the reef, pulling in, grabbing a rail, standing straight up for a little steez is Jake Marshall. So that's going to be Jake's first wave. We'll wait for that score for Jake Marshall. Right behind him, second wave of the set, Connor O'Leary. Drags double hands through here. Big section for O'Leary. Clears the section. Comes complete. Straight out of the barrel for Connor. Cuts it short into the channel. Smile on his face. He's having a good time. So we'll wait for a score for each. Look at him smiling on the way back out for each of our surfers.
Yeah, that was a great exchange. Just what we were hoping for, but it took a while. It's almost 20 minutes for the set to come with 2 waves. Both beautiful waves, different approaches. Let's see the replays, and we can break through as we see it right here. First wave for Jake Marshall. Nice takeoff, putting it great on the line, but overrunning the wave a bit. So that's going to keep his score on the short side of things. But letting his rail go, which right there where he let his rail go, he should have been stalling to put himself, wiping off the speed and putting himself behind the curtain a little deeper there. And on the other side here, not as strody off a wave, but just beautiful approaches. You see the difference between both right there. Connor O'Leary just stalling with both arms and then going into that west bow behind and pumping through. Obviously the judges are looking for that deep barrel, and Connor O'Leary in this specific situation, even on a smaller waves, he was able to show it more.
Yeah, he sure did. 4.17 for Jake Marshall. So to your point, Jesse, I think Jake sacrificed some points on that score. He went for the style factor, like in a free surf or looking for a photo shoot. That would have been cool to let go of the rail, stand tall. But the judges are looking for deep tube riding and technical tube riding. And so that's where Connor O'Leary is going to come on top of that exchange. O'Leary just checked in with a 7-point ride. Combine that with the 6.5 for Connor O'Leary, and he's already got Jake in a tough situation, needing a 9.33. There's all the judges' numbers for Connor O'Leary. Pretty unanimous on the 7.
Yes, and if you even compare Connor's both waves, the 6.5 to the 7, Connor I actually thought personally the 6.5 had more scoring potential to it, but he didn't overrun, but he could have been a little deeper. He could have done what he did on a 7-point ride. So the judges identify, and they really want you to put yourself as deep as possibly in those situations, because that's where the sketchiest part of the wave is, the most critical, where the most energy and the tends to be easier for you to commit mistakes. So I like how they're going on this heat, and to Jake's side of things, now he saw which wave he should be looking for. He just needs to slow himself down. It's easy for you to see that huge bear and just want to let it go and kind of cruise and relax, mostly after so much adrenaline paddling into the wave. So I understand why that happens, but he has to change the approach right now.
Well, for Jake Marshall, he does have priority right now, so he will have first pick of the next set that will be coming through here. What do you think about the positioning?
I mean, as far as I can see here in the screen, it looks like they're in a good spot. Looks like Connor is having a look.
O'Leary under priority. Decides on not going on that one. More sets hitting the reef here, and they're just the mystery bombs that come through here. It's really hard to read coming out of that deep water onto the shallow reef exactly which one you want. I mean, it's a quick twitch right there to make the decision on going on these.
For sure, it barely gives you a split second, and like sometimes you're surfing those type of waves, for an example, pipeline. If it's this size, you see the wave approaching from way out the back, so it gives you a good minute for you to actually look yourself where you at in the lineup, where do you want to position depending on how the angle of the wave's coming. But here it pops up literally just in front of you, so you gotta decide it right away.
Yeah, Jake's next decision is going to be an important one. He's holding priority right now. We're going to step away. We'll be back with more action from the Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown.
The Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. Conrad Bora Bora Nui, stay inspired. And Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL.
Dreamy flyby, back to live action here at Teahupo'o, the wall head. That's the translation of this village right here at the end of the road in Tahiti, and the site of stop number 6 on the championship tour. We've been celebrating 25 years. 25 years of competition here, and it's seen some highs and some lows, and I would count today as one of the highs in the history of this event. We've seen, it's been raining excellent scores today. We saw a perfect 10, if you're just catching up with us. Tatiana Weston Webb scoring a perfect 10 across the board. multiple 8s, multiple 9s today in competition. And it's been glorious. We have 8 heats in this elimination round. We're in heat number 5 right now. I'm Kaipo Guerrero along with Jesse Mendez talking you through the action. Jake Marshall with priority, and he needs a big number if he wants to do it in one swing. He needs a 9.33 up against Connor O'Leary.
Which they're out there. Mostly in a day like today is totally capable. But still 9 minutes and 30 seconds. So he has plenty of time to get into waves.
Yeah. Well, you know, Jake Marshall, he's had feelings as an underdog. He's not an underdog here. Number 6 in the rankings, maybe surprising himself. But let's hear more from Jake Marshall and that underdog approach.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely an underdog. You know, like I haven't really done much to like be favored against like the top 5 guys in the world, you know. So, but you got to just believe in yourself, and I'm confident in my ability. And I might not be a better surfer than, say, like if I'm going against John, but maybe I'll be the best surfer in that 30 minutes. And that's what's cool about surfing, is that it's like it's not an even playing field. Like sometimes the really good wave just comes to you, and that's why it's so fun.
You know what? I love that honesty right there, and that self-assessment. That was at the beginning of this season before Pipe. Since then, Jake Marshall's proven that. Ninth place finish at Pipe, 9th place finish at Sunset, then went on to a quarterfinal finish in Portugal, a quarterfinal finish at Bells, another 9th coming out of Margaret River. Number 4 right there, Jake Marshall coming into this event 6th in the world. So that was a perfect conversation when he reflected, Jesse, at the beginning of the season and just like, hey, this is surf competition. This is actually a game, and the guy who plays the game the best in that 30 minutes often wins the game.
Definitely, connection with the ocean plays a big factor into it, and I think he mentioned he might not be the better surfer than John, but in that 30 minutes I can beat anyone, and it happened in Portugal. He was up against John. That was his best result of matched with other results, but of the season. So that just shows the type of confidence he has, and obviously he's much younger than John as well, so he has so much to develop, and he's an amazing surfer all around, but very good at ocean knowledge, always on the right spot, getting the right waves, and let's see if he can pull it off in the 7 minutes and 20 left, because Connor put him in a tough situation.
Yeah, you're right, Jake. Just 25 years old, so a bright future in front of Jake Marshall. Surviving that mid-season cut means, you know, we're going to see him next year, 2025, on the championship tour. Number 6 on the rankings. Hey, he can get into that final 5 conversation. This is a big stepping stone for him and a big challenge this final 7 minutes, however, here in Tahiti, as we look at the overview from our Shiseido flight cam and the flotilla and the clearly defined channel between just pure wave energy, one of the gnarliest waves in the world, and a relatively calm channel just yards away, meters away.
Yes, it's so impressive. Like nowhere else in the world you could kind of see a lineup like that. And that's all because of what we were speaking before about the reef, like where they're sitting right there. It's, I mean, if I could imagine, probably about 6 to 8 foot deep, and then you go 15 feet inside, it's already 4 foot deep. And then you go on the channel right there, the boats are, it's pretty shallow where the first boats are, but then a few feet after it drops down to 30, 40 feet, and that's what makes this wave so special. Like you can kind of feel safe and just cruise there, and no matter how big the waves are.
Yeah, well, we got Chris Cote. He's out in the channel. Speaking of channels, what do you got for us, Chris?
Well, you know, sometimes a sponsorship just makes perfect sense. Our good friends at Mophie, they knew that. Every single person in this channel on this boat has been filming hundreds of waves already today. Battery is at an all-time low out here, but thankfully we got a Mophie charging station right here. Put them on, pro surfers come on, charge up their phones, watch their waves. Oh my gosh, everybody's happy. So thanks, Mophie, keeping us all charged up all day long.
What percentage are you right now, Chris?
Oh, 100. Look, that's why I'm sitting right here.
Chris Cote, just multi-talented, great surfer, tremendous knowledge, former magazine editor, surf magazine editor, as well as an incredible musician. Check out the new Sunbender album coming out soon. To wherever you get your music. 5 minutes remaining and things. Man, they're starting, like, speaking of music, they're starting to feel a little gothic for Jake Marshall. A little dark, maybe some emo or something, because he's just sitting out there. All this time has gone by. He needs a giant number, 9.33. Here he goes. This could be it. In the pit with the spit and coming out. This is going to make a heat for us. Just in time and enough time on the clock. If he doesn't get that 9.33, certainly straight back into the game.
I mean, as we were just about to feel so sorry for him, because you're seeing amazing waves all day long, and then all of a sudden it's your heat and it stops. But then he just showed us down probably, I would call it probably the best barrel of the heat so far. That was incredible. Just very similar to what he had before, but just able to put himself deeper, very late on the takeoff right there, getting some air under the board, and look at that extra section coming out after the spit, which that's just to put in a notice that how deep you were in that wave, going through all that turbulence. The board was just shaking, and that was intense. Look how much the wave bends that you hear at Teahupo'o. You can really see on this angle, it makes you appreciate how crazy of a wave it is, and this is going to be a big score for Jake Marshall.
Oh my, talk about patience, composure, and execution by Jake Marshall. He showed us all three of those characteristics with that ride, and he's right back in this heat.
Yeah, he's definitely right back in it, and the best part about it, he's already back out.
Yeah.
Probably 40 seconds, so it's going to give us, it's going to give something for Connor to think about it and be pressured, and for us, it's just going to make it more exciting.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the 9.33, but that it feels like it's going to be the largest number in this heat so far, and his requirement is going to be shaved way, way down.
I totally agree with you, Kaipo. The intensity, the deepness, how he came out of the barrel, which is very important. It's a big factor. It just proves how deep you were in that wave and how much you slow yourself down in such a consequence situation.
Now, the tricky part for him, Jesse, is going to be to get another meaningful wave with just 2.5 minutes remaining under the watchful eye of Connor O'Leary, who has priority.
Yeah, because on a day like today, obviously, you're not going to be able to just sneak in a smaller wave and go to turns and get the score. So you need to get a decent barrel in order to do. I mean, if he doesn't get the score he's needing to, but he's going to put that scale way down to probably close to what he got it. But
hold the horses. Ooh. He's borderline turning this heat right now. One more judge, 9.4. Takes the lead. Needed a 9.33, got a 9.4. 4 judges up, only two judges down, 3 judges up. And now an anxious paddle by Connor O'Leary, who needs a 6.58. We had the sad music playing for a little while for Jake Marshall sitting out there with the music analogies, but you know what? It's bright, happy. It's some EDM right now for him, where he's going to be bouncing around the dance floor because he's on the precipice of making a huge comeback in this heat.
Totally. That was so committed from him, so well-deserved. I definitely didn't get shocked about the score. Like, it was an amazing ride, as deep as you can get out there, coming out of the speed. And it looks like, going over.
So that was just any kind of attempt to improve upon his scoreline. He's going to pay for that one. But he is going down swinging. Actually, he's not going down swinging. He's up right now, and he's still swinging. Here's Connor O'Leary on the answer back. Long wall in front of O'Leary, traveling in the barrel. Second section, rifling away. He gets eaten up in there, and so does Connor O'Leary's chances for mounting a comeback. Jake Marshall with a brilliant, patient approach out here and executing when he needed to, executing in an excellent fashion as he gets picked up by the Tahitian Water Patrol.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Connor, the wave just, maybe he was sitting a little too deep in the, that got
straight
so shallow right there.
Over the dry reef.
Almost lost the fins there for Jake. But yeah, that wave had potential. He really did a big pump to take off, but the wave just kind of ran out. And yeah, unfortunately for Connor, because he played a very well heat, very smart. It was close, and it was the details in the end that gave the edge to Jake.
Number 6, still chasing that place in the final 5. Jake Marshall mounts an incredible comeback, a 9.4 when he needed it, waited most of the heat out there with priority. He's on to the round of 16. We're on to a break. We got another exciting heat when we return. It's going to be Imai Kalani-Devault coming against Rito Waida. Check this out, Jake Marshall.
And blue from Indonesia, Rio Waida, just reminding 25 minutes. And for the previous hit, congratulations to Jack Marshall, advancing to the next round. Voilà donc à l'instant au début de la 6e série du round d'élimination des hommes, avec le Hawaïen Imai Kalani-Devault en rouge et l'Indonésien Rio Waida en bleu. Et la série qui vient de se terminer, voilà la victoire de Jack Marshall, l'Américain, qui élimine le Japonais Toro Relevi.
Welcome back to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Heat 6 of the elimination round out in the water. Imai Kalani-Devault coming up against Rio Waida in this challenge. Winner goes into the round of 16. There we got a shot of our competitors' check-in area and our interview boat, all part of the flotilla. Red Bull athlete zones out there. We got the Outerknown boat out there. It is Water World. Kuiper Girl along with Jesse Mendez. Checking out the start of this heat with a little bit of a paddle up the reef, Jesse.
It's a pretty even match, you know. They probably sit pretty similar in the rankings right now, so they know how important that heat is, you know. Like, they don't want to give each other an inch.
Yeah, you're right. Imai Kalani-Devault, number 11 on the rankings coming into this event. Rio Waida, number 14 on the rankings. Rio with a little bit more experience. He has had one start in Tahiti. That was last year. He had a 9th place finish. This is Imai's first surf in competition in Tahiti. So we'll see how the Maui boy does up against the surfer from Uluwatu in this heat. Now you would think Rio, coming from Uluwatu on the island of Bali in Indonesia, would have a pretty polished backhand and have things pretty wired in some. It's a different type of barrel, obviously, but still that awareness, that body awareness on the backhand for Rio Waida.
100%, and that's exactly what I was going to mention. The different type of not quality of wave, but just different ocean. The energy that you have here in Tahiti, it's much more intense. Yeah. So it does play a big factor. Obviously, Imai coming from Hawaii, very used to those heavy waters. You go to Indonesia, they're an amazing, perfect barrels, but they're easier to ride because they're not as intense. There's not that much water coming towards it. But he's an amazing tube rider, as we've seen it before.
Here he is, gets one pump before grabbing the rail, travels over the foam ball, but gets caught up in there. So he's going to hand over priority to Imai Kalani DeVault, Rio Waida, and he's going to take a beating right there. You can see his head popping up, and look at how fast he's traveling down into the shallow reef. Now, is he going to go for the pickup? Yeah, there's a grabber. Oh, they're going to have to take another lap. Yeah, if they got 3 seconds in there, really like anywhere from 3 to 5 seconds to grab you before the next wave comes.
You want to make sure you're on top of that sled right when they come up, because there's not much time. And as you see right there, the water moving towards the right, and it drags you into the supposedly right at Teahupo'o that we call it, which is, there's no water right there. Like literally, it's knee deep.
You'll
Look
see
where he's going.
Like, right, he's going to hit his fins right there. That's dry docked.
Like literally, he dried up. Like, but imagine if that wave would be hollow on top of him. He would be in a very bad spot. Luckily, he was a whitewash. He just kind of beached it. What do you call it if you're in a beach? But here is just straight into dry reef, and he's safe now. So that's a good.
Yeah, I mean, you can get fortunate with a little bit if you get any kind of surge ahead of the primary wave, just to put a little bit more water on the reef, you know. And look at the brutality right there. And look at the beauty, but also the shallowness of this live coral reef here. Let's take a look at this and what happened to Rio.
Yeah, just how intense the wave is. As soon as the fumble hit him, he just disappears. And that's the difference in between a wave here in Tahiti and a wave in Indonesia. I'm not saying Indonesia has a lot of power as well, but Tahiti is a different animal. Like, the swell comes with so much energy, comes from such a deep water and hits such a shallow shelf that turns into some of the most powerful, or if not the most powerful wave in the world at this size. So it just eats you alive, and that's what happened there with Rio. Gave him no chance.
Yeah, and a swift ride back out. You can see the channel, how it just borderlines the Tahitian Water Patrol, just taking straight right on the edge of the reef, of this reef pass, to take Rio Waida back out and drop him off in the drop-off zone. Well, Samsung has a great feature previewing the Olympics. It's called The Next Wave Samsung, and you got a chance to watch it. We're going to make it really easy for you to see the new film from Samsung and WSL. Let's check it out.
Surfing has this allure. It's different to any sport on the planet.
Being in the Olympics, to me, it's such a special thing.
It's an absolute love story between humans and Earth.
It's almost bigger than the Olympics. It's like a celebration of our sport.
You want to see more of that? You want to see the whole feature? Well, just scan this QR code for the new film from Samsung and WSL. It's The Next Wave. Scan it now. Well, yeah, scan it now, but maybe watch it after this heat. 1.6 is all that Rio Waida has to his credit for a brutal beating, and still waiting for first wave for Imai Kalani DeVault. And no real waves, but you know what? We got a couple of happy surfers from Encinitas right there on the interview boat, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. Well, we are a long way from Seaside Reef, but Jake, you're looking right at home here in Tahiti. You went through the good, the bad, and the ugly in that heat. Let's start with the good, the 9-4. Talk us through paddling into that beast of a wave.
Oh man, I mean, the heat before, I was sitting in the channel and the waves were just firing, and I was like getting so excited to go surf my heat, and then I just felt like we, you know, just hit a huge lull kind of the whole heat, and I was just getting so bummed, like, dude, am I even going to get a chance to try one of these things out, you know, and just see how I can go? And then when that wave came, I was more just finally like, okay, like, it's on, like, here is my chance. I finally get get a chance to go on one of these waves. And, you know, like at that point, I wasn't even really too worried about making the heat. I was like, I want to get one good one at least before I get sent home. But then, yeah, when I was coming out of that, I was just like so baffled. Like that was definitely the best way I've ever gotten a contest. And yeah, that was insane. I can't believe it.
Well, you never gave up, and that was amazing. Now let's talk about the bad and the ugly. Your reward for that wave of your life was 2 huge waves on your head. What's it like to come up from a gnarly wipeout out here and see another wave behind it and know you're about to get smashed?
Yeah, I fell kind of right on the takeoff, so it wasn't too bad. I feel like it's always worse out here when you fall kind of at the end, like on the West Bowl. But I don't know, when that second wave came in, I was more just like watching Connor like, oh, please don't get the score on me. But then, yeah, I came up and I saw he was kind of in front of me, and I was like, all right, I think I made this heat. So I don't know, I was kind of oblivious, I guess, to the beating I was getting. And then, but we have great water patrol here, and these guys, they're super on top of it, so they keep you out of a bad situation for sure.
Now, Jake, you have a lot of support, especially the lot trolls. I know they're watching, friends, family, everyone back home. What do you want to say to them?
Yeah, shout out to everyone at home. Thank you guys for watching and supporting. Just, yeah, I feel you guys' energy every time I'm going for one of these waves out here. I'm just thinking of all the boys back at home, just kind of like don't be a baby out here. You better send it. So shout out to all you guys, and yeah, hopefully have a sick day tomorrow.
And lastly, does a wave like that give you the confidence to win this whole thing?
I mean, yeah, if I can get a 9.4, hopefully next heat I can do that twice. But I mean, if you can get, this is a wave where if you put yourself on the best waves in the heat, anything's possible. So yeah, I got a long way to go, but that was definitely a big confidence boost for me out here. Hasn't really been my forte, my best event, so I'm feeling really good, and definitely my most confident I've been out here, so I'm stoked for the rest of the event.
Love to hear it. Anything's possible. And why not Jake?
Oh, that's true. I mean, you know, he's self-proclaimed underdog, continues to impress us. And I like the way he says, I want to get to try one of these out, like he's, you know, trying out a new electric bike or something. We're talking about a death-defying wave that's just doubling up on itself with real potential of harm. And Jake Marshall, 9.4 into the round of 16. We've heard it a number of times today, Jesse, where guys are saying, and women, best wave of my life, best wave I've ever had in competition. There's been a lot of bests today.
Yeah, I actually, it caught my attention that as well, and he said, if you probably look back, I feel like Ramsey probably had the best wave he's ever caught in a heat as well. Tachi, 100%, probably the best wave of her life. You probably have a few water. You know, Brissa had some amazing waves, so I would be surprised if she had a better wave in a heat, better than today, and the list goes on. Yeah. You know, it's just that good of and that critical of a condition that put all the surface in the situation that it's either best wave or worst wipeout.
Yeah, and everyone has been absolutely stepping up to make it an incredible day of competition, a huge day, a landmark day for women's professional surfing. I feel what we saw the women do today as a collective, quarterfinals all the way on, just amazing, amazing, amazing stuff. We got to call that heat between Vahine and Tati. That's going to be like really a heat that we will continue to look back on as a defining moment in women's surfing.
For sure, it's impressive what the women's have been doing this year, mostly in waves of consequences. We've seen a lot of amazing performances throughout the years in rippable waves, but anything over 8-foot faces, like those are groundbreaking situations. This specifically event here in Tahiti, and also Pipeline earlier in the year. Yeah. So it's fun to be part of it and be able to watch it.
Yeah, breaking barriers, and just it's been amazing, amazing. Now, we also know how quickly things can change out here. We've had these quiet, like, okay, everyone's just sitting in the ocean right now. Imai with priority, Rio just sitting right next to him. Everything looks calm, cool, collected. But the switch turns on, a set hits the reef, and then it turns into just incredible stuff. This is still, I mean, even how many times I've come here, I'm still amazed every time at this wave and what this wave does here.
100%. It still scares everyone. I remember 2019 was one of the most west swells we've ever had for an event here, and it was even bigger than today. And I remember talking to Owen after he won, and I was like, man, I was terrified every wave I was paddling for, because I've never surfed East West. And then Owen looked at me and was like, hey, I was the same way. I've never surfed East West conditions here at Teahupo'o, and I didn't even know if every wave I caught was going to be a closeout. And you're talking about one of the biggest charges in history of competitive surfing, and he was already on tour for over 10 years, so it keeps impressing everyone.
Yeah, it just keeps impressing, and slowly but surely we're seeding and looking into the round of 16. We're going to get into this round highly likely tomorrow. Look at some of these highlight heats. Kelly Slater's going to have to set the alarm early. He's going to be in the first heat of the day up against Ethan Ewing. Look at heat number 3 of the round of 16. Jordy Smith is in that heat, as well as look at heat number 5. John Florence up against Mihi Mana Bray, and that wild card is going to be just one to deal with for John Florence. That's just a little taste in some of the heats that we're picking out for that round of 16. What we got looking forward to.
And that's the problem of having such a talented wild cards. And in this occasion, specifically, amazing competitor as well. You see Kelly as a wild card in this event going against Ethan Ewing in the most favorable conditions that Kelly could ever ask for, probably tomorrow, which we're going to have similar conditions to today. So is Mihi Mana. They're both looking forward for that match for sure.
Rio pulling into this one, looked like he was way high on this one, and he finds that high line straight out of that barrel. What an effort for the Indonesian surfer. That was really cool.
That was impressive, man.
He had to take such an unusual line right there, and it was a high pinchy line, and he was able to go in and out, and he's going to get a couple of words from Glenn Micro Hall on the paddle back out, his coach.
I rode him off. I thought he fell halfway through because that wave had lump. He was kind of high and tight, so hard to manage, and he somehow pulled it off, as you see it right here. See those lumps, the one that he went through, the first one, it kind of almost buckled him off. And as you see it, as he's coming out, he kind of is out of balance. But this is what I'm going to mention. He's going to go through right now. Look at his board going up, the nose going up. That's just show how brutal that impact was. And he's just literally right there. 80% of the barrel is just about fill. Like, he could not see anything. He was in the foam. Water over the face, just going and feeling and trusting.
And barrel, personality-wise, that was more of a Uluwatu type of barrel that he had to come through. So it feels like that was playing into some familiarity, if you would, for Rio Waida, because I was the same way, where it was just like, whoa, you're way too high, way too pinchy, but pulls it off. So well done by Rio Waida, surprising both of us.
For sure. Yeah, definitely.
Take a look at this. The swell is definitely still hanging in there and actually growing. Look at this one just going below sea level, Jesse.
Oh boy, you get an EMI off guard right there. And that's the problem. Like, if those bigger sets come all of a sudden, you're not in position for them, and they pop up so early, there are no indicators, which most of waves we surf on Earth, you have an indicator. Either it stacks up out the back, it breaks out the back, or you're down on the point and you can see the wave coming. But this one is just, here we go, 2 seconds in front of you. Make sure you're in it.
Hey, let's get a Shiseido water report from our man in the channel, Strider Wazalewski.
It's bubbly out here, let me tell you. There's a lot of water moving. That last set came through, caught everybody off guard. The swell is arriving, and it's still rising. And earlier today, we were way inside there. There's a yellow buoy that I was lining up with, and I'm about, I don't know, 60 yards outside of that now. So everything is moved out and bigger, and volume is just growing out here. It's just insane. So that last set, super hollow. Obviously, I think you guys saw it on the screen, just draining off the reef. And, well, I guess that's the next level, and we're going to see it get ridden.
How are you doing, Strider, avoiding those big sets coming through?
Well, you feel pretty safe because there is a really deep channel here next to you know, that's what makes this wave so amazing, is you can be so close to death, but you're just, you know, kind of put your hand on it and take it out real quick. You just, you know, you swipe your hand through fire and you just kind of play with the heat, but you can get caught, so you got to be careful. But the more west it is, the harder it can be, so you got to kind of constantly paddle. Right now we got Rio up and riding.
Rio Waida with the lead in this heat. Last wave score, a 7.17. So Rio just looking to back up that 7.17, surfing under priority. Using priority here, Imai having a dig. The boy from Makawao, Maui, pulls up, pulls in, travels through the foam ball, and the foam ball takes Imai out. And you can see just the intensity of these waves, especially when we get down to that angle right there.
For sure, and great scenario now for Rio, you know, that 7.17, that's a very big score, mostly for such a slow heat that we got, and ended up going on at 0.8 just to try it out, see how the wave looked, and it's getting priority most likely. With 14 minutes left, sitting with by far the best wave, the heat and priority. That's a great lead. Not enough energy, just in between size, in between the ledges, so it didn't get as throaty as he was hoping for, but had no priority, so might as well. And back to back with Imai. This wave looking much better, as you see how much holler it was, just a bit deep, and wasn't able to drive through that barrel enough and get enough speed that he was hoping for. But look how wide that wave was, and it looks like lots of waves right now.
Oh, look at the draw off the reef and the scratching in. Rio Waida pulling under the hood, and a big roomy barrel, but there's a lot of confusion in that barrel, and it just chomps up Rio Waida, still looking to back up that 7.17.
I was actually expecting him to come out of that barrel more than the previous one. I would like to see what happens right here. Very late drop. I was able to knife it, but yeah, right there, that foam, just kind of, he needed that one big pump to go over that first foam, because look, he almost made it. That's so impressive. Looked like he lost balance. So what happened right there, as he was going through the foam bowl, he got lifted, and you could see it. All his weight was kind of bending forward, and he went over the handlebars, which unfortunately for him, he was looking at probably a 9-point ride if he would have come out of that.
Well, still within reach for Imai Kalani de Vault to make a comeback against Rio Waida. Rio's got, I mean, Imai's got priority. Perfect time. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. I'll take a flat white with original soy, and we'll be right back.
My name's Jason McInnes. I run the live broadcast camera department for the WSL. So for the last 10 years, I've been traveling the globe, putting on these surf events. The fact that we are able to do what we do, of how to basically put on a sporting event and broadcast it out to the world, it's amazing, the behind the scenes, it really is. What attracts me to the knife making is definitely being able to use my hands and have a creative outlet. It's just such a rad thing to know that whatever tool I create is going to be used to nourish other people and hopefully, you know, for generations. That's one of the coolest things about my job is there's that challenge, and then when you overcome all the obstacles and you have a win and your broadcast is up and everything's working, that's a great feeling. Yeah, you did your job and you can be proud of what you've done.
Takes many hands to build a village, and that's exactly what we do everywhere around the world on the championship tour. And thanks to all of our crew who make this possible. The concept of, it's a Polynesian concept of laulima. Many hands make light work. I don't know if it's ever light, but we got many hands here to bring you this broadcast. It's been an epic day of broadcast. Rio Waida, high line again. The Indonesian with the lead over Imai Kalani. The vault has a 7.17 as his high wave score, looking to better a 2.67. Looks like he did just that. Look at the draw on this wave. Imai, couple of pumps. Oh, really late behind the lip there, and may have just got clipped on the entry, and now he's paying for it. And there's many waves behind that too. Tombstoning Channel Island surfboard right there, and Imai's gonna have to deal with another mountain of whitewater real soon. Look at that thing. Oh, talk about an inside-out wave. Oh my. Tahitian Water Patrol zooming in for the pickup. Remember, you got about 5 seconds right here for the grab. Get him on the sled. What a drill. Just going over dry reef right there and just into the lagoon.
You notice that one of the water safety guys, that one that is on the back with him, pulls his leg up just to make sure he's not going to touch the bottom, and that's how shallow it is.
Yeah, and release the leash too, because that board behind you when you're getting dragged is actually going to slow you down and perhaps pull the surfer and the grabber off of the sled. Here's a replay of his wave.
Yeah, beautiful pump right there, but just getting lipped, and that wave got so wide right after, unfortunately for him. But that was almost a frontside wave because you really needed that first down the line pump to get that speed. And as we see here, Rio just smart surfing. He had no backup whatsoever. He had a 2.67 without priority. He had to like try and capitalize as much as he could, and he did. And he's coming back with priority. So yeah, applying more pressure in Imai, even though it's not a huge lead, Imai still needs a 9.11. So it's a big task.
Yeah, and like you said, smart surfing, last score for Rio Waida, 3.77. So he improved upon the 2.67. And the waves, as forecasted, continue to increase, and the intensity continues to increase here at the end of the road.
Talk about intensity. Imagine being in Rio's spot right now. Waves are giant. You're by yourself in the lineup. Everyone's steering you on. Everyone's watching. If a massive set comes right now, the whole channel is going to be screaming for you to go.
Yeah, these are the mid-size ones that we're watching right now, and these are massive, just, you know, mid-range sets. There's way bigger waves coming through here, and they just get wider and thicker and more square. Just incredible, incredible stuff that we've seen all day long. And a lone Rio Waida sitting in the middle of this storm of wave energy.
Man, it's a tough situation to be. There's a lot of pressure right there. You have everything combined. You have everyone watching. Waves are huge. Your rankings, you want to improve. You want to prove to yourself. And not to mention, it's 3 foot deep water right there. So a lot of consequences, but also a lot of opportunities.
Imai Kalani paddling back there. Imai on some Channel Islands equipment. He's riding a 6.5. It's a modified Happy Traveler model. Another Brit Merrick shape. We heard Vahine Fierro, who won the women's today, the Tahitian wildcard, giving a lot of credit to Brit and her magic boards that she got. We got Strider Wazalewski out in the water. What do you got, Strider?
Just, you know, Rio and his technique and everything he's doing, and his corner out here with Glenn Microhall. The combination is just so amazing. The kid is, he's from Indonesia. He's the sole Indonesian on tour, and he's learning every single wave, every day. Everything's new for him. And it just watched the evolution of Rio Waida, and look at him. He's out here. He's on the back half of the cut. He's surfing giant chopu by himself. And you know what? He's going, and he's proving to us that, you know, I wouldn't doubt that he's going to make the next one that we saw him not, you know, when he went over the handlebars. Sorry, here we go. Let's cut over to Imai. He's grabbing the wall. You see it behind it. That thing just crunched over the top of him. Not looking good. He's going to go for a little ride through the lagoon, and here we go. Rio's looking at it.
Thanks, Chad. Here we go. Rio Waida pumps through there. Again, high line, pulls up on the rail, and comes out. Everything going Rio's way in this heat, and really a challenging heat for Imai Kalani-Devault, who's been just taking beatings and keeps on trying over and over again. There's Glenn Microhall that Strider was talking about, giving him some words on the paddle back out. Yeah, Rio looking to improve upon a 3.77 and make the job even more difficult for Imai Kalani-Devault. Gets a 5-point ride. I think he's going to combo Imai. Here we go, replay, Rio.
Yeah, another beautiful wave for Rio. This heat has been on the slow side, and he was able to adapt the best. Obviously, not as big as waves that we have been seeing the last few heats, but look how beautiful technique, like nice big pump in the beginning, and then slowing himself down as he was coming out. So flawless surfing so far for Rio. I guess if you pick it apart, the heat, he had one missed opportunity. That was the 2.67, which if you can even count that as a mistake, because he was so deep and he still almost made that barrel that could have possibly been close to a 10-point ride. So
another lagoon lap for Imai. This is getting exhausting just to watch, and that's going to eat up some time on the clock. And not to mention that, that's just, you know, abuse on your body every single time you're getting pounded into the lagoon there for the Tahitian Water Patrol pickup.
Yeah, and we're still waiting on Rio's last wave, which, let's see, he might get another one. Line up to yourself.
Line up all to himself, delays the bottom turn. This one is going to go for a little tuck knee drag there. Styly, another completion. It's cliche for me to say this, Jesse, but it really is rhythm. And the rhythm has been all on Rio's side. And the rhythm has been completely against Imai in this particular heat.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Beautiful surfing, smart, just flawless, like I mentioned already, and he's in a good rhythm right now. And I don't know, we saw it kind of just from the side angle, so it's hard to see how deep he was, but that looked like possibly some of the best, like probably the best wave he got so far. Let's see how deep he got. He stalled himself right there. Look how throaty that wave was. That was beautiful execution from him. And he's feeling comfortable. He knows he's in such a good situation right now. And look, he puts his leg. Great style, great technique right there. Lets the rail go on the end of it.
Oh, look at the draw on this. Just sucking off the reef, Jesse.
So much water coming up the face right there. It seems like you're running on a treadmill, you know? Like there's so much water that it feels like you're going backwards even. That was beautiful from him.
Yeah, and that's a 6.33 that we're watching right now on the replay. And Rio Waida has closed out this heat. He's on his way to the round of 16. Let's get Rio's reaction in the channel. Strider, Rio's now got Imai in a combo.
Yeah, you know what? Rio just enjoying his time out here. Big smiles. He kicked out. It almost looked like he was going to cut it off, and then it was like, nope, job's not done yet. Get back out there. And he just was like, sprinted back to the lineup. We got rainbows. We got perfect tubes. We got Baron, Mamiya, and Matthew and McGillivray coming up. I mean, this guy, what he did out here, he's like the Born Identity, that drop that he made. And then you got Baron, who's one of the best tube riders in the world coming. This is just getting better and better into the afternoon as the sun sinks here in the channel at Teahupo'o.
Yeah, thank you, Strider. And yeah, that matchup coming up is going to be an epic one. Baron Mamiya, Matthew McGillivray. That's heat 7 of the elimination round. Out of that, that was a rotation for Rio Waida. He did it in quick fashion. That replay, actually, that number dropped a 6.87. Previous wave was a 6.33. That means that Imai is in a giant combo of 14.04, 30 seconds. It's a done deal. Rio Waida on to the round of 16, Jesse.
Yes, and unfortunately, I almost hope there's just a set so Imai can kind of redeem himself, because he's such a talented surfer, such a great human. He deserves much more. He has way more inside of him than just the scores that he got, but looks like some waves out the back, maybe. No. But great heat for Rio. Flawless performance, amazing technique, and good on him.
Yeah, there he is. All smiles. But you know his work ethic. Job's not done for Rio Waida. We'll see him again tomorrow in the round of 16, and we will see Imai Kalani DeVault when we resume competition event number 7 over in El Salvador. So we're gonna take a break. We're gonna reset. When we come back, it's gonna be an epic matchup. Baron Mamiya, Matthew McGillivray battling for a spot in the round of 16.
From Hawaii, Baron Mamiya, and blue from South Africa, Matthew McGillivray. I just remind you, 35 minutes. And for the previous 8, congratulations to Rio Waida, advancing to round 3. Voilà, dans la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à l'Indonésien Rio Waida qui vient de se qualifier au détriment de Imai Kalani DeVault, l'Hawaïen. Et la série qui vient de commencer, c'est l'avant-dernière série de la journée, la série numéro 7. Elle oppose Baron Mamiya, le Hawaïen, au Sud-Africain Matthew McGillivray.
Yorana, hi everybody, and welcome back to the Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown, the 6th stop of the season on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, she's from WA, but this is her favorite stop on the tour. She's been bouncing around Outer Islands. This is where it's out in paradise, but for what we love to do and for surf fans around the world, this is a much anticipated event because of what we've been seeing today. How good has it been?
Oh, I mean, we'll get back to that. Wow, I mean, showing up in a big way. Baron
still going, and the man that kicked off the season with his win on his home break at Pipeline, showing why he has a big reputation in waves like this. Already kicking things off with a decent score as he's facing off with Matthew McGillivray. This is elimination round, heat number 7. Remember, follow these guys' journey to qualify for the final 5 with the live rankings on worldsurfleague.com. It gets updated after every single heat, so you can see who moves up into position and moves out on demand. Let's see the start again from Baron Mamiya.
Oh, this was an insane way to start this heat. I mean, you could see he did a little real reshuffle on his board there just to get it further up the nose, get that weight projected forward on the board. This little moment here, his back foot almost looks like it kind of slipped off, or I don't know if that was a readjustment, but really long tube there to start the day. Sort of a medium to more bigger size set wave. And wow, you could just see when his body was hitting that wall of water then just how much reverberation his body was getting from that wave. I mean, that's just a clear indication of just how powerful it is out there.
So powerful, and this is where Barron really shines. Built his reputation on performing in slab-type waves, especially at pipe and backdoor. He can take off later than anybody. He can ride incredibly small equipment, and he's just willing to free fall inside the pit. They used to have surfer pole awards on the North Shore of Oahu, and I'll never forget a moment where he got called up on stage by the Irons family, and he got the AI award for being the next big name to take over pipe and backdoor, and he got to live his dream by beating his hero, you know, in pumping conditions of pipe this year over John Florence to kick off the season world #1.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance from Barron, and what a way to do it. I mean, if you're going to win at pipe, I mean, you want to beat the best, right? And it couldn't have been a better finish for Barron. I mean, he'd obviously already won just down the road as a wildcard at Sunset, and then, you know, you've got to be thinking that someone who grew up there, the next event you want to win, pipe, and he did just that at the beginning of the year.
Such a cool cat from the North Shore of Oahu. This is how we kicked off the season for Barron Mamiya. He was so focused on taking out his dream event at Pipeline against the best surfers in the world. There were some heats where honestly his opponent had no chance. Like with or without priority, understanding every section of backdoor and Pipeline, he was really unstoppable.
Wow, I mean, looking back at this, I knew it was good that day, but I'm just reminded that we have been blessed well and truly. I mean, backing up here in Tahiti, I mean, yeah, what just such beautiful waves. I remember this heat so vividly, and just the comfortability level of both surfers in this heat. I mean, Barron and John, but it was this moment right here. I mean, the 10-point ride in a final against John. I mean, it doesn't get better.
Well, I mean, that's as good as it gets. His whole corner was losing it. And when you hear from Barron and he's going, I can't believe I made that one. Because you're imagining he's gotten a million of those in his life, but that one was extra special in the final with John Florence. His manager there, Sean Ward's been by his side for a very long time. As we look at that event summary, taking out the win at the start of the season. One win this season. He was in the final 5 for a bit, still very close to the top 10 picture, and getting his first perfect 10. An absolute hero in waves like this. And so now expected to win here in Tahiti as well, to kind of connect that start at pipe, bring it right here to the end of the road as he's deep on this one. McGillivray looks like pulling into his first wave. All we're seeing is foam just running through inside the pit. And the South African getting started, but he's still underwater, just popping up. Mamiya's on this one. Bottom drops out. He takes a higher line and is standing tall for the exit. And Matthews taking that one on the head. Advantage to the Hawaiian.
Oh my goodness. Barron just got absolutely coned on that thing. It was incredible. I mean, just the casualness to his approach here. I mean, there's nothing casual about this wave, but just look at the ease that he just sticks through there. Oh, wow. Okay, so he actually grabbed the rail there. I thought he actually obviously grabbed it at the very beginning. He releases the rail just so that he can get that pump in down the line, and then had to grab it again. So incredibly technical barrel here from Barron, and just demonstrating exactly what we've been talking about.
This is exactly what Barron wants to do for the rest of his life. Take off so late. This is the new school, the new modern day update of backhand tube riding. He's at the top of the list. He's incredibly brave, but technically he can pop the fins out on demand. He knows how to manage his speed so well, and he'll take off under the lip on demand. How about these numbers already? And we still have more waves coming through. Standing straight up in a huge pit is Barron Mamiya. And the whole channel is celebrating. Looking like the back of Ryan Cowan and enjoying the show. Doug Silva right next to Seth Muniz. They're getting amped up for the heat coming up next. Strider, how are you feeling out there?
Let's go! Turn the lights on, set it up. We're not done. We're gonna run all night. This is just insane. The volume just got turned up. The house party just started, and it is on. The music is just through the roof. The speakers are throbbing. I mean, this is insane. This is what we came for. I am so pumped right now. Everybody in the channel blowing up, and B just looks like he's having cake and just eating the whole thing, man, because he is enjoying his time out here. The body language, the gestures, the screams out of him right now, insane. Loving it. Hopefully McGilvray can get in the driver's seat a little bit here. We can have a little bit of a boxing match.
Gosh, Strider, can you break down the technique of Baron Mamiya? His approach is really unbelievable in waves like this.
You know what? He knows how to get underneath it, and that Sammy, our cameraman, just said it. You went from paddling for the waves, now you have to paddle down the face and underneath it, and that's the level of intensity out here. You have to turn around, you have to go 2 or 3 seconds before you think you need to paddle and start paddling, and then get underneath it, and then on the drop you basically are only looking at the bottom 3 feet of the wave, and that's all you need to focus on, because that's where you're going to be riding the whole time. The way that this wave draws up and the way that it sucks up off the reef, you just need to be at the bottom dealing with that little nook and cranny down there, and sometimes you're just going to arc into it like Baron did, because that was pure control and style, and just insane for you to be able to do that on a heavy wave like that of consequence and do the kind of control that he had in that tube. It was just insane.
Good man, was. And I love that you brought up cake in that conversation. I knew it. He always is hungry out there and having a good time in the channel. Baron Mamiya, a 9-point ride and a 7.83, throwing away his last score of a 5.67. And McGillivray in a big combo, but with plenty of time. Let's now catch up with the winner of the last heat. Rio Whitas with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you so much, Joe. Rio, we're literally surfing at the end of the rainbow here. What an experience for you out in that lineup. You described it like you were living in a dream.
Yeah, definitely. I felt I was in the dream, When I was in the barrel, I see, like I said, green room, and then the sun's like right to my face. It was bright, and then of course rainbows, and I see a lot of boats, and it's crazy. It feels like I'm in the dream, just a little bit. I feel like I'm in the heaven or something, just a little bit, I don't know, but it was pretty scary, to be honest. But first I want to thanks to Micro. He's the guy that always tell me, just go, just paddle and go, head down, go. If the big sets come, just go, like don't even think and stuff. But I got a couple wipe out, and that kind of realized, oh, it was okay to fall off. It wasn't that bad that I was taught. I thought it was going to be like my head to the reef and stuff, but it wasn't like that. It was just kind of like in the laundry, just getting soaked and stuff. So it was fun.
In the rinse cycle, now I know you come from Paradise, but I've seen you here putting in the work. You're a real G. You paddle out here every day, no boat needed. Real, what's it like to just grind it out and be rewarded with a heat win like that?
Yeah, first of all, I have a small budget, so I got to paddle every day. It's not bad. It's kind of good warm up, kind of. Just paddle and see everyone's passing by, just hey, blah, blah, blah. And then when I get to the lineup, of course, the wave's going to be firing, everyone's getting barrels and stuff. I get a little bit anxious, but I don't know. It's been a dream, I made the cut, now I just want to push my level. I feel like today I pushed my limit, I was scared of getting barrels hit, choke, Teahupo'o, but today I just head down and just send it.
You broke through another barrier. You have tons of friends and family and fans all over the world. What do you want to say to them?
Pertama, saya mau mengucapkan terima kasih banyak semuanya sudah dukung saya, dan round berikutnya saya akan lebih semangat, dan ya terima kasih dan tetap dukung. Terima kasih.
Yeah, Rio.
Suksama, thank you so much. Rio Whitas, what a legend. Paddling out every day. I remember Owen Wright used to do that. But he obviously had a bigger wingspan than Michael Phelps, so it would take him just a few minutes to get out there. He kind of treated that as a bit of a warm-up before he went surfing. But for Rio, it's an interesting part of this event. You've got to have resources. If you don't feel like hiring a boat for the whole time or jet skis, you can get out there on your own. And oftentimes when people are going in and they see someone paddling, especially on dark, they'll offer you a lift on the way back to the beach. Sometimes you're not always lucky, but Hopefully Rio's been picked up the last few days.
Yeah, I hope so. And I think it all comes down, obviously, resources, like you said, but it's connections too, and time spent coming to a place like this. But yeah, I'm hoping that a few of these other guys on tour, you're picking them up on the jet ski and giving them a lift in, especially after that performance. Give the boy a jet ski.
So cool when you see a man like that, say, dealing with the fear, but putting his head down and absolutely going and gaining more confidence. And a guy that kind of showed up with confidence here on his first trip ever to Teahupo'o, Crosby Colapinto. Grabbing the jersey now. High fives in the channel. He'll be preparing for a family friend. Seth Moniz coming up next. Crosby, the rookie on tour, saw his good friend Cole Hausman take off on some bombs in his heat, and that's who he'll be battling with for the remainder of the season for Rookie of the Year. So Crosby needs to answer if he wants to get that great honor this season.
Oh, and you know he'd be fired up too. I mean, he came here, you know, he was here for that week, the swell before that arrived, and the week before the event. And he got a couple of nuggets, so he was sending it. And, you know, today, very similar, if not maybe a bit more groomed than that last swell. So, oh, he's going to be absolutely keen to get through this round. And, yeah, that fight for Rookie of the Year is completely on.
So this is the third time these two have met on the championship tour. 2 previous meetings, 1 win apiece. It's kind of interesting when you look at it. You kind of laugh a little bit because Barron beat McGillivray at J-Bay. That's where Matty's from. Matt's win over Barron was here in Tahiti. So you'd almost think where the favorites would have been chosen in the past, the opposite results happened. But that's just a statement of the tour and how good these guys are, how well-rounded they are when they compete, no matter where they grew up. We saw Matty step up and get the 10. One of his best waves of his life. But right now he's got some catching up to do because Baron Mamiya got a 9-point ride on his second wave while he wore it on the head flick.
Yeah, this thing was absolutely insane. I mean, he's just been on an absolute barrel bender on this heat. I mean, wave after wave, just the casual nature of his surfing too, and how quickly, you know, he's paddled straight back out after these waves and then just swings around on another one. I mean, incredible momentum at the beginning of this heat, and I mean, he's looking so comfortable. If something comes through, and I mean, Ross sort of said it, I think it was Ross that was saying it, I mean, Barron's the kind of kid that if something comes through and it's big and it looks scary, he's the kind of kid that isn't going to paddle over it, he's going to send it, he's sendy. So, I mean, that's pretty exciting to think about. But on the other hand, we also know Matt is incredibly like that as well. So, and the beauty of this wave is that it's not over for Matt because heats can be turned in a matter of 5 minutes. I mean, it's such a short, sharp barrel. I mean, Matt needs 2 waves, but it can happen.
Yeah, pretty cool. When you watch Barron in motion in heavy water waves, he just makes it look so cool. You can tell that he might throw a chain on, you know, on land and throw on some hip-hop music and cruise on the North Shore with his friends. He's been traveling a bit with some of his friends. He brought Makonapeng out to Australia for both Bells and Margaret River. And here it really is a second home. One of his best friends in the whole world is Matahi Drolet. So when Matahi goes to Oahu, he stays with Barron, and when Barron comes here, he stays with Matahi. And they have a lot of fun. Kala Grace hopped over and stayed with all 3 of them. They had some good laughs. Matahi kept them laughing, kept them entertained. But yeah, pretty easy transition for a guy like Barron to come to Tahiti. He probably does feel like he's at home.
Oh, completely. I mean, when you've got such good relationships on tour and you're staying with people who feel like, you know, they're friends, but they feel like family. I mean, it's an incredible advantage just to sort of be able to click straight into gear. And here, I mean, you know, Hawaii is an island, here's an island, it's volcanic, it's waves of consequence, and it's a beautiful place to be.
It's funny when you run into Matt McGillivray, you know, you want to talk about surfing and heats and life, but if you see like something big, like a big mountain, you're like, would you jump off that? You're just so curious if he has a limit, whether he's jumping off cliffs or jumping into big waves. Here's what he said about the comparison.
For sure, I feel like the base jumping is very mental. I mean, it prepares me mentally for surfing and for being in pressure scenarios because you're standing on the ledge of a cliff and once you step off, there's no going back. So there's a lot of fear and there's a familiarity about it, like a very familiar space. And I can go back in my mind and I've done it a few times before in heats where I've gone back in my mind and been like, this is like doing a base jump, and you know you're capable to push past your limits here, and there's a similar level of fear with standing on the side of a cliff and trying to throw yourself over the ledge, and the only way to know what's going to happen is to push yourself over and do it, take the jump.
I love that he uses that reference of reminding himself that he's jumped off some crazy things in his life, and he'll actually think about that in heats. I mean, if you go, oh yeah, I've done that before, maybe looking over a ledge of a 10-footer actually seems more realistic.
Well, for him, that's the yardstick, right? It's like, does this really compare? In my books, I guess it no, because I hate heights. But for, you know, once you've gone so far in any sort of adrenaline realm, I guess like he's always using that as a gauge to, well, I just jumped off this cliff, or that was this high, or did this. And in my opinion, I mean, it sort of makes this feel, not like child's play, but you just got to have a look at some of the crazy things he does, and then you'll understand what I'm saying. It could be also that I'm projecting my incredible fear of heights right now.
Oh, it's crazy. And it's funny, too, that in South Africa, next to J-Bay is the biggest bungee jump in the world, or one of them. And so it makes sense that that was a part of his upbringing, just not being afraid of heights, or if he was, dealing with it and proving to himself he could do whatever he wants. At the moment, he's comboed, so right now he's going to be digging deep and visualizing himself coming back with Baron Mamiya with a stranglehold on the lead, a 9 and a 7.83, standing straight up here at Teahupo'o. We were talking about these two at their head-to-head history. Let's go to their heat here at Teahupo'o a couple of years back. How about Matthew McGillivray showing that he's got it all. Growing up on the best right-hand point break in the world at J-Bay, and one of the best barrel riders. He can let go, pull in under the hood on demand, and he was able to beat Baron Mamiya in the elimination rounds. So that's why Baron's so hungry to answer backflip.
Oh, completely. And I feel like, you know, on paper, you look at this heat thinking, oh, Baron's got it on lock. He's grown up in Hawaii at pipe. But yeah, Matt getting the job done with a pair of excellent scores, 2 8-point rides. So clearly firing Baron up. And these two guys, they remember that. They keep score. They know that these things have happened. So, I mean, yeah, right now it's head-to-head. One win apiece. This is the decider.
You love these heats with guys that are just building their rivalry right in front of your eyes, and you're always hoping the waves are going to be good. Well, it's pumping right now, and Baron's putting on a show. 9 and a 7.83, so that's a 16.83 combined total. The max heat score for Baron has already changed, but they definitely provide fireworks when they're against each other. When Baron got past McGillivray at J-Bay, it was very, very close on the decision. And now we'll see if Matty can answer back. Just a 1.5, and it was interesting. In a heat previous, there's kind of a heat where it looked like Jake Marshall just wasn't going to get a chance. He was sitting forever, needed something into the 9s, and then On days like today, the ocean will just lift, and it really makes a big comeback a little bit more probable and attainable with the best surfers in the world. Meeting up with a forecast is good.
Oh, sometimes the ocean it taketh and sometimes it giveth. And definitely gave Jake an absolute gem. And I mean, his backup was, I think, was only a 4 too, you know, which just gives you an indication he'd sat for so long. And yeah, obviously knocked Connor out, but I mean, it's totally doable. I know it's a big, it's a big heat total right now, 16.83, but we've said it again, and it's the beauty of this wave. It can happen within 5 minutes, so can't count Matt out. I mean, we know he's also had a 10 out here before, you know, and we know if he gets this opportunity, he's going to throw himself over the ledge. Good news for him also, he's got priority.
That's right, Matthew's been dealing with some heavy water on the head in this heat. Took the 9 that Barron had right on top of him, so shaking that one off. And it was kind of the last message that former champ out here, Ace Buchan, told me. He was like, remember, Joe, that Tahiti is like a velvety coconut champagne infused with mezcal. Just as you're drifting off, it punches you in the face. Ace Buchan.
What a linguist.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, his dad was a longtime professor. We know Ace has written some children's books. I know his dad was an author. But yeah, Ace, one of the great stories in Teahupo'o history, beat Kelly in the final. Not a lot of people can say that, especially when it was pumping. All of his wins, actually, on tour were over the GOAT. His one before was in France. So Ace can take that into his retirement. Well done, Adrian.
There's not that many people that can say that.
9:55 on the clock. The story for South Africa is always a fun one. Maddie wants to be the first to win this event for that amazing part of the world. Remember Travis Logie, the Code Red year, 2011? Looked like he'd been attacked by a lion when you looked at his back. Got past Jordy Smith. Jordy broke his ribs. It was absolutely pumping. Everyone was frightened. It was another one of those big stories where Travis just surfed out of his skin and had a 3rd place finish in that Code Red year. That was the year that it was Owen and Kelly in the final. And that was the wild ride where Kelly and Owen had 3 finals in a row on tour back in 2011.
Was that the New York year too?
Yeah, it was the New York year. And maybe that's the one that Kelly wishes he had, because the prize purse was at least $300,000 for a win. It was a one-off moment. New York was firing, and you know, Owen made more money in prize money in that 3-event series than Kelly did with 2 wins. But yeah, that was a fun season, a fun rivalry. Owen was just getting his feet wet on tour. He was only in his 2nd season out here. Owen doing some great things that season, and then had back-to-back finals with Medina. Owen will always be one of the greats here at the end of the road.
Oh, completely. I think he's one of my favorite surfers out here. It's just incredible, just his approach and the intensity that he brought to this wave, and how quickly he was able to figure it out, and the connection he had with it was super, super special. And I think, you know, he's obviously passed that down to Tyler as well, because Tyler's not afraid to have a dig. Obviously, we've seen Mikey out here do some incredible things too. So, yeah, big family full of talent.
Flashing back in surfing history to 2010, a very special moment in surfing history, because it was the last CT win for Andy Irons as we crack open the WSL vaults. He did have the heat with Kelly in the semifinals, and he hadn't won in a while at this time. Remember, he's a 3-time world champ, but it hadn't happened. He'd taken a year off. He was coming back into form, and everyone was screaming. It was an emotional win for a lot of his friends, like Freddie Patacha Jr. on top of the tower cheering him on. Luke Egan was in Andy's corner as well, celebrating that comeback to form and getting on top of the podium once again.
Yeah, this was really cool. It was actually my first year to Tahiti, and I got to watch this from the channel. It was pretty incredible, and to see, you know, Andy it was amazing because I'd seen a little bit of him surf, and we always talk about him having that big personality and just wasn't afraid to show it. And I was so stoked that I got to see that and witness that. And yeah, I mean, yeah, it was beautiful to watch. Obviously wasn't absolutely heaving, but cool to watch him come back and into form and get a win, and just with so much passion.
And it was so cool he had the heat with Kelly because of all the rivalry stories, but Kelly was still winning at this point. This is a world title season for Kelly, and Andy got the win there, then met up with CJ Hobgood in the final, and everybody celebrated the return to form. Dean Morrison up there. This is my first trip to Tahiti as well, way back when. Andy was so stoked. He'd stay at the White House on the point. Everyone was gathering around, giving him a high five. He had time for everyone. He just kept jumping out of his car on the way to the airport, just saying, "What's up? How's it going? You want to jump in? Who needs a ride?" And I'll never forget that look on his face of how special that win felt. He's won a lot, but it was this comeback win that day that just made us all want to celebrate.
Yeah, super, super special. I mean, you know, the personality that he had and carried throughout tour, I mean, just makes me miss that era of surfing because there was so many greats on tour and just so many people with just so much passion, and they weren't afraid to show it. Oh yeah, that's what it was all about. Oh, that house is still going. It's where Seth stays now, and it's really fun. You remember Dustin Barca always stayed there. Bruce was always around. Aki would always be there, and it's right at the point, like right where everyone parks their skis, and you'd see them hanging out and always having a good vibe, playing music, talking story. It feels like yesterday. Obviously, Barron looking up to Andy along with everybody on tour. For Barron, it's really close and personal, growing up on the North Shore of Oahu. And I remember Bruce talking to Barron saying, "Man, you are the next thing. My brother would just love what you're doing on tour." And for Barron, I think he just couldn't believe that his hero was telling him all these amazing things. I think the North Shore probably knew Barron's talent maybe before he did, and then he just owned it, and look where he is today. I feel like you can see some of that style that Andy has, that Barron is emulating. I mean, you see that on his backhand, and certain, you know, there's glimpses of it every now and then. I mean, this heat's been a perfect example. Just that technique, the stall on the backhand is just super impressive to watch. So, I mean, he's at the moment got this heat absolutely on lock. I mean, some great rides, some great throwaway scores already, and left just Matt out the back, just you know what? We've had a long lull, a long set. Looks like Matt's going to pull the trigger. He's got to break the combo here. Up and under. How quick was that turn towards the channel? And he showed us that before, how he has that down. He doesn't need a whole lot of space to go from straight down to pulling up without just losing his rail and going straight down to the bottom. Is it enough to break the combo? That's what he's hoping for with 4 minutes to go. Yeah, I mean, let's have a look here. So grabs that right. He's so good at doing that. I mean, the fin's completely dislodged from the face of the wave there. Let's have a look here. You can see that just they slide and then they grab, and then he just wrenches that arm in the face of the wave. You can see he was just trying to slow down a little bit more. I mean, it was a bigger wave, but just that it was more of a tight armady barrel. It didn't really necessarily throw over. It wasn't that big cavern that we've sort of seen a couple of Barron's waves. I mean, yeah, he's obviously going to need to do more. Now 3:25 on the clock. Maddie still comboed. 3:22 now, running out of time. Next heat, though, is a big one. Strider, what's coming up next?
Oh, well, we got a big heat coming up. We got Seth Moniz coming up against the Crosby Colapinto, the Cross. And he's got his crew out here. We got Cole, we got Griff, we got Witz, we got Hampo, and they're all just lined up here supporting him. It's a good look. It really feels good. And he's looking like he's psyched to go out there. He did get some amazing waves on the warm-up. And while we're at it, let's get back to the water. McGillivray, right straight back into the barrel again. Nice little cleanup on the inside.
Good man, Strider. McGillivray getting barreled, and he's looking at the time, under priority, getting the work done, which is impressive. And this time we'll see if he breaks the combination and gets a spot into the round of 16. Mamiya being patient out the back with priority. He'll play defense when he has to, but Matty did well here to be on the inside shelf. Yeah, he did super well. And the read here, I mean, it was just a smaller
Smaller barrel here once again, but beautiful style and technique there. He fully let go of the rails. Look, I'm not sure if it's like really going to break this combination. Actually, when I just compare it to Barron's 783, I'm saying no right now. I mean, just the size of the wave alone.
Yeah, I always love the reminder of comparisons. That's what the judges are doing. They can't get caught in the moment. They always have to have a clear memory of what's happened in the entire heat. Once the heat finishes, it's a clean slate. So you don't really want to compare an 8 from the previous heat to the next heat. It's all about just comparing the two surfers in the lineup, and they set their scale. Last of McGillivray, like you thought, Flick, doesn't break the combo. It's a 6.07. He is improving, but he's just a little bit too late, down to 90 seconds.
Yeah, he needed at least one of those, one of those 7s that Barron had just to kind of keep at pace. I mean, the start of the heat was just absolutely the Barron show. I mean, he just has this heat on lock and couldn't put a foot wrong.
Big heat setting up in the round of 16 for tomorrow. Planning on a massive day of action here at Teahupo'o. Ethan Ewing with the GOAT, Kelly Slater, in the first heat of the round. Jordy Smith takes on Iago Dora. Remember, Dora just got past his good friend, defending event champ Jack Robinson. And then we'll have John Florence dealing with Mihimana, who has been the giant killer last couple of seasons. Mihimana just eliminated world #1, Griffin Colapinto.
Wow, heat 5 for me, John and Mihimana. Obviously, Mihimana getting the jump on Griffin is not an easy thing to do. I mean, Griff's looked really locked and loaded. He's looked connected, and I mean, I think Mihimana's probably going to draw a lot of confidence from that last heat, and he is one of the best out here for sure. I mean, we've seen glimpses of it over the past, even last year as well. But it's a big heat. I mean, John out here is absolutely deadly.
It's going to be a fun one to look forward to as we have run out of time for Matthew McGillivray. He's starting to paddle just in case something pops up, but it's going to be a little bit too late. Baron Mamiya gets one back on Matty. Now it goes 2-1 in Mamiya's favor and one-on-one heats over the South African. And he'll be reseeded in the round of 16. He got his work done very early, got the first good wave, and then got the 9 on his second effort. Coming up next, two good friends and two fun rivals, Crosby Colapinto taking on Seth Muniz. We'll be right back.
And blue from Hawaii, Seth Muniz. Just remind you, 35 minutes. And for the previous 8, congratulations to Baron Mamiya, advancing to round 3. Voilà donc dernière série de la journée qui vient de démarrer. Elle oppose le Californien Crosby Colapinto à Seth Muniz, le Hawaïen. Le Hawaïen est en bleu, le Californien en rouge. Et pour la dernière série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à Baron Mamiya qui se qualifie pour le 3e tour. Élimination de Matthew McGillivray.
surfing's like a dance, and the wave always leads. And a lot of pro surfers can dance well, like Iago Dora, like Griffin Colapinto, Carissa Moore, Gabrielle Bryan. They got invited up on stage at the opening ceremony, which was absolutely beautiful. Fire dancers, some of the best in all of Polynesia, who have won competitions in New Zealand, were there on hand to kick off this event. And the blessing being the year of the ocean. All the pro surfers brought water to the beach all together and joined in hands. It was a really beautiful ceremony. And then the concert went into the night. It was awesome. What a cool celebration at the end of the road. And a big thanks again to all the locals here at Teahupo'o that we stay with every year. Some amazing families. We're lucky to stay with an incredible woman named Hinatea. She is so calm and peaceful and opens the doors wide when we come here every year. And same goes for guys like Seth, who's been here a bit, and Crosby, who's just getting started. You stay with a family and you stick with them for the rest of your career. And, you know, there are some changes here and there with sponsors or things, but you always give them a shout out, say that you're going to be moving locations, but it's pretty rare. Usually you're at the same fam from start to finish.
Yeah, and that's what makes this location so unique, you know, and so awesome that it is so untouched here at the end of the road. That's, you know, you literally drive to the end of the road and you've got to get on a bridge if you want to go any further and walk in, or, you know, if you have the right vehicle, sometimes you can drive across that little river there. But yeah, it's such a unique destination, and yeah, I love it so much for that, because it has this really relaxed vibe, really good energy here. Things slow down, and for good, I think.
Have you had poisson cru yet on this trip?
I have.
Ah, beautiful dish. Can't get enough of it. You know what? Brisa actually made a version of it the other day. Brisa, who's now world #1, just finished in the final with Vahine Fierro and invited everybody over and did her version of the local dish. Kind of gave it a little bit of a Costa Rican, Fijian flair to it, which was really cool. She Brisa-fied it, as she said. But yeah, what a day it's been. The women finished their final earlier today, Vahine being the first local to win this event. And Brisa now world #1. As we'll dive into the Shiseido Water Report with Strider. No scores yet, but what have you seen so far?
Wow, it's, you know, they're family friends, they say, and but they're the biggest rivals in the water. These guys have been battling out the back for this priority. We've seen 5 or 6 nuggets coming through, just 6 to 8 foot, just wedges coming down the reef, and they've been paddling each other up to the top and over to the side. It's been pretty fun to watch, but we'll see who comes away with the first wave here, because nobody's giving it up. That's for sure. Oh, what? Oh.
You all right, Strider?
Yeah, we're okay. We're still here. We're still here.
Have you taken any on the head yet? You've been pretty good managing that on
No. This is, you don't tempt fate here at Teahupo'o. There's no getting one on the head. Not for entertainment, not for anybody. This is,
wow.
It's not where you want to end up on the reef.
Yeah, my favorite of all time, though, is seeing, like, it looked like frog legs in the 40-foot lip at the Eddy when you were hanging on to the ski. I'll never forget that.
That was an all-time moment for me. It was probably a peak of my commentating career, and going through a 60-foot closeout set at Waimea was something I'll never forget. And wow, yeah, got tossed off and 30 feet into the air, and it was, yeah, there's a lot more that happened, but that's not for air.
Yeah, geez, and your wipeouts here are pretty radical as well. Those early sessions with your good friend Raimana. I know you have a lot of great rides too, and some of the best of your career. And so I'm sure being in the channel means a lot to you.
Yeah, it does. It brings up a lot of memories, and you know, I've ridden some of the waves of my life and also took the beatings of my life. So, you know, everybody has to pay. It looks like we might get our first wave here, guys. Here we go. Seth Moniz pulling up under the hood. Drained, coming through, looking good. Beautiful work right there. Nice negotiation, great style, great technique. Joe, sorry I did your job.
You sounded really good, by the way.
Look at the next one.
Oh, keep going, Waz.
Oh, Crosby. No hands. Grabs the rail, comes flying through the section. Beautiful work for Crosby. Looking really comfortable out here. This is going to be a heater now that it's getting started. Let's hope for some back-to-back waves. I mean, this is fun.
Oh, having so much fun. Good man, Strider. Thanks so much for all you're doing out there. Crosby and Seth finally getting started here. And it's really funny when you see good friends battle, because sometimes they'll push each other even harder because they know they can get away with it. They'll still be friends when they move on. Seth did a great job to get the first wave.
Yeah, he did. And this was a great one too. Great exchange. It was just Seth, obviously, first wave of the set, rode it really well, super technical barrel. And I mean, immediately I thought, okay, this is a great wave. And just his technique there to really stall and use his whole body. But then immediately behind him was Crosby, second wave of the set. And this one, because it was a second, was a bit cleaner because that first one had come through. And it was just drawing off the reef. You can see that this one had a different intensity to it. I feel like that the difference was the wave, right? And for me, Seth was maybe slightly more technical, but Crosby so deep, coming from so deep. And what happens on these ones that are really deep and thick is like Crosby looked like he was so deep, and then as soon as you get on that foam ball, it just shoots you forward, and you hear it, so many of the guys talk about it. As soon as they got on that foam ball, I mean, you're trying to wipe off this speed, but it's impossible. It's just going to shoot you straight forward to the channel. I mean, that was a great combo right there between those two boys.
Great combo. We had a great combination of waves as well for Baron Mamiya. Huge win. He's hanging out with Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Baron. A couple of amazing moments out there. Before we get to the business of the heat, I want to talk about the Soul Arch, arms up. Truly an iconic barrel stance. You created an incredible memory for all of us watching. How did it feel for you?
Yeah, when the wave came in, it was a bomb, and I was just like, I don't know, like when the waves come in, they're so dark and just big, and I was just like sitting there just like, oh, this is my time. This is what I've been waiting for so long. And then I took off, and then I just kind of stood there. I probably should have stalled, because if Maddie got like a 9 or something, he would have been right back in the heat. But yeah, it was an incredible view, and it was something I'll never forget.
It's going to be an iconic photo, that's for sure. Now let's talk about the business. You've been putting in work out here since you were 15 years old. What's the recipe for success on a day like today?
Yeah, you know, I haven't been back for a big swell in a while. I think the last time I was here when it was proper was I think 2019. I came on a surf trip. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, I was really nervous before that heat. You know, I drew Maddie in a heat in 2022 out here, and it was exactly like this, and he absolutely smoked me. I just had a complete shocker, and he smoked me. So, you know, I was kind of just I was super nervous before the heat, but I kind of just sat with myself and had a little moment, and just just reminded myself, like, hey, you're one of the best barrel riders in the world, and you can do it. So
I love to hear that. In the booth, they were talking about the similarities between here and Pipeline. Obviously, we know what you can do at Backdoor and Pipe. We know what you can do out here, but are these waves pretty similar?
To be honest, this wave is, I don't know, this obviously Pipe is, my favorite wave in the world. It's a wave I grew up surfing, and that's by far, I love Pipe more than any wave in the world, but this wave is, I don't know, it's like no other wave. It's the most perfect, scariest barrel you've ever seen, and whenever it gets big, you can go and you want to paddle the biggest wave of your life, you can do it out here. So it's pretty similar, in the sense where you're taking off super late, but here is way more perfect.
And shouts to the homies, the friends and family back here watching, cheering you on.
Yeah, say hi to my mom, my dad, my brother, my girlfriend, everyone back home, all my friends. Love you guys, and hope to see you soon.
This guy's built different. Watch out for Baron Mamiya moving through.
Thank you, Chris. Mamiya into the round of 16, looking very comfortable, and interesting that he hadn't been on a surf chip here in a few years just to strike it on a big day. He's been here obviously in competition, but getting knocked out early never feels good, so happy to be in a rhythm, winning, and getting one back on Matthew McGillivray. That's going to be a fun rivalry to see grow on tour.
You know what's interesting is that he said he was nervous because, I mean, it's just cool to hear that vulnerability from Baron because, I mean, his scoreline definitely didn't show it. And what I take from that when I would just watch it is, wow, this guy's really comfortable. So let's have a look here. The current heat, Crosby's 8-point ride. Just got the jump over Seth by, just over a point here. And this thing was insane. I mean, it was the second wave of the set, so it just drew off the reef. It really threw. It was super hollow. I mean, look how thick this thing is. And he just came from so deep. And as soon as he hits that foam ball, just comes flying on out so fast. And yeah, really, really impressive there from Crosby.
One of those guys that you just expect him to do really well, even if it's his first trip to a venue. Something about being a younger brother, just like Seth is. You know, they just watch their older siblings do it, and they're like, oh, I can do it. Before they've even tried yet, they just have that belief. And I think Seth and Crosby can both speak to that because their siblings are incredibly talented. Crosby is currently world #1 on tour. But Seth, we can talk about all of his siblings all day long about what they've accomplished. Do you remember that wave that Kaylia got out here and knocked her teeth out?
I know. I know.
That was crazy.
Oh, man. I mean, sending it on a longboard out here.
Charging.
I mean, are you kidding me? 2-time world longboard champ, too. I mean...
I remember she rips on a shortboard as well. There was a state title, a high school title, at Salt Creek years ago, and she beat Coco Ho on a shortboard. You know, it was just like she was really well-rounded. But yeah, her world title's on a longboard. But yeah, there was one strike mission, a cool trip that they took here to Tahiti, and she absolutely charged. And she sometimes does posts actually about the dental work that she still has to go through because of that wipeout, you know, now years ago.
Oh, I mean, the thing was ugly. I remember when I saw photos of it on Instagram, I mean, it came up with that graphic warning, I mean, and it was graphic. I mean, just outrageous. I mean, there has been crazy wipeouts out here over the years. I mean, we'll get back to that in a sec. Looks like Seth.
Seth putting his head down, controlling it, let go of the rail for a moment, then pulled a little bit higher to avoid the foam ball. What a read for the Hawaiian. And steps off into the channel. That'll be enough for a lead change, but Crosby's already answering, draws off the bottom incredibly deep, and comes out of another cave. Brilliant performance from Cros right next to his buddy and going right into an aggressive paddle battle. Crosby's got a little bit of height, a long wingspan. Who's winning the battle now, Strider?
Blue on the inside, Blue's on the inside. He's coming around the corner, but Red's looking like he wants it. Red's going to be putting his head down and kicking hard. We're going out the outside. We're right past the buoy. We got the buoy up in the front. Who's going to get to the buoy first? It looks like Red's going to get to the buoy first. Oh, and it's Seth to the buoy first. So we got Blue on the outside. He's not giving up. He's pushing him outside on the right. And then we got Crosby on the outside. Crosby on the outside. He's kicking and screaming. He wants it, but Seth's going to keep him off. He's going to push him off. He's got the hole. It looks like Seth's going to win it. Here we go. Seth wins.
Strider, that was amazing. That was actually, I could hear every word you said. That was very articulate for how fast you were going.
That was really fun.
That was insane. And you know what? Good thing you stopped because they haven't even made a decision yet. There we go. Seth Mooney's got it. There we go.
I told you.
What
told
a battle.
Seth on that. Yeah.
That was insane. So obviously they're very aware how important priority is, even after getting incredible barrels. They went right into a paddle for priority. Let's start with Seth's wave here.
Yeah, great read by Seth and really good read to just draw that high line as he was coming out of this barrel just to avoid that foam ball section. Little re-engage with the rail there and just, I mean, it was like riding a bull, bucking bull. That thing, it almost bucked him straight off his board. He did so well to hold on there. So much strength in the legs, the core, arms, everything. I mean, this was just really well done. A little re-engage with the rail there and little pump whilst holding the rail, also really difficult to do. Drives through this section and then he hits a little lump here. It's like the foam ball propels him forward, gets this extra bit of speed and he almost loses it. So it's kind of like it that by default pushed him really high and he ended up having that super high line there as he was coming out. But yeah, great read by Seth. I mean, and then behind him was Crosby on the second wave of the set. Once again, thicker, drawing more water off the reef. It was a shorter barrel, but in terms of wow factor and the way it makes you feel, this made me feel something. It just made me sit up a little bit straighter. It's just so interesting, right? Like different types of barrels and the way you can slice and dice it and dissect it. But oh, that thing was just insane.
I mean, how critical it was, how thick it was. They want you on the heaviest waves, and I totally feel your reaction to that exchange, slowing down that last bit for Crosby.
Yeah, wow. I mean, look at the lip above his head. I mean, that thing is so thick. It's about 1 meter thick. I mean, it's incredible. And I think that just speaks to, I mean, good. It's wave selection, right? Like that second wave of the set at the moment, in my eyes, is proving to be the one. It's thicker, it's draining off the reef. That first one goes through, it makes it nice and clean, and yeah, the second one is throwing.
Oh, completely. And I think Seth learned something from his heat the other day. He would have won the opening round, but he got bounced off his board on the shoulder. You can see how long he held that rail even when he made it. It's almost like I could see him thinking he's not going to fall again and miss out on a score, because he knows in his mind he should have already been in the round of 16.
Wow, I think I'm interested to see where the judges go with Crosby's, because that thing it wasn't the longest barrel, but it just was so. Here we go. Scores. Okay.
9.43 for Crosby Colapinto. Seth Moniz also with an 8.5. What an incredible exchange from the two good friends, but incredible rivals. They are battling each other right now. 9.43 and an 8 for Crosby's total out front. And now Seth Moniz needs an 8.94 to answer back. Let's catch up with the coach of Seth Moniz. Doug Silva is with Strider.
Doug Silva, you are on in the channel. The vibe between you and Seth is just amazing, and I feel like you've brought an elevated vibe to Seth.
Yeah. I mean, that was that's the whole point of what we're doing here. You know, as a coach and a guide, we wanted to elevate, empower, and maximize our students' performance, and maximize their experience, and bring out the joy and inspire the masses. So it's been a pleasure and an honor to do so. Yeah, for sure.
You were saying that he needed a score. What was the score that he was going to get? You had it in your head.
I mean, the number we went out with, we knew it was going to be between 17 and 18 points was the number that we were looking for. 18 was the number we wanted in this heat. We knew it was going to be something like that. So, you know, just a couple maybe rash decisions in the beginning. So there's still plenty of time left, and I can get 18 points in like 2 minutes out here. So just gotta be patient and believe. Yeah. So we're looking good. But Crosby, yeah, they're great friends. So wow, it's just such an honor to be out here watching these guys. Very blessed.
Very subdued Doug Silva, but very on point with the elevated vibe and the number too, because Crosby, I think, sitting on a solid 17 something. So
yeah, I mean 18 is the number. So that's what we want. That's what we came out to get. So yeah, still some time left, and let's do this. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your time, Doug. Get back over there, send some vibe. Thank you. Right on.
Love it. Thank you, Strider. Doug Silva, an incredible surfer, originally from Southern California, and then moved out to Hawaii a long time ago. We see him on the North Shore all the time, and done a lot of great coaching with Seth Moniz. I mean, and Kai Lenny as well, and he's just a breath of fresh air. He's so unique. He's an individual. Stab Magazine caught up with him, a good interview by Ethan Davis. If you haven't read that, you've got to check it out. He has some unbelievable quotes in there about just how he elevates. He said he's got all these soundtracks in his head all the time that just feed his oxygen and get him firing at all cylinders on demand. He said he can go from 0 to 100 naturally and just peak at the right time. And for Seth, he's like, yeah, I mean, we both want the same things. For Doug, he gets to live out his dreams vicariously through Seth, and Seth's stoked because they have the same goals and they get to laugh a lot, you know, with a lot of downtime, because pro surfers have a lot of downtime between heats, and you've got to really pair yourself up well with people you really enjoy hanging around.
Yeah, I really like this pairing, and I really, really got to see it during Margaret River, which was really cool. He was really evident and really prominent in Seth's, you know, comeback to staying alive above this cut. And I read that article too, and one thing that I read was, you know, one of my best mates on tour was, you know, Ross Clark-Jones, and I think that goes without saying that they were having a lot of fun.
Classic. Big shout out to Ross Clark-Jones, one of the heaviest big wave chargers in the world, an absolute animal. But he also competed on tour before that, as we see a Canada spit shoving out of that wave on the inside shelf. Waves on the way here, locked in, pulling under the hood. Seth Moniz, another great read, another big barrel. here with 13 on the clock, chasing an 8.94 for the leadoff Crosby.
Oof, that was a big cavern, that one. Wasn't necessarily the longest barrel, but that one was more, that had a lot more depth to it. It was a lot thicker. And, you know, going to be interesting to see where this one goes. Chasing at 8.94. Let's have a look. So grabs that rail. This one here, just a lot more water to it. And it was a short barrel. But let's see the work that he got done from this angle. So a couple of pumps while grabbing the rail, not an easy thing to do as he rides that foam ball too. So he was deep and that was technical.
This is one of the big events for Seth Moniz in his rookie season when it absolutely fired. There's some giant ones coming through. It was kind of a dark day and he ended up making the semifinals. As we'll wait to see what Seth got on that last wave. Judges taking their time to check out the replay in this lull. We'll see if he can catch up to his good friend. The shootout continues here at the end of the road. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
Okay, last of blue is a 6.67. 6.67. Situation still the same. Blue Seth Moniz need 8.94. Blue, you need 8.94 to advance. First priority red with just over 10 minutes. Just over 10 minutes remaining. Il reste un petit peu plus de 10 minutes dans la série. La dernière vague de Seth Moniz en bleu a été notée 6.70.
The Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. Mophie, official portable power bank partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. Mophie, stay powerful. Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. And Bank of Tahiti, official banking partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. Time for the Oakberry Surf Conditions Report. How fun is it when it's pumping to do the Oakberry Surf Conditions? South-southwest swell, 10 to 15 foot on the face. Moderate winds, those classic east trades. Got the tide at 1.1 feet and rising for the rest of the day. Loving seeing numbers like that. And we just got word from Charlotte Perry as well that there's a buoy that he reads. It's about a day out. He's felt a little bump in that earlier, which is said good news for the afternoon, the rest of the competition, which is now, but also great news for tomorrow. He's expecting the biggest part of the afternoon to continue through tomorrow morning. And he said he wouldn't be surprised if there's even more pulses of consistency. We already talked about some round of 16 matchups, Flick, so I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. And also, the rest of this heat, we still have just under 9 minutes to go. We saw that wave from Seth before we went to break. It didn't factor in. Ended up being a throwaway, 6.67. So now he's out the back without priority and chasing an 8.94.
Yeah, still chasing, and I feel like he's chasing one of those waves that, you know, when we watch and when we call it, it just gives you that feeling of, oh my goodness, that was the score. And I feel like, you know, the couple of waves Crosby's had, I mean, my understanding, it's the second wave of the set. It's the one it's allowing that water to pull through from the first one, make that second wave nice and clean. The second one's had more thickness to it. And, I mean, Seth kind of needs a wave like that. Or, I mean, and he also needs to get this wave under priority, because at the moment Crosby is holding priority with total heat control, so it's going to be pretty difficult right now.
We mentioned earlier that Jack Robinson was knocked out of the event by his friend Yago Dora. Always find it interesting here at this event, you know, ever since it kicked off at the CT level with Aki winning in the late 90s. Nobody's ever gone back to back. Isn't that wild?
Wow. This seems like an event where someone could go back to back.
Yeah, there's good people featuring finals back to back, but winning and kind of owning that area as the champion in multiple seasons on the men's side. It just hasn't happened.
Well, even Gabriel Medina, how can you make, what is it, the stats, 6 of the last 7 finals? I mean, okay, that's an incredible start. I can't say how can you not go back to back, because that alone is incredible. But you'd think one of those would be back to back, right?
Yeah, I mean, you look at Medina with 2 wins, 2014, then 2018. You know, he's featured in back-to-back finals, but back-to-back wins, it just hasn't happened. Kelly's got 5, but they're all spread out over time. 2000, 2003, 2005, 2011, 2016, so there's room in between. AI won twice, 2002 and then 2010. And also Bobby Martinez, a multiple-time champ, but 2006 and then 2009, a few years later.
It's really interesting to me. I mean, but going back-to-back wins at any event, I feel like is really difficult. And I mean, it's always been hard, but I feel like now the level is so high. And before, years ago, I feel like you always had those certain people that you put in a hat that you know they're going to charge. Whereas now I feel like you could throw a blanket over it, because everyone is so sendy. Everyone is wanting to have that moment, that hero moment, and everyone understands just how important it is to be a well-rounded surfer, to really push it in waves of consequence. And I feel like it's really difficult to do that these days.
Gosh, a bowl of sand for breakfast with some bonsoi to mix it up. I love it. 5:50 on the clock. Let's check out some heats in the round of 16. Jordy Smith, Dora. Hausman has Italo. An all goofy foot clash there. We also have John Florence against Mihimana. That's going to be a showstopper. Florence so due for a win. Mihimana wants to win like Vahine did. Mamiya Arkau on the matchup. Ewing, Slater to kick things off first thing in the morning.
Oh.
That's going to be one to look forward to as well.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I just think back to all my favorite performances from Kelly, and it's either here or in Fiji or Pipe. But so 3 great locations. But when it's sizable, like really sizable and big, and I mean, if what Shola is saying, you know, if that comes through tomorrow, that, you know, there's a little kick in the buoy and that could potentially hold for tomorrow morning, and Kelly's in the first heat with Ethan. Whoa, take some deep breaths and hold on to your seat, folks, because it's going to be pretty exciting.
Kelly is so used to traveling, he doesn't get tired. When he joined us in the booth the other day, I was like, where have you been? He named like so many different places, from New York and all over. He was stopped in Fiji, went to a couple of different places there. He got in a couple of days late because he's so in tune with the forecast. He came in the night before, first surf, won his heat, went to an outer island, just got back last night. You think at some point you're like, I might just cruise today. But gosh, I think he's fired up. He's fueled up as the wild card of this event. He knows a forecast like this is just suiting his surfing so incredibly well. We're down to almost the 4-minute mark, and Crosby just with 2 waves, an 8 and a 9.43. Very significant though for the rookie. His best combined heat total of his young career. He just outdid his performance at Margaret River, where he had a 14+ total. So right here against his good buddy, really motivating him in this one.
Oh, completely. I think it just goes back to that these guys have known each other for so many years. They've sparred against each other for so many years, and I feel, you know, conditions like this just really push people to their absolute limit and their personal boundaries, and we're seeing that unfold right here.
Well, we know there's already some prep. We've got some daylight. Strider, you're in the channel. Are you seeing guys about to paddle out for a session before it gets dark?
You know, you think about it, you're like, oh, it'd be really nice to go get one, and then you look over to your right and there's like 20 guys just stacking up on the buoy. From Italo Ferreira, the captain, D'Souza himself. Slater looks like he's going to jump in here for a session. You know, Griffin and everybody else, you know, everybody looks like they want a piece of it. They're all just sitting there, helmets are on, you know, everybody's stocked up and ready for the, I should actually commentate that race over to the peak because it's going to be fun to watch. There's going to be a lot of people.
I mean, Strider, the priority judge, goes home after this. I mean, who knows who's going to get a good one tonight?
Yeah, it could be. It's actually going to be really fun because, you know, Kelly really wants to warm up. You know, he's got first heat in the morning, so he's obviously going to get out here and get some. And, you know, we're all just hoping for one more set this afternoon so we can see this, you know, battle go down. But, you know, there's definitely more waves on the way, and I think they're going to see some amazing waves tonight in the free surf and watch these guys battle it out and see some insane rides go down.
Thank you, Strider. Coming up next, we will also have the Corona Cerro post show right after this heat. So in 2 minutes to go through some unbelievable highlights on one of the best days of the entire season. Another groundbreaking, game-changing type day for the best female surfers on the planet. Emotional win for Vahine Fierro and a new world #1, Brisa Hennessy, back in yellow once again. And also the elimination round for the men to set up the round of 16. A lot of huge numbers like this one, 9.43, 8.0. Seth Moniz hoping that he's getting a chance with 90 seconds. And 8.94 to extend his trip here in Tahiti.
Yeah, I believe we're sort of willing a set to come right now. I feel like Seth has more in the tank. I mean, he surfs so well in waves like this, and I mean, we've already been able to see it just, you know, on that 8.5 that he surfed. I mean, we even saw it on the 2.6s, but the technique that he has and just the ability to stall and let go of the rail and pump through these barrels. I mean, you know, if he gets another opportunity, I mean, with a minute on the clock, it's going to be hard work because you've got to be thinking that Crosby's going to be blocking right now for sure. I mean, you're not going to be letting him take off. I mean, this race for the Rookie of the Year between Crosby and Cole is most certainly on, and Crosby's going to want to advance through this heat.
A little bit of everything in this heat. They had a good battle to start. They weren't giving each other an inch. Crosby got his 9.43 and was able to spray his friend in the face and then start the paddle battle. Then Strider got all wild with the paddle battle call. There's a lot of action that happened in this one.
Yeah, I think that for me it just comes down to that second wave of the set and the wave selection, and you know, maybe that Seth just pulled the trigger and used his priority on the first one, but I mean, Griff just converted on that second wave. It was just beautiful, really nice and groomed, and really big hollow barrels.
Closing this one out, Flick. The boys shake hands. These families are incredibly close. Crosby from California, Seth obviously from Hawaii. They've spent so much time together over the years, and they'll have so many more battles to come. I can't wait for the next one, and it is on. The free surf. Everyone trying to get a piece of this lineup. Important round of 16 is coming up first thing in the morning, and every text I've seen from event officials is calling for a massive day tomorrow, hoping to finish in pumping conditions. Coming up next is the free surf, but we'll be following the Corona Cerro post show. We'll bring in Kaipo Guerrero to walk you through all the major highlights of an incredible day here at the end of the road. We'll see you then.
Welcome to the Corona Cero post show. Check out Corona Cero. 0% ABV, made with natural ingredients, pairs well with a lime. You add a chili relleno burrito to that, and we're really talking heaven. And talking about heaven, we had a heavenly day in surf competition today. An incredible, mind-blowing day. Kuiper Girl, Felicity Palmentier, Jesse Mendez. I'm going to start with you, Flick, and I just got to say, wow.
Wow, the swell showed up and everyone performed. I mean, for me, standout moments, Touchy's 10, Vahine winning. I mean, the men blowing up. I don't even know where to digest all of this. I mean, we're going to do it right here.
What do you think, Jesse?
I mean, I can't really not mention Tachi's 10. Obviously, the women's are taking over the show. The last few events that we have on Waves of Consequences. Obviously, we expect so much from the men's, and the women's just showing up and blowing up.
You know, Surfline, you did well. We thought, you know, there was so much hype around this. We were thinking, oh my goodness, you know, is it going to show up? It showed up, and it showed up in extreme form. With the women, we saw barriers broken. We saw a 10-point ride by Tatiana Weston Webb. In the men, 12 excellent waves ridden in the elimination round. I'm talking, this is crazy stuff that we saw today. We can break it all down, but let's, you know, and we ended the day with a hit. Crosby Colapinto up against Seth Moniz, another high-scoring heat. Let's take a look at the highlights for this matchup. Crosby Colapinto, the rookie, came to it, but it started off here, Flick, with Seth Moniz, 8.5 ride backhand barrel.
Yes, Seth just showed up in this heat as well. I mean, for me, it was just a difference in wave selection. Seth going the first one, Crosby going the second one, and these second waves just really drawing off the reef. I mean, this one was so thick, was so big, and I mean, Seth backed it up. He got a couple of sixes, but he just couldn't quite find that sort of, you know, that feeling that we were getting when we were just watching Crosby's waves of like, wow, that was the moment. I mean, Crosby just did so well in this heat. I mean, that wave there is just going in every highlight reel. I mean, that thing was insane. He rode the foam ball. I mean, and then they had this crazy paddle battle, which Strider was on the call, and it was pretty fantastic to listen to.
Hey, Jesse, Crosby only riding 2 waves, an 8-point ride, then a 9.43, 17.43 heat total. That is outstanding.
I mean, that's definitely outstanding. And also, Seth, not to mention, only 3 waves and everything above a 6-point ride and 1 excellent wave. So that was an amazing heat. We're lucky enough to be here watching.
Yeah, we sure were. Let's hear from Crosby Colapinto. He's with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, Team Crosby. That heat had everything we wanted to see. Paddle battles, incredible exchanges. Give me just your thoughts on that experience you had out there in firing Teahupo'o.
Well, just to have a heat like that with like my brother Seth is insane, just because it was like really my first real heat, like surfing proper chopes, and then to have it with Seth, who's like one of my really good friends and also like one of the best barrel riders in the world, and going like head to head on our exchanges was just like so special, because before we paddled out, we're like, we kind of only want, like, we want to have like just fun exchanges, you know. It didn't feel like super competitive or anything. It just felt like we were kind of having a free surf and just like going head to head. So it was pretty cool.
And let's talk about that 9.4. I mean, where does that wave stand in the lifetime of waves that you've ridden?
It's definitely up there. I feel like whenever I get a good wave, I feel like I kind of just like black out on it, and I felt like that one I kind of just like blacked out, you know. But it just had like a nice stretch and went into like that second section that was very like square and open, and then just like coming out and like kicking out right next to Seth and paddle battling was just like pretty sick. And then all the boys just screaming, I was like barking or something, but it was sick.
And again, so many layers going into that heat. We got to start talking about the Rookie of the Year conversation. Is that even in the back of your mind right now?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a thing, because I'm in the race with Cole Hauschman, so I watched him get his 9 earlier, and I was like, shit, like I want to get a good wave now, you know. So it's gonna be a fun little battle, like a fun little friendly rivalry. We've already been messing with each other. Like whoever wins it, then has to like buy all the boys dinner at a sick restaurant. So
nice. And lastly, tomorrow could be pretty rowdy out there. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready. That heat definitely gives me some confidence going into it tomorrow. So just excited for another opportunity to just surf this wave.
The man is ready. Good luck.
There you go. Crosby Colapinto, just a rookie, but that is his career best heat on the CT, 17.43. What a way to end the day. That was the men's, but we got to talk about barriers being broken, Flick, with the women and the performance that we saw in the quarterfinals on out. Let's take a look here at the brackets and Vahine Fierro's road to a victory here at the end of the road.
Yeah, Vahine, I mean, she had a couple of really tough heats here. I mean, first heat, obviously drawing Molly, who we've been talking about all event as someone who's technically one of the best women's backside tube riders. And then semi-final 2, for me, that goes down in history as one of the best ever women's heats. I mean, that was a moment in time that we will remember forever, we'll be referencing forever. Tatiana scoring a 10, Vahine fighting back with that 9 in like the last few minutes of the heat. I mean, in my books, it was an incredible day for the women, and given the opportunity, they showed up and they really performed.
Let's get into it here. Vahine Fierro up against Tatiana Weston-Webb. This is going to be one of the heats of the year, maybe of all time for women's professional surfing. Tatiana Weston-Webb with the perfect 10 in this heat. Absolutely incredible. 10s across the board from all of the judges. That was outstanding, but the consistency of Vahine Fierro paid off. A 8.07, a 9.63 right here was enough to take Vahine into the final.
Yeah, Vahine just, you know, she said it in her post-heat interview, but she had a big job to do. I mean, she needed a big score, but she just said that she never gave up, and, you know, she just knew if she was given that opportunity, that she could convert. And with the form she's been in, I mean, this was the moment. I mean, it was so incredible to watch. Just her confidence, knowing that if a set comes, I'm going. And I mean, she's hardly fallen all events. So, I mean, she just looked so important. And it was only a matter of time until she got a win out here, let's be honest. I mean, that trophy has been hers for a long time. She's had one hand on it, and she's got it now firmly with both hands.
2 semifinal finishes. This way she went all the way for the W. Look at the numbers there. An 8.5, 6.67, dominated the final. Vahine Fierro. Brisa Hennessy, runner-up finish, but the good news for Brisa, she's got a wardrobe change, Jesse. As we look at our women's championship tour leaderboard, and Brisa Hennessy has taken the #1 spot.
And the good thing for Brisa actually is she's been in that position before, so it's not going to have the same weight as she had it previously when she won Sunset and came out with the yellow jersey a few years back. So for her to just be in this situation and growing into that, and I mean, looking pretty solid for the top 5 as far as we're speaking right now, 32,000 points, a little over that. She's sitting in a good spot, and she's looking the best she's been in the past few years.
Yeah, incredibly consistent year this year for Brisa Hennessy. We'll see her in that yellow leaders jersey at stop #7 over in El Salvador. Pivoting now to the men's and the elimination round for the men. Hey, I said it before at the beginning of this, 12 excellent scores amongst the field. But think about Liam O'Brien here. 16.74 two-wave total. You think that would get you through most heats, Jesse, but that was not the case because Ramsey Bukhayam came through in a big way.
Yeah, man, that was one of those heats that are just biting your nails the whole time. Like, they were just going back to back, and this wave specifically from Ramsey right there, he loses balance, almost goes over the handlebars. Look at the angle of the board, like tail high, like nose almost diving underwater, and he comes out like in disbelief. And then when you think the heat's done, you see this beautiful wave from Lob, just 2 huge bumps with no hands on the rail, which is so technical. I mean, amazing heat. Look how fraught Ramsey looks right there, and he deserves it because that he was one who should be proud of herself.
Gnarly numbers as we look at the numbers between these two. 9.13, 7.73, 16.86, 2 8-point rides for Liam O'Brien. Not enough, but both surfers can be very, very proud of their accomplishment. It was so exciting. And but unfortunately, only one can go, and that would have been Ramsey. He's on to the round of 16. Speaking of the round of 16, Flick, we got some highlight heats that we want to take a look at in that round of 16. We have that all seated. Let's take a look at some of them. We're going to start the day with a bang. Check out heat #1, the round of 16, Felicity.
Wow. first heat of the day. If what Shola said is true and this buoy provides and the swell kicks up a little bit, wow, we're in for a great heat here. Kelly, that's where I like to see him flaring. Big surf.
I mean, that looks amazing. The GOAT against Ethan, that's a big draw for Ethan, matching someone that early in the round, and that's all because it's a wild card, this event. So
we got more for you. Jordy against Iago Dora, heat number 3 of the round, the 16. What do you think about that, Jess?
I mean, one of my favorites ever, goofy footers, like the style, how good he is, and he's building momentum. Beat Jack, which is probably the toughest draw today in paper as far as the men's elimination round. So this is going to be a big one for both of them, and I'm excited to see Iago.
Heat number 5, Flick. John coming against the man with the mana, the man with the spirit, Mihi Mana Bray in Heat 5, round 16.
Well, you just know that both of these guys right here, you know, they can handle when it gets as big as it gets out here, and they want it that big. I know that John wants it as big as it gets. They're going to be comfortable when it's 10 to 12 foot, maybe even bigger. So for me, technicality of riding this wave, and also there's going to be a difference. Mihi Mana on his forehand, John on his backhand. It's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get into the Surfline forecast later in this post-show, but I'm going to give you a hint. There's going to be waves tomorrow, and they're going to be pretty big. And that's when you bring on more charging, and that just segues us straight into the Mophie Charger of the event. Rarely do I let you call the Mophie Charger of the event when it's your wife, but I'm going to let you do the honors, Jesse. 10-point ride for the misses.
I mean, I'm very biased to say that right now, but this might be one of the best waves a woman ever surfed in a jersey. That was incredible. Obviously proud, so I mean, what else can I say?
I don't think you're being biased. I second that. I feel like this is the best barrel or wave we've ever seen ridden by women in competition. I feel like it is. I got that feeling when I watched it, and now that I've seen all the replays, the different angles, for me, that's the best barrel I've ever seen and best wave ever ridden in competition for a woman.
That was an awesome time.
I called the heat. I was thoroughly freaked out over that wave. So I agree with both of you. Let's take a look into the future, and the future's bright here in Tahiti. We got more swell. Looking at our surf line forecast. They've been spot on so far. Jesse, more energy coming from the south to light up the end of the road.
I mean, it doesn't get better than that. The next few days look impressive. They can pick and choose whatever they want to run because, I mean, you can't really go wrong. As far as prediction, this looks as good as it gets for Teahupo'o. Today, we already seen it, and most likely tomorrow, even more consistent and as big as this afternoon. So excited for that.
Favorable winds, Flick, and Shaler Perry gave me the hint that there's going to be plenty of swell tomorrow. It's going to be pretty much the same size, and then a little bit of boost in the afternoon to finish the day right about finals time. We got a lot to look forward to.
Oh my goodness, I mean, that's your dream scenario right there, isn't it? 8 to 12 foot, occasional 15-foot faces. Like, what? Are you kidding me? And then, look, if that wasn't enough, Friday's also looking epic too. So maybe if we finish tomorrow, maybe a little free surf session. Might be a bit scary, but YOLO.
YOLO's the word. Well, let's celebrate the things today because we're... Today's a YOLO day as we look into so many incredible rides. Top 5 moments coming at you, starting with Baron Mamiya. And check out this pose, Flick.
Yeah, honestly, there's going to be some great photos from this heat. None better than his soul arch moment where, I mean, this here. Come on, that's a cover of a magazine. That is just like a great Instagram post. Might be pinned to the top of his feed forever, I'd say. This thing was insane. He just absolutely toyed with it out there. It was so comfortable and casual.
Jake Marshall, he turns the heat in the last moment, Jesse, in a big way, a 9.4 for this growler.
I was starting to feel bad for the guy because he's a charger and he had no opportunities in the heat until this wave came up with less than 5 minutes. That was incredible, well-deserved, coming out after the spit, and look how frothed it is. That taking this one down for Seaside.
Yeah, a lot of trolls are happy with that one. Seaside represent into the round of 16 for Jake. The big rookie came with big numbers. Cole Hauschman, a 9.57 Flick.
Yeah, this thing was insane. He was so deep. I mean, rode the foam ball as well. You couldn't have rode this wave any better, in my opinion. I honestly thought this could have even been higher. It was a beautiful wave. It came from such deep water. It was one of those first waves where I was like, whoa, okay, this swell's really filling in. It's really starting to move at a different pace, and it's looking thick.
And this is it. Flick, I'm going to let you take this away. A perfect 10. 5 judges, 5 10s, and a perfect 10 for Tatiana Weston.
Yeah, I'll say it again. This is the best wave in women's history ridden in a competition. It was absolutely incredible. And I feel like Tati's been waiting for this moment in Waves of Consequence for a long time. We all know, we've seen what she's done in free surf. She just hasn't converted in a contest. So hopefully this is just like rip the Band-Aid off. And we're going to continue to see Tati on this momentum in Waves of Consequence.
Tatiana Weston Webb making history. That's our number 2 moment. Number 1, we got to celebrate Maita Iroa. Congratulations, Vahine Fierro. The local Jesse takes the win in a dominant fashion today.
The grace that she surfs this wave is impeccable. Like the style, the way she approaches, how easy she makes it look, and how little mistakes she actually commits. Throughout the whole event, you can count on your hands how many mistakes she, like on wrong waves that she was or when she fell. It's so impressive for her and well deserved.
Yeah. Look out Olympics, because Paris 2024, Vahine Fierro is going to be representing France right here at the end of the road. That's something to look forward to, but even more to look forward to is tomorrow and tomorrow's action. Let's get some rest. Thank you, Flick. Thank you, Jesse. And remember to check in tomorrow morning, set your alarm. 6:45 a.m. local time, potentially for a 7 o'clock start. It's going to be an epic day. Tune in then, and until then, Yorana, aloha.
Hey, guys.
Energy in the channel is up. The swell has arrived. This is going to be an epic day of surfing.
We really didn't know what this day would bring. I think I just woke up just in the mindset of embracing anything that came my way and enjoying it.
Tatiana Weston Webb and Vahine just laid down a 2014 heat between Kelly Slater and John Forrest.
And we got 5 judges checked in, Strider. It's a perfect 10. 10s all the way across the board. This heat could go down in history in women's professional surfing. It is absolutely astounding.
I just knew that, like, man, this is women surfing. You know, like, we're doing it.
The champion of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, Vahine Fierro has done it.
Thank you, Teahupo'o. You're so special, and thank you for sending me the best waves of my life. I'm just so stoked.
Pretty much what you dream of when you come here. It's definitely probably the wave of my life. This is it right here, you know, all these years to, you know, to get a chance to have a day like today.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.